okay like 20 times. Gotta be really careful though, because it will ask you to play ground zeros at the end here, and if you keep spamming X too quickly, yeah, see? You need to be careful here. Okay.
Mayday! Mayday! Controls unresponsive. Tower, do you read? Shit. Comms are down.
Wytrzymy.
V has come to.
V has come too.
Okay, before we do anything, let me change some stuff here. Let me turn all of this crap off. Score display, trials, markers. I'll leave the reticle. Damage direction. Action icon, I'll leave that on because it's kind of finicky. I like to have a pretty clean HUD in this game. Sound, let's turn Donna Burke off. Yeah.
Ακούσμε.
You'll hear the wohos, don't worry. You just won't hear her on the iDroid.
Fuck you, asshole! Can you hear me? Are you having difficulty speaking? Can you move your head? Just nod if you can hear me. Look up, please. Fuck you, asshole! Fuck you, asshole! Look up. Fuck you, asshole! You can hear me.
Did you like
Yes? Please follow my instructions.
What a load of bullshit.
A dud!
What a load of bullshit.
Look up.
What a load of bullshit.
Oh! Oh!
Not funny.
You can hear me. Yes?
Gross.
Okay, I'll look up.
A whoop. Very good. Fuck you, asshole! How do you
Did
feel
you like
now?
it?
Can you speak? What is your name?
Not funny.
When were you born? A whoop! Can you recall?
What a load of bullshit.
Let's see. Is my PS4 set to the right date?
What a load of bullshit.
I'm assuming it is, right?
A dud!
Um,
A dud!
Okay, what am I gonna call myself? Chester the Mole? Okay. Um...
Good. Now then. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time.
Did you like it?
I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn on the subtitles.
Damn it! Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Ήρθαμε. Try not to panic.
Did you like it?
You'll be all right.
Yeah.
There now. Just rest.
How do you feel?
I won't be able to turn on the subtitles for a bit, I don't think. Yeah.
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that bed. Nurse. Don't worry. You've lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your muscle mass through massages, CPM therapy, and EMS. Now, I need to explain something to you,
Bullshit.
but you mustn't be alarmed. 9 years ago,
That's
you
tasty.
were injured in an explosion. Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments
There were only 5 people on that chopper. What?
of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain. They are located
That's
near
tasty.
your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we were to extract it, you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage. Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening. One more thing. This X-ray is on your upper body. You better look now. Best to understand your situation sooner than later. I know it's difficult, but please look down. It's best to see with your own eyes. Be brave. Nosocoma, Igor! Try to calm down! Calm down! Please! Calm down! It's gonna be okay! Yes, yes! Calm down! Yes. Yes.
Έλνεν σε κατάσταση πλαστική εγχείρηση.
Κάποιος ήδη γνωρίζει ότι έχει ξυπνήσει. Διατρέχει μεγάλο κίνδυνο. Πρέπει να ενεργήσουμε άμεσα. Προετοιμάστε τον για εγχείρηση.
It's true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide open world out there, so there's something we need to take care of first. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however...
Okay, what are we gonna look like? Yeah, I'm feeling this. Get rid of that chin. Tuck that chin up there. That's pretty good. Oh, I like that expression. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I almost don't want to go fucking with it now. That'll be pretty funny to see at the end of the game when you look into the mirror. That's actually not too far off the Kiefer face.
Gross.
Oh, yes. Put those eyes out there. Okay. um. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I think I'm good to go. Poor guy.
Very good. Now let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages
What a load
were
of
more for your
bullshit.
protection. To hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past.
See, the text isn't on the back of the picture yet. The name.
This is you, as you've lived until this day. Tomorrow, it becomes Phantom.
Not yet. The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course. Consider it done.
That's tasty.
Okay, have time to go.
What happened to the woman?
The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down.
Who are you?
Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael.
What the hell is going on?
Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? The whole world wants you dead. On your feet, soldier. The whole place is coming down. Need a little pick-me-up? Okay. Here. Nothing Nothing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game. Fuck you, asshole! Fuck you, asshole! Come on!
Okay, I'll turn the subtitles on for you fools. Sorry about that. I forgot to put them on earlier. Display on. Or rather, I just thought they were on by default.
Get over here.
You look over on his side of the room, you see he has loads of flowers. We just get two measly flowers.
Drug's not working. We're getting out of here. Move it. Let's take the stairs.
I really wish we just had a little bit more freedom during this hospital section. Let me crawl up there and do something silly, game. I like the concept of the hospital intro, you know, as you gradually get all your functions back, starting with just the blurry camera and all you can move is the camera, and then you stumble and you crawl, and then slowly you learn how to crouch and hide and use guns. But I just wish you had a bit more freedom. Just a little bit more. Obviously, it should still be linear here, but something other than just holding up. So much for open world. This map is scripted to the teeth. Well, I wouldn't fault the game for that. I think that's the point of it. It's like starting with an extremely linear section that then opens up into the world in the next mission. I'm okay with it being linear. I just wish we had a bit more, just a bit more freedom, you know? To at least just go down some of these halls and fuck up and get caught and get spanked by Ishmael. This is the only place with actual real level design in the game? Oh, I don't know about that. There's like barely any core gameplay in this section at all. You know, it's almost entirely on rails.
What the hell is that?
Let me know when we get to the part of this level where we're navigating through really interesting level design, where we're making like decisions and choices. Let me know when that happens. When we get into like some real meaty gameplay here. I'm not even saying this is much of a criticism. I'm just responding to whoever said this is the like only part of the game that has real level design. What? Basically no gameplay throughout this section.
Drugs kicked in? Good, let's hurry. Hold up, let's fix this. Next time, do it yourself. It's always good to try and mend your injuries while hiding from the enemy. Over there.
I don't know, as disappointing as I find a lot of the missions and mission structure to be in this game, I find many of the missions to be more engaging than this, you know, from a gameplay perspective. That shouldn't be like too crazy of a thing to say, right? That I enjoy doing fucking Red Brass and the mission to rescue Huey more than I enjoy holding up and going through hospital corridors. But again, it's not like this section is really supposed to be focused on the core gameplay anyway. So.
Let's go.
It's just supposed to be a heavily scripted intro. Linear intro.
Hurry. Keep low and quiet. me. I don't want to die.
This intro also just makes me think of the trend that you started to see around this time with a lot of big blockbuster games. Games with like 3-hour cinematic focused intros before you get into the real meat of the game. I feel like it started to really become a thing with big blockbuster games where they just front load so much spectacle at the start. Just like big spectacle driven sequences, walkie-talkie sequences, yeah, all that cinematic gameplay before you really get into it. I remember I thought it was insane in that second Evil Within game. It had like a fucking 4-hour cinematic intro, it felt like, before you got to play the game. God of War did it. This game does it, but it's not that, you know, it's not all that long, I guess. I feel like you really started to see that more around this time. Fuck!
Don't you die on me. Ahab. Ahab. Ahab!
It's actually worth dying here, though, because we'll get to see something later. Notice how it says mission failed when I die here. Later on, I'll kill Ishmael, and let's see if it says the same thing. Little MGS2, MGS3 kind of parallel that they do here.
Time to walk. Press the stance button to stand up.
Hey, what's up, lowlife? Rehab!
Don't get caught in those searchlights. Here they come. Hurry. Now! Move! Move! Go!
All right, we're free now, right? We're in a more open gameplay section. I can go downstairs. I can go upstairs. Let's try and go upstairs. Let's take on this guy up here.
you die on me.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we can do much up there.
Come on.
Such an open world. This isn't supposed to be an open world, this section, I don't think.
Shit! It's ugly down there. Turn back. This way.
Are we really criticizing the hospital section for not being an open world?
Σας παρακαλώ.
That's a bit silly, isn't it?
Συμβαίνει. Δεν βλέπω τίποτα.
I think people maybe misunderstood what I was making fun of there.
What's happening out there?
It's all right. We'll be okay.
Can't see what's happening. Do you hear that? What's going on out there?
Oh, πρόσεχε.
Hey!
I can't see what's happening.
What is that? What's happening out there? Does anybody know?
Hey!
We should... Do you hear them coming? Please, please.
Wait. Hide behind the curtains.
The hospital is under Cypher control, right? Under Zero's control. I think that's what they hint at with the British flag as well in your room, aside from it being a piece of British territory in Cyprus. It's also supposed to tie into the fact that it's Zero who really has this place under control.
Anything? Negative. He came in here. Keep looking.
This This way. We're sitting ducks. Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl. If you move, we're done for. Play dead.
And this is how you play dead, apparently. Really feels like you're supposed to be pressing another button here to play dead, but apparently this is playing dead. This is the silliest part of the whole intro, I think. Everyone else looks extremely dead. Like, meanwhile, you stick out like a sore thumb here. Pissed himself. No, it was the IV bag.
Hold on. We better stop and treat that injury. We'll have to take the stairs down. Hold down the aim button to aim, then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it.
Nah, I'm good. But I will shoot you.
Hold on.
One shot to the toe is enough to take out the legendary big boss. So, if you die, you get a mission failed. If he dies, he gets a time paradox. You're expendable. The real Snake, though, he has to live. No time paradox for you. The world can go on without Big Medic. Just fine. You get a different theme there as well on that screen if you kill him.
Know how to shoot a gun? Hold down the aim button to aim, then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it. Hold up. I'll take the right. You take the left.
He will kill both of these guys if you just wait. You have to wait for a while, but he will kill them.
Support fire!
Calm down. You can do this. Hurry up and get with the program.
Stay with me!
run interference.
You can see who Mantis is attached to due to his visual design. If his hands are burning, he's parasitizing Volgin. If he has a horn on his head, he's parasitizing Venom. If he has the goggles, the mask, it's Skullface. If he has the red beret on his shoulder, it's Eli. That's how you can tell. Someone was asking in the chat there who he's who he's attached to during these scenes.
What a load of bullshit.
Move in! Go, go, go!
That's a statue of the boss, by the way. It's kind of easy to miss. I would have been 0, right, Tim?
Get in!
This is the only time we ever see Mantis latch on to Venom, right? I think. And there's no one else around.
your side! Hurry! Hurry! Hang on! Use this! Watch our backs! Shoot him! Fire! Careful, the gun's slow to reload! Time your reloads carefully! He's coming! Fire! Fill that bastard full of lead!
Bastard. Back from the dead, huh?
Hammer me.
Fire! Shoot him! Now! Watch for an opening! You get him? We shook him off. Shoot him! Now! Watch for an opening! I see it! Harbor! Hold him off a little longer! We're almost there!
Codename Chick. Chick is your default rank, by the way. And you have to, there's no way to not have the Chick rank for the first few missions in the game. The description for it is, it kind of ties in with why that is as well. It says, title given to newly awakened soldiers. So it's supposed to tie in with the character and the story a little bit. But what's interesting is that obviously a chick becomes chicken. And the chicken rank historically has been the worst rank in every single MGS game. That's what you get for being absolutely garbage at the game. And it's why you get offered the chicken cap as an item when you start to play really poorly in the game. Or, you know, when you fuck up, you don't even need to play that poorly. You just need to retry like more than twice. And you get offered the chicken cap, which is like the easy mode item. But it's interesting that we are also inherently a chicken, apparently. Which I would imagine also ties in with the fact that we're like our mind has been removed from us. Chickens are known to be incredibly stupid animals. Some people argue against that and they say, oh no, actually chickens aren't that stupid. But, you know, chickens are generally known to be really dumb animals. Another interesting thing about chickens as well is that they are easily open to hypnosis. I'm not sure if you knew that, but chickens can be easily hypnotized. Which also might tie into Venom's character here, you know, given that we have been brainwashed into becoming someone else, into thinking we are someone else. But it's just kind of funny, you know, that we are. It's almost like we are given the chicken rank inherently. We're a brain dead chicken. If you look at the chicken cap as well, its eyes are rolling up in its head and it looks completely out of its mind. If you actually look at the eyes on the chicken cap. No revenge, bro?
Come on.
What's going on?
Name's Ocelot. Big boss. You know who I am. A certain man gave me a job to do. Two, actually. First was to get you out of that hospital. The second was to rescue the man himself. You remember? Your partner 9 years ago, Kazuhira Miller. 9 years back, your private army came under attack by Cypher. You were considered dead. Until today, that is, when Cypher found you. And it's not just them. The whole world wants you dead. You'll have to join up with Miller. Build that private army of yours one more time. It's your only chance. First, we need to save Miller. He's in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan?
What, you can't keep up with world affairs in a coma? 4 years ago, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. The Muslims are fighting back with Western support. Miller was training Mujahideen rebels when he was captured by the Soviets. The Red's 40th Army. Troop strength somewhere around 100,000. The squad holding Miller set off near the Pakistan border yesterday. Now in 3 days, they'll reach the Soviet garrison. They'll be interrogated for a few more days, and it's off to a lager. Or left to rot in a ditch on Afghan soil. I give him 2 weeks. The job didn't mean anything to Miller. He only took it on to keep you safe. Well, there's our ride. It's a whaling ship. Had a pretty good deal on her once the IWC started raising a stink. Now 7 days to Port Qasim, another 3 overland. So we won't have much time once we're there. Don't take too long getting used to your new self. Hang on. Ha!
That's tasty.
Wonder what the deal it was with the yellow arm in that scene. Because it seemed like even in the early stages of development, the red arm was going to be the default. Like even in the early trailers, it was always the focus on the red arm, right? But this makes it seem like originally they planned it to be a yellow arm at first, and then he would later get a red arm. Anyway, it's kind of weird. Game. Game. Any second now. I think it has actually frozen. This part of the game never takes this long. Oh, Christ. Really?
Did you like it? Did you like it?
I should have disconnected from the online. I think there's less of a chance of this happening if you disconnect from the online.
What a load of bullshit.
Slower loading times generally, too.
Good.
Oh my god.
What a load
Okay.
of bullshit.
Right, well, hopefully the game auto-saved.
Gross.
Jesus. This is the definitive experience. We really need to start playing this on PC. Assuming it's just as easy to switch saves and whatnot on Steam. Hopefully it is. Okay, thank God.
The area ahead is under total Soviet control. Miller's been captive for 10 days. Not much time left.
Weather will clear shortly.
Storm's passing. Getting used to it? After 9 years on ice, solo infiltration of the Soviet main ground forces should be the perfect warm-up. Kazuhira Miller is being held in Dawandehar to the north. Check its location now. Take out your iDroid. You see Wandi on the map? That's where they're keeping Miller. Only problem is, we don't know his exact location. Finding it is your first priority. Got your binoculars? Or should I say, your int scope? See the village? Straight ahead? Look up. Something there? I don't hear any aircraft. To the right. A little to the left. Have you spotted the village? Zoom in closer. To the right. A little to the left. To the right. Have you spotted the village? Zoom in closer. Something there? I don't hear any aircraft.
Okay.
All right.
I got it.
That's the village. If you see something through the binoculars and you need more information, just give me a call. I'll tell you anything I can about it.
So this is Raven territory. I heard once that some indigenous peoples in Canada and Alaska deify the common raven as a totem.
So I guess that's an automated message that he recorded earlier. He already went out and scouted and checked for see
Take a
what
look
birds
through
were
your
around.
binoculars.
He's had this orchestrated. This is the big boss simulation after all.
Look directly at the village and press the call button. That's Violo Village, the Violo Calais. The villagers fled the war and evacuated a while back. Since then, it's become a base for the Soviets' 40th Army. A few days ago, Miller was taken through there, en route towards Dawandehar. You may be able to pick up the trail there. It's worth a shot. Put a marker on it so you don't lose track of where it is. Good. Now you won't have to worry about getting lost along the way. He can't have much left in him. I give him 3 days, tops. If we fail, and he dies, we lose our chance of revenge. But we need more intel. If you just go charging into Dawandehar, you'll be putting both your lives at risk. See what you can find out first. The Soviets have other outposts, not just the one you saw. Afghanistan is a big place. I expect you'll become quite familiar with those binoculars as you plan your next move. How and where you make it, well, that's up to you. From here on out, you're on your own. You're a legend in the eyes of those who live on the battlefield. That's why you have to handle this mission yourself. Put those 9 years behind you, and return as Big Boss. That's how Koss would want it. I'll be sending additional intel by radio. Stay sharp. Not one of Miller's bodyguards survived. And they were good. All we found on the scene were their corpses and knees. They'll be missing them. And you're his only hope of getting them back. Go! Let the legend come back to life.
And he immediately Fultons himself. Off screen.
Why don't you do a little more practice in those ruins? Shooting, taking cover, climbing obstacles. See to it that 9-year gap doesn't slow you down.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a little training section if you want to do some target practice. But we'll just keep going. I think this is the only mission in the game that starts with background music like this. You know, that has music that plays outside of an alert sequence or like a particular set piece. I guess the Skullface mission at the end of Chapter 1 also has music playing as you make your way up to the base. Yeah, Ocelot is nice in this game because he's working for his true love, Big Boss. Not really, but he's hypnotizing himself to make himself believe he's working for Big Boss.
Gross.
He is working for Big Boss, yeah, but he spends the whole game in a state of self-hypnosis to make himself believe that you are the real Big Boss.
Hold it. There's a Soviet guard post. They're bound to be guards. Take a look with your binoculars. Put the enemy in the center of your field of view.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's marking. Focus on a thread and it'll be marked automatically. You can mark enemies and vehicles by zooming in with your binoculars or camera. Once they're marked, you'll also see their positions on the map. Security at that guard post is relatively light. Looks like the perfect place for a warm-up. Try to remember the ways you used to deal with enemies. Anytime you need advice, just give me a call. The Soviet soldier. A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians. Simple, really. There's less hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results. That's humanity for you.
One interesting thing that this game does in the game over screen, yet another MGS2 parallel. You know that thing in MGS2 where you hear Rose's dying gasp at the end of the dialogue? When you get that long pause and she goes, MGS5 has its own version of that when Ocelot calls out your name after you die. There's a long pause and then he goes, ugh! That isn't him frustrated that you have died. It's him snapping out of his self-hypnosis. Which is, yeah, playing off the MGS2 version of that.
Sight, sound, keep all your enemy senses in mind. When you're near an enemy, stay low and move slowly.
Русский speak, please. Вы говорите по-русски?
Boss, you don't understand what he said? I guess that makes sense. It looks like that horn stuck in your head has impacted the language center of your brain. If only we had a recruit with the Russian interpreter skill, we could get by with simultaneous interpretation.
He really sounds like he's pulling that out of his ass there.
Spit it out.
I don't know English. Angliski.
Speak.
Understanding a language and being able to interpret from that language for somebody else are two different things. Juggling languages at a rapid-fire pace is more difficult than you might think. So, in other words, while I do speak Russian, don't expect me to do your interpreting.
It's pretty easy to miss that bit of dialogue. You have to try and interrogate them 3 times before he'll say that. And the second time, he doesn't respond at all. So you might think there's just no more dialogue after you try it twice. Alright, let's strangle him.
Don't leave bodies out in the open. Find some place to drop them out of sight.
Fat. It is, of course, crucial that we get that fat title for later. For DRK's emblem. I'm not going to bother getting the intel. Let's just go straight to the camp.
It's up to you whether to slip by enemies or take them down. Just remember that any situation can change fast. Familiarize yourself with your weapons and items while you can. You need to be able to switch between them quickly to meet any threat. Hiding on horseback allows you to stay out of sight even while on the move. It's effective for avoiding enemy guard posts and long-range reconnaissance patrols.
Can you stand up on your horse and grab an eagle? I wish. I need to play Shadow of the Colossus again one of these days. I was thinking of doing a marathon, solo marathon with Eco, Shadow of the Colossus, and Last Guardian all in one sitting. Though I think I'd be too tired to really enjoy The Last Guardian, so I might space it out. I would play the original. I'm not the biggest fan of the Shadow of the Colossus remake. There are things I really do like about it, but I prefer the original.
One day, Miller is being held somewhere in that town, but we don't know exactly where he is. You can keep gathering intel or make an entry into the town now.
Whoa, whoa!
That light looks nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I've reflex turned on. Hold on. Let's turn that shit off.
sun's down already. It goes without saying that darkness is good for infiltration. But your vision will be affected just the same. Keep your guard up, or who knows when you'll bump into an enemy.
Some really nerdy trivia for you here. Miller's outfit here is a callback to his original MGS1 concept art. Not sure if you've ever seen that, where he's in green. The green shirt, pants.
Wait, isn't that... Stand down. Look at who you're attacking. Stand down. Stand down. Look at... Stand down. Look at who you're attacking.
God.
No more use for me, huh?
Kaz, it's me. I'm here to get you out.
Snake.
They do something to your eyes?
No, it's just bright as all. What took you so long?
We'll talk, but not here.
You've secured the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
Sorry, Miller. Oh shit, he's asleep! So he wakes up for the cutscene to have the little chat, and then he goes back to sleep because I shot him with the fucking gun before triggering the scene. Hold on, I want to get his, Wait! No, but he spoke... Wait, no, he didn't speak to me after I put him on my back.
Boss, did you come all this way just to kill him?
Arriving shortly at LZ.
You look well.
Thank you.
Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Magic words, boss. I've been waiting 9 years to hear them. Kept you waiting, huh? Come on. Say it for old time's sake.
Kept you waiting, huh? What a load of bullshit.
It's really you, Snake. All these years without you. I knew this day would come.
You have to press triangle there, by the way, or else Snake won't respond at all. He'll ask him to say the magic words and there'll just be a dead silence. But if you press the action button, you get to say the catchphrase. Because you are Big Boss.
What a load of bullshit.
It's them.
Boss, watch out. It's the skulls. Don't let them find us.
Boss, whatever that mist is, it's all around you. We can't see through it. I'm changing the RV so it's outside the mist. Get over there. The chopper will be waiting.
I'll try and do this without getting caught. I want to bait this guy over to me. There we go. Now that leaves a little path open for me up this side.
You know where you're headed, boss? If you place a marker on the map, you can keep track of where you want to go even when the map's closed.
Whoa! Okay, I'm alive. Sorry. Hope I didn't destroy any eardrums. Those drops are dangerous. Two more inches and Snake would have been dead.
Good.
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
I want to grab some music here.
The mist is cleared, and it looks like they're gone. That's Miller. You can't just leave him there.
Fuck you, asshole!
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Those things. That's the unit that attacked just before. They came at us real fast in the same kind of mist. Our men, survivors from 9 years ago, were wiped out in minutes. I don't know what they want, but it's them. No mistake.
That is enough! Boss, have you lost your mind?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I have.
All right. Put Miller in.
Headed for the Seychelles. That's where our new home is now. Hey. That was some operation we had, huh? 9 years ago. Carving out our own world. Making our own future. And they took it away.
rebuild it. Make a new place. Together. That we can call home. Yeah, we were dogs, all right. Slinking around out of Cypher's sight. Digging up whatever kind of dirty money we could find. You name it. We did it. You see this? Diamond Dogs. Our new home. A phantom of our former selves. Triumph. Death. We weren't allowed either. Yeah. I remember it all.
Played us like a damn fiddle!
Help me, Snake. Chico.
It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned.
Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Snake. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost, the comrades I've lost, won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher. A group above nations, even the US. And I was the parasite below, feeding off Zero's power. They came after you in Cyprus. In Afghanistan. Cypher just keeps growing. Swallowing everything in its path. Getting bigger and bigger. Who knows how big now? Boss. I'm gonna make him give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost. And I won't rest until we do.
Approaching Mother Base.
He's not there, Miller.
Our new Mother Base. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll make it bigger. Better than before.
God. What should I do?
Boss?
Tell me. Tell me like you used to.
Times have changed, boss. We pull in money, recruits, just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge. The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause. Cause. Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
I know. I'm already a demon. Heaven's not my kind of place anyway.
Dogs of war for 9 whole years. That ends today. Now you're not sleeping, and we're not junkyard hounds. We're diamond dogs.
All right, Grandpa. Get you to bed.
Let them talk.
We can crush Cypher, boss. And you can build the army that can do it.
Just one thing, Kaz. This isn't about the past. We're fighting for the future.
What?
Concerns the running of Mother Base. Come meet with me. You came. This base belongs to you now. That won't work on me. I've had drug resistance. This base belongs to you now. Make This base belongs to you now. Make Diamond Dogs the force it deserves to be. Like any organization, we need good people, and we need to make good use of their talents. Miller asked me to lay that out for you. You start bringing people in, use this. It's a Fulton recovery device. When you're in the field, use it to extract any soldiers or prisoners you want back here. And we'll see if we can't persuade them to join the ranks of Diamond Dogs. Go on. Test it out on the staff here. Anyone you want. First, put them to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
I'm ready, boss.
You don't get subtitles there, but he's reeling out the train stations that you hear throughout the series.
First, put him to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
2 + 2 = 5. 2 + 2 = 5.
That won't work on me. First, put him to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
So, some hints here about his self-deception, his self-hypnosis.
That's enough. First, this isn't the... Give it a rest. Go for them, not me.
I'm ready, boss.
That's enough. This isn't the time. Give it a rest. Go for them, not me. That's enough. Out like a light. Now approach him and extract him. Good. Extraction complete. You can only Fulton recover someone if they're not resisting. No dead bodies either. They don't make great recruits. The staff member you just extracted will be assigned to the team best suited to his abilities. See for yourself. Open your iDroid. Select staff So that staff member was placed on the R&D team. The R&D team is in charge of developing all kinds of weapons and items that'll support you on missions. Take a look at the development list. Select weapons items under the development heading. That's the R&D team's development list. See the item called cardboard box? Didn't seem much use to me, but Miller was adamant that you'd want it on the list. The last word in infiltration technology, or so he said. In any case, we don't have the manpower to develop it just yet. We need more staff on the team. Go extract a few more people. You can also Fulton extract individuals you've knocked out. Why don't you try knocking someone out with CQC next? Show them how it's done, boss. Try That's the best way to knock someone out instantly. Good. Extraction complete. One thing I should mention. A Fulton extraction won't always be successful. If the person is injured, the shock of it could kill them. And if the weather's unfavorable, well, they could end up going missing. You can determine the chance of success by approaching the person you want to extract. If you want to be sure you can get them out, best carry them to the chopper instead. All right, extract the next staff member. Start by knocking him out, or you can put him to sleep.
What next?
Boss, now that we have more people on the R&D team, its level has gone up. It should select weapons items under the development heading. Now select cardboard box and start development. Just be aware that development has finished. You can have the support unit supply you with weapons and items you develop. Think of it as your own personal delivery service.
I'll try and get it to drop on my head here. Oh!
And there it is. Not sure what it's good for, but Miller said you'd know what to do. Try it out. One last thing. The staff members you extracted were all placed on the R&D team, but that was Miller's decision. If you think they belong somewhere else, you're free to move them around. Well, that about does it.
You'll get a unique line if you get it to drop on your head.
You won't make any GMP or find recruits hanging around here. Board the chopper when you're ready for a mission. Open your iDroid and select a landing zone to tell it where to pick you up. Or if you're still in the mood for knocking guys on their asses, you can stay around here a while. Give the men some practice. Just come pay me a visit.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Ezio, thank you very much for the bits. Yeah, I always thought it sounded pretty consistent, Sabbath. A lot of people seem to confuse Ocelot and Miller, though. I noticed that a lot when I play the game. Over the radio, people often mistake Ocelot for Miller and Miller for Ocelot.
Hydroid.
We have the hospital photograph here. Are these even supposed to be real photographs? How did this picture get here? I think maybe these are just supposed to be his memories. And it seems like here he's remembering the MGS5 trailer rather than the game. This is lighting from the trailer.
I've taken the job offers Diamond Dogs has received and made a list of those I want you to consider. Which ones you accept is your call. The objectives of the missions I've added are prisoner rescue, facility sabotage, and high-value target elimination. Probably all a walk in the park for you, but they should help you get back on your feet. I put the mission details on a cassette tape. Refer to it if you decide to accept the mission. We'll receive GMP for completing missions, and extracting soldiers and prisoners will boost our ranks. Building up Mother Base is the first step to achieving our goal. If that means wet work, so be it. We're gonna have to get our hands dirty. I hope you're rested up, because we're not stopping. Not until the pain is gone. The future of Diamond Dogs is in your hands. We're counting on you, boss.
You were hospitalized in Dikelia, a British sovereign base area on Cyprus. It's part of British overseas territory that falls outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. You got moved from Cuba's Little America right into Cyprus's Little Britain. Why Dikelia? The UK and the US remain close allies. The last place Cypher would think to look for you is inside their own system. That's what kept you safe in British military hospital for 9 years. The safest place from a whale is inside its own belly. You were a regular Geppetto.
Well, it wasn't Pinocchio who led me out to safety. So who was that guy?
Cypher went so far as to attack British territory, burning their own ally. That's how badly they wanted you dead.
He said I was in a British military hospital. But the doctor had a Greek accent.
They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Dikelia is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all.
What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south.
Not yet. The Cyprus dispute is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established.
And Dikelia sits right on top of it.
It does. Part of the buffer zone between the two groups. Another reason it was the perfect place to hide you. Easy to spot any outsiders snooping around.
So how do things stand?
Now, last year, the Turks declared that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is an independent state, though it's only Turkey that recognizes it. In the past, the Greeks and Turks lived side by side in the same villages. There are reasons to fight. Those came from the outside. Greece, Turkey, Britain, America, they all had their own stake in pitting the two sides against each other. But once you spark something like this, it's impossible to control. Both sides build up grudges like debt, without the foresight to see that each act of revenge just fans the flames. And then it's too late for other nations to rush in with peace talks. The embers keep on smoldering. Each nation's arrogance only breeds anarchy. The world is paralyzed by this hunger for revenge. Cyprus is no different. You're up.
We're changing ships?
We can't go sailing the Suez in a whaler.
The Suez Canal. When did they reopen it?
Not long after you were attacked. Once they finished sweeping it for mines after the Arab-Israeli conflict. Can you stand? We're going to transfer to a container ship for passage through the Suez. Our destination is Pakistan, Afghanistan's neighbor to the south. There, we disembark and head via Peshawar to the Zero Line, the border. We'll travel to the Khyber Pass by road.
And then?
We continue on horseback. Afghanistan's main roads are under Soviet control. We'll need to go around them. It'll be all narrow, winding paths through the mountains. They'll do better on horseback. It's a local guerrilla tactic. They use the higher ridges to avoid air recons. Then they charge down the mountains for ambushes. The Soviets still haven't devised a counter-strategy. Our time frame is only half as much as we really need. It's gonna be a tough march.
Better horses than boats.
Well, it'll make for good physiotherapy. Take the time to get used to that new arm.
While the Soviets have indicated they are not participating in the Los Angeles Olympics, primarily because the United States has made no attempt to guarantee the safety of the Soviet Union's athletes, the United States is increasingly demonstrating the belief that the issue has nothing to do with its preparations, and in fact this is retaliation for the Western nations' boycott of the previous Moscow Olympics. That concludes today's news.
That's quite some news.
The Soviet Union not attending the LA Olympics? Yeah. Andropov's death has changed some things. They're calling it revenge for the Western boycott of the Moscow Olympics.
Countries boycotted the Moscow Olympics?
Yes. In protest of the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Over 50 countries were absent. It's too bad I didn't get to see Yamashita's judo. When the 40th Army crossed the Amu River 4 years ago, détente went right out the window. The U.S. Congress chose not to ratify SALT II, and Reagan's hardline politics won in the presidency in a landslide. According to him, the Soviet Union's an evil empire.
A second Cold War.
And there's been no end to regional conflicts and civil wars. Lebanon, the Falklands, Grenada, Iran, Iraq. The story never changes.
Egypt and Israel did sign a peace treaty. But then the driving force on the Egyptian side, President Sadat, was assassinated afterward. Apparently his actions were considered a betrayal of his fellow Arabs. Islamic extremists?
Yes. Fundamentalist extremists have been responsible for some bold acts of terrorism in recent years.
We've had extremist students in Iran take U.S. embassy workers hostage, and suicide bombings in Lebanon. Over 300 foreign soldiers stationed there have been killed.
The countries have yet to develop an effective means of dealing with terrorism. Afraid of losing their own men, they've pulled their forces out, handing private forces a golden opportunity.
Private forces?
Small armies with no national affiliation, working for the highest bidder. That's right, they got the idea from you. After Mother Base went down, they began spreading to meet the soaring demand. Miller's organization is just one of many PFs now. The entire world is after you. But at the same time, it needs you too. Miller told me about what happened in the Caribbean 9 years ago. You do remember Miller. You'd formed a private army with him. An army with no allegiance to a nation.
I remember, but...
I see. You're not sure what's fact and what's a fantasy caused by the coma. It's still all a mess, huh? All I can do is tell you the facts as they were told to me. I've gone easy on you up until now. But this is where the hard stuff begins. 1974, the year before you entered your coma. You were in Colombia, operating with a small unit of men, basically mercenaries. Miller was among them. Miller was trying to find a way to turn his and your talents into a line of work. He was looking to start a business where you would fight on behalf of others around the world, those who needed military force. But the reality was, at that time, you didn't have enough gear to equip your own men. Then Miller came across this client. It was a huge job he was offering, but you had a shot at pulling it off. You accepted it and headed into Costa Rica. The client even threw in an offshore facility in the Caribbean. The Mother Base, that would be your new base of operations. Miller sure did have a head for business. As your mission went on, your unit grew and grew. More weapons, more money. Before you knew it, you were commanding 300 men. As the organization got bigger, your military powers swelled to match. It got so the international community couldn't afford to ignore you. You were just too damn successful for your own good. You, your men, had worn out your welcome. Everyone was out for you. East, West, First World, Third. It was only a matter of time before someone took you down. And that was XOF. Officially, they're an anti-terror unit under the CIA. In reality, they're Cypher's private strike force. They lured you to Cuba using Chico, the Nicaraguan revolutionary kid, and Paz, a mole who worked for Cypher as bait.
While you were gone, XOF, posing as a nuclear inspection team, stormed Mother Base. At the same time, C4 they'd placed on the strut legs went off. The whole thing went down in minutes. XOF. Kisses and hugs followed by a big FU. All because of Miller's blind spot. A back door into Mother Base no one suspected. You remember a certain scientist? Huey was responsible for bringing the inspection team on board, giving the enemy a perfect opportunity to hit you at home. You were returning from Cuba when it happened. Mother Base came damn close to taking you with it into the Caribbean. Those of your men out on assignment returned right away. They refused to believe the wreckage in the water they found was Mother Base. But they checked the coordinates again and again, until reality finally settled in. You were supposed to die that day. That was XOF's primary objective. As far as most folks know, you did. The first doctor to see you wasn't even sure what he was looking at. Before they'd even finished operating, your men moved you to that hospital in Cyprus. It was a woman named Eva who arranged that. Rings a bell, huh? Most men in your condition would have been written off right from the start. But you survived. You went straight down to hell, and they pulled you out. Your eye wide open. Full of venom. The days of Naked Snake are long gone. Welcome back, Venom Snake. This world still needs you. Here, Snake, try this on. A prosthetic arm. Yeah, Miller was calling it the arm that wasn't there. The physiotherapy's going well. Your arm's bulked up enough for it to fit. There. Perfect. A little time with it, and it'll work better than the real thing. What do you think? Huh. I can still feel my real arm. Well, you better get used to this one quick. You have any pain? Every now and then. Where? My fingertips. My left fingertips. Sounds like phantom pain. Your brain still remembers your old hand. Yeah. What about your vision? Can you see okay? Yeah, at the moment. Now, the shrapnel in your skull is pressing on your optic nerve. I'm told any hard impact could have an effect on your visual cortex. Yeah, the doctor mentioned that. Your brain might process visual information incorrectly. In other words, you could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, or not see things as they really are. You experience any of that? I think so. When? Right after I wake up. Colors look faded. Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that. I will. All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get. Ocelot. I hear they started calling you Shalashaska in Afghanistan. What's that about? You know the term Sharashka? It's slang for a suspicious, hastily thrown together organization. The word became associated with a type of forced labor facility in the Soviet Gulag system. OKB scientists and engineers who'd been convicted of crimes were sent to a Sharashka for forced R&D. The Sharashkas were supervised by Lavrenti Beria of the NKVD, the secret police, under the official name 4th Special Department. Forced research? That's not very different from what we do here. Diamond Dogs is different. Everyone here believes in you. Regardless of where they came from or why they're here, they revere you. And they're fighting because it was their choice. And if it wasn't, they'd leave? Who knows? That's our reality here, whether it's real or not. If there's another truth, I don't want to know it. All that matters is that's the concept that's taken shape in their heads. The traces of a group ideology, our superstructure, to put it in Marxist terms. All right. Go on. Right. So anyway, at some point the enemy started calling me Sharashka. This was after the war in Afghanistan broke out. While I was keeping an eye on you in that hospital, I was also heading up interrogations here. The men I broke gave up their comrades and families, everything they wanted to protect them most. No real cause for it. I just let myself get caught up in the old Russian pride. And suddenly I received the honor of becoming Special Interrogation Advisor to the forced labor camps. But the more men I interrogated, the more people saw me as just that, the interrogator. It helped cover my real objective of keeping you safe.
You went that far for me?
Far enough to keep you alive. I ended up being pretty well known among the Afghan guerrillas. Some of them would have seen me on the battlefield. And that's how I got the second half of the name. Shashka. It's a sword, a type of saber from the Caucasus. Russian dragoons and Cossacks carried them into battle. Now, the Russian Empire had a general by the name of Fyodor Arturovich Keller. His bravery earned him the nickname Russia's Greatest Shashka. Someone must have known about that, because somewhere along the line, Shashka got stuck on the end of Sharashka. The guerrillas were using the name amongst themselves, and by the time I got to hearing about it, pronunciation had wound up as Shalashashka.
So, half Gulag, half Hero's sword. Is a perfect fit.
But you see how rumors and ideas about people can get out of hand fast. Once you create a character and put it out there in public mind, it warps and twists with every baseless rumor. And before you know it, all people see are phantoms. In my case, it works out just fine. I'm plenty used to working under aliases.
Pretty interesting tape. Of course, playing off of the mistranslation in reality as well. When Kojima first heard this name, it was a mistranslation. Or when he first saw it written, it was a mistranslation. It was supposed to be Sharashka, but it wound up in the game as Shalashashka. Originally, I thought it was one of Blaustein's errors, but no, it wasn't on his end. It was wherever Kojima initially read the name. It was incorrect wherever he first saw that. But it also seems to tie into like a bigger theme in the game regarding names and language, and how a name is something more than just a signifier, something to give a title to something. You know, it's a part of your identity. And just how, you know, how names are perception. Makes me think of later on in the game, you know, when Liquid loses his name, and with it, his reputation when he gets brought back to base. Nyoka Ya Mpembe, he gets that name taken from him, and he loses his power. What do I want to do next? Do I want to keep doing these tapes or do a mission? Let's get through all these tapes.
So SALT II still hasn't gone into effect.
That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. Just when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off, somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse.
The president was in the middle of the SALT II talks back then.
You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker, and were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike.
Coleman's big idea? Humans are incapable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans are capable of.
If that AI, I mean, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch.
Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was.
All thanks to you. And her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end...
The time's define the politics. When you've grabbed their tail, they turn and bite your hand.
Is it explained where Ocelot was during the events of Peace Walker? Yeah, I think he might talk about it in this next tape. You know, his history with the Patriots and all of that. I'm not sure if he... I can't remember if he says, like, specifically what he was doing in 74. Originally, Ocelot was going to be in Peace Walker in the original concept for the game. But in the end, they decided to leave him out so that the game could focus more on Miller. They didn't want Ocelot to take attention away from this new character that they really wanted to build up, which I think was probably a good idea in the end. Miller is a great part of Peace Walker, and just having that one particular relationship between Snake and Miller. They wanted to hold off on Ocelot.
I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Selenouyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O, or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, aka Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot, from the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish, to make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the Philosopher's Legacy, the secret war fund you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with the problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted. I still trusted him in those days. We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project. Les Enfants Terribles, Zero called it. You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero did too. You always were the best when it came to hide and seek. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism. And that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing. No photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried every method I could think of, but Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power continued to grow. Cypher is a great beast, and Zero was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops Unit, XOF, They learned where you were and came to wipe the slate clean. Christmas Eve, 1979, the Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan. Muslims had revolted against the Soviet-friendly regime established the year before. The DRA forces could no longer contain it themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. The Afghan government was powerless and fraught with infighting. They lost the hearts and minds of the people, and that alarmed the Soviet leadership. With the Islamic Revolution happening in Iran, the Soviets felt they had to act fast or risk the spread of Islamic revivalism. A superpower, sending a motorized rifle division against men on horseback with antique rifles. Everyone thought it'd be over in an instant, only it wasn't. Some Muslims made their fight a jihad, a holy war, and began a guerrilla campaign on all fronts. A war of attrition. These fighters call themselves Mujahideen. They're being supported by the West through Pakistan. That's why Miller was involved. He was training them near the Zero Line, sponsored by the CIA. The war has become a nightmare for the Soviet troops stationed here. They thought they'd be headed home in 6 months at the most. Then a year passed. 2 years. Now here we are 4 years on with no exit in sight. Afghanistan has become the Soviet Union's Vietnam. The Soviet troops on the ground want to go home, but at least they have homes to go back to. The Afghans have lost theirs. The Soviets destroy the kishlaks, villages, wherever they can. They burn down homes and fields, fill in wells, turn pastures into minefields. It's created a mass of refugees who fled to Pakistan. If the Mujahideen are fish swimming around the villages, the Soviets will go so far as to dry out their ocean. But this has had a big price. There's bitter resentment among the Afghans, and they're taking out their anger on the soldiers on the front lines. Among the Mujahideen are the Pashtun people. They're fiercely devoted to their code of Badal, or revenge. Soviets they've captured have had their hands, feet, and noses cut off before being left to die at the side of the road, just to show their comrades what they're capable of. Friendlies who come across them can do nothing but put them out of their misery. Then they burn down another village in retaliation. And the cycle of vengeance goes on. Snake, I wanted to ask you about the man on fire. What do you remember from the hospital? Anything we can use?
Well, he took off the moment the sprinklers started up.
Sprinklers? The fire system?
And when he got sprayed with water from the burst pipe, it slowed him down.
When we escaped on horseback, he wouldn't cross the river either.
And then it started to rain. And he disappeared.
Water against fire. Is it that simple? I mean, it makes sense. It's just hard to believe it would work on a guy like that.
Alright, let's get into some missions, shall we? First, though... yeah, let's show off the little thing with C2W. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There's a interesting little thing with this mission. You can complete this mission in free roam before you actually take on the mission. And if you do, something unique happens. Some of you may not have seen it before, so we'll show it. I've never played this game in anything other than English. I'll be playing Elden Ring next month, Shinlei. I don't know if I'm all that excited for it, because I was a bit mixed on Elden Ring in the end. But I'm sure I'll still play the hell out of it. still put fucking 300 hours into Elden Ring or something. I might need to lower the volume a bit now that I'm in the game. Okay, sorry, you probably weren't able to hear me all that well.
Be careful down there, boss.
I'm just so worn on their boss formula. I don't know how other people aren't getting bored of it. Their games are just starting to get so samey. But maybe if I just thought the bosses were better as well in Elden Ring, it wouldn't have bothered me as much. But yeah, I just find myself when I'm playing Elden Ring, I just feel like I've done it all before. Like you go into a boss and you learn the patterns, when to get in your little bits of chip damage, and yeah, you press circle at the right time and you roll and you get your iframes at the end of a combo, and it's just the same fucking shit again and again and again.
Boss, you see many animals in the field. Truth is, an environmental NGO has asked us to remove wild animals from combat zones. If you have the time, can you extract some back here? There's a reward in it for us.
I played Elden Ring 1 3/4 times. I only did one full playthrough, but it was like a 200 or 300 hour playthrough. And I really had a good time playing it. It just left a really bad aftertaste. The more I reflected on it, the more I started to kind of dislike it. I love their world. I love their worlds and their world building.
It'll be dawn soon. Your surroundings will be easier to see, but that goes for the enemy as well.
And the way they tell their stories. But I'm just so done with their gameplay. I think it's just really wearing on me. But again, maybe a lot of that was again down to the open world nature of Elden Ring and the fact that there was just so much copy paste and like a million variations of all these different boss fights that you had to do again and again and again, and the dungeons, and yeah, just that kind of fatigue that you get. I just think the main bosses weren't as good as what they had in their previous games for the most part. But I would still say I enjoyed the game. It's just, yeah, it just kind of left a nasty aftertaste. I'm sure I'll play the hell out of the DLC and still have a good time with it.
The guard detail in Soviet outpost changes in the morning too. Watch yourself.
Even the way they deliver like secrets in their games. There's only so many times I can go to the bottom of a big well and find an illusory wall that leads deeper into another part of the secret dungeon. There's only there's only so many times you can do that before it gets stale. You can't do Ash Lake 5 times and expect it to hit the same way every time. You know, I just feel like their whole formula has kind of run its course. They need to like rebuild their... They need to cut down the tree and start again. Instead of, you know, instead of releasing Demon Souls 6.5 again. You know what I mean, whether it's an illusory wall or just some hidden thing at the bottom of a dungeon that leads into a deeper part of the dungeon. I just feel like the way they present their secrets has kind of lost some of its magic. You know, like using emotes to open up a part of the world. Shit like that. It's just kind of hard to get surprised by the games anymore. Let's get this chopper.
Roger.
If Elden Ring was the first FromSoft game I ever played, I would probably have a very different opinion. Because I think a lot of my issues are just down to stagnation of it, or just the formula that has worn on me over the years.
Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. This is Pequod. There's an obstruction at the LZ preventing me from landing. Request immediate removal.
Hey, D-Horse is a good boy. He gets out of the way himself. Elden Ring hype on launch was crazy, like GTA or COD level crazy. I was really happy to see From gain that level of success with Elden Ring. And it's cool that so many new people got introduced to their games because of it. I think that's great. It's been great to see them evolve, you know, Demon's Souls being a word of mouth success. And then it just grew from there really naturally.
By connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own Aerial Command Center, or ACC. Some elements of staff assignment and R&D of weapons and items can only be performed from there. Take as long as you need to consider all your options.
Let's see. Found my PS2 and my copy of MGS2. I wanted to replay the game after years of watching Night Dog and DRK. Make the game look easier than it is. Getting your ass kicked? Yeah, I mean, we've played it enough times. Don't worry, if you play the game 1,000 times like us, you'll get really good at it too. Now, let's see. Sometimes this doesn't seem to work, but let's start up C2W and see if it works.
disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment.
Hold it, Miller. It's already been destroyed.
What? The comms equipment? All of it?
All of it.
Well, great work, boss. Mission complete.
There we go. So you've already destroyed it.
Complete. Phew. At least you made it out in one piece.
You don't even have to do the mission. Yeah, maybe Elden Ring will grow on me if I go back and replay it. But yeah, it's just so big. And when I replay Souls games, I love to really get into the lore and do everything and read all the descriptions and shit and do all the quest lines and I just don't think, I think it's too much. It's too big. It's too big for the way I like to enjoy those games. And there's just too much of it that I don't really care for at the same time. I'd just rather go back and replay Bloodborne or Dark Souls 1.
How you feeling, boss? Getting used to being in the field again? Having choppers and a horse at your disposal is indispensable for operating in the wilds of Afghanistan. I've gone ahead and arranged for you to be able to develop and customize weaponry for support choppers. And you can also develop new equipment for D-Horse if you like.
What a load of bullshit.
Use your iDroid to start development as needed.
Yeah, like I've replayed Bloodborne so many times, Dark Souls so many times, and I could see myself continuing to do that again and again every couple of years or every year. Go back and do another playthrough. But with Elden Ring, it's just such a behemoth of a game. Kind of feel like maybe I've just had my fill after one playthrough. I'm not sure if I need to have another one. You know, maybe if, because I never just played those games for the gameplay. I have no real interest in replaying it just to do another build and fight the bosses again. I never had an interest in PvP either. You know, I really like to do slow playthroughs of those games. And yeah, it's just a commitment if you want to do a slow playthrough of Elden Ring. It's a beast of a game.
Remember the guys you brought back from the base in Cuba 9 years ago? Believe it or not, some of them survived that hell we went through. Word reached them that Big Boss is back and they wanted in. They're good men, our brothers in fate. They'll be glad to know you've seen them here.
Kojima survived. Just about. Barely.
The side ops list is comprised of problems we need you to resolve. Objectives to be completed, and information gained from the soldiers and prisoners you've extracted. These aren't missions per se, but if you can take care of them when you're free, I'd appreciate it.
Let's see. Let's go get this Russian interpreter before we do anything else. Rescue DD.
time to be playing with animals. What are you gonna do, boss? What's gotten into you?
Hi there, Peace Walker.
Boss, stop. What's gotten into you? Roger that. We'll pick him up.
D-Horse, where are you? Whoa!
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. Find this language specialist and extract him.
Henry, thank you for gifting us up to Jankal. These two should have a little chat here.
Эй, ты же говоришь по-английски? Это непросто. Наверное, работает в переводческом отделении, аналитики, западной разведки. Я часто вижу, у тебя свет допоздна.
Да, я всегда читаю газеты и журналы с той стороны. Я даже думаю по-английски.
Правда? Научи меня каким-нибудь клёвым выражением. На случай, если я вдруг встречу американца.
Хорошо, повторяй за мной. I spent
last night
with your girlfriend.
With your girlfriend.
With your girlfriend.
Правда? И что это значит?
Я друг твоего
Listen to these
приятеля.
two children here.
О, это действительно и полезно. Любые мелочи могут помочь в этой холодной войне, да?
Точно.
He's teaching him English and he doesn't know what he's saying.
Ха-ха, может быть. В следующий раз ты должен научить меня еще чему-нибудь.
Конечно, увидимся.
That Soviet soldier in the Green Beret is speaking English. Must be a language specialist. With him on our side, we'd be capable of Russian interpretation support. Try and extract him. That's the target.
Talk.
Spit it out. Speak. Speak.
Okay, let's take care of this last guy.
Spit it out.
Что это значит?
He speaks Russian. What we need is an interpreter. The main principle of intelligence work is intel gathering. But that's a problem if you don't speak the enemy's language. We need a staff member with the interpreter skill to do a simultaneous interpretation.
Spit it out. Talk.
Okay, let's extract him. Oh yeah, let's disconnect. Yeah.
Farming villages in southern Vahan have been subjected to a strategic bombing campaign the past several weeks. The damage is spreading. It's part of the Soviet Scorched Earth operation aimed at wiping out the guerrillas. The target this time is the commander of a Spetsnaz detachment. He's been key to the operation's success. People say this guy's responsible for annihilating the Mujahideen at Tsmasi Laman, the Hamid fighters, overnight. He's a tough, experienced commander. Don't underestimate him. The order from my client in the west is to shoot on sight. They want him out of the picture for good. Sorry, boss. This one's purely business. Wet work. A hit on a commanding officer of the Soviet military. Nothing personal. We're only doing this because it gets us one step closer to our goal.
Okay, let's do it. Because we have the Russian interpreter now, we'll be able to listen in on his conversation with his men. Oh, you can just decline the terms there as well, and that's another way of doing it? Okay. I probably assumed that you just had to accept the terms. Right. A hero's way. A hero's journey.
Your target is a Spetsnaz detachment commander. Your orders are to take him out. With skills like his, it'd be a shame to waste him. But I'll leave the method.
Who is the hero here? Me?
Boss, make your way to Deshago Calais.
Commander?
Eliminate the target.
I always thought it was the commander when you find out that the commander actually has a moral code. I think Miller's information ends up being false, right? That they were the ones who were responsible for wiping out the village.
Recon detail with him. Keep your guard up.
Are we going to be doing a quiet exit, or we usually don't do it just because it's such a pain in the ass? And Chapter 2 is just such a slog anyway, that having to fucking grind out Quiet's bond level is just a nasty extra bit of pain that we try to avoid. Maybe we'll do it this time, we'll see.
пирамиды в Досмосее Ламан уничтожили. Похоже, гражданским тоже досталось. Ходят слухи, что это постарались наши. Так вот, это грязная ложь. Товарищи, приказы не обсуждаются. Мы должны выполнять данные нам задачи. Если сказано «сожги деревню», мы ее сжигаем. Только так мы раздавим душманов. За Родину! Но помните, мирных жителей трогать нельзя. Если среди них будут жертвы, это только подольет масло в огонь. Если командир прикажет мне убить гражданского, я убью командира. Я к этому готов. Надеюсь, и вы тоже. Все ясно?
Yeah, so Miller's information is false. Or maybe not, because he says that if we burn down the villages, we burn them down, but never will this involve killing civilians. But I think when we interrogate him here, he says that someone else was responsible for the burning of the village as well, I think.
That looks like the target.
We burned a bunch of villages, but I swear we didn't kill the villagers. But they had nothing to do with Dysmasi Laman, right? That was all Skullface. And there he's hinting at the honeybee, I think. The hidden weapon in Dysmasi Laman.
Boss, I gotta say it would be a waste to kill him. Putting him to sleep doesn't count as eliminating him. Neither does knocking him out. Target secured. I'll tell the client we sent the target to a place outside of heaven. Boss, your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land. Don't hang around.
Jampati, how's it going? I thought I was playing Ground Zeroes for a second there. I adjusted for a bullet drop that didn't exist. What's my favorite from the licensed 80s hits in MGS5? Probably Rebel Yell. That is a real banger. True is another banger.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Amazing. Mission complete. Our army is growing like crazy thanks to you, boss. In fact, it's getting downright crowded around here. To bring a greater number of people on board, we'll need to expand our facilities. To that end, I've created a base development unit. It has two roles, material refinement and platform construction. I'll start with the material refinement part. The base development unit procures material resources on a regular basis according to its level. The materials are stored in containers and placed on the deck of Mother Base. Once they're finished being processed, they can finally be put to use. By using these materials to build new platforms, we'll be able to add a greater number of staff to our ranks. We don't need any specific instructions from you to refine the materials, but I want you to be the one to decide how we construct platforms. Once we have sufficient GMP and the
Big
required
boss
material
wants
resources, you can issue construction orders from your iDroid.
Only time will tell. I like Gloria a lot as well. Gloria is a banger. There are probably a lot of them that I've forgotten about as well, because we don't always pick all of them up during these playthroughs.
Prolonged time in the field is bad for the body and mind. I think it's time you took a break. Do it for me. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
Come back! Mitch. Here's the dog you brought back. Bit of a troublemaker. Not sure about the breed, though. He'll get bigger? Uh-huh. Like this. You know, I can look after him. He's still a pup, so he doesn't listen. I have a feeling someday he'll be useful. I suspect you discovered a real diamond in the rough. With a little polish, I'd say we got a true diamond dog on our hands.
DD, right? What a load of bullshit. Oslet raising hounds.
Come on, Dee Dee.
That's tasty.
I watched Mad Max 2 again very recently, and I completely forgot the inspiration Kojima took from that film for Dee Dee in this. You know, Max has the dog beside him all the time in Mad Max 2, and he like orders him to attack people at certain parts of the film. It was very Phantom Pain-esque, especially with how quiet Max is as a character as well. In a desert environment, driving around with the dog in the passenger seat.
Boss, we received a back-channel request from Langley. We're to find a piece of new American military hardware that's gone missing in the mountains of Afghanistan. It's a difficult mission, but I'd say you're back in top form by now. Check your iDroid for the details.
Never saw 2? Yeah, watch Mad Max 2. You'll see a lot of Kojima in there. You'll see a lot of MGS similarities. There's some pretty big Death Stranding similarities as well, I think. When it comes to the characters.
This war, the Kremlin never expected to have this much trouble against the Mujahideen. Afghanistan is a tribal society. Tradition demands that its people stand up to any outsiders who set foot on their land. With the honor of their people at stake, they have everything to fight for. No matter how hard the Soviets hit them, they continue to appear out of nowhere, striking back, then vanishing again. But there's one thing even the Mujahideen fear. Every last one of them. The Soviet gunships. They're highly maneuverable and equipped with massive firepower. Plus, the underside of the fuselage is heavily armored. The Mujahideen can barely scratch them with their small arms. Anyone who hangs around gets mowed down by the gunship's heavy machine guns. This new honeybee weapon that was given to the Hamid fighters, it's no doubt something to help them strike back against the gunships, which makes it a weapon that could change the course of the war. Those guerrilla fighters known as Mujahideen don't actually belong to a single organization. Afghanistan is a multi-ethnic country. You've got the Pashtuns, the Tajiks, Uzbeks, Hazaras, and each of them is split into their own tribes, large and small. Each ethnicity has several rebel organizations that their various tribes gather under. They're united under the banner of jihad, but that doesn't mean they work like a single standing army. Just look at the area around Smasy Fort. A lot of Tajiks used to live there, but they fled after the Soviets started their Scorched Earth campaign. With the area uninhabited, the Hamid fighters, who are Pashtun, decided to move in. The Hamids are based out of the city of Peshawar. We passed through it on the western edge of Pakistan. The Pashtun people have long lived in Afghanistan and western Pakistan. They used to travel back and forth frequently. Then Britain went and established the border that still stands today. The Hamid fighters get generous support from the Pakistani government. The government wants to use them to secure influence over Afghanistan. Their liaison with the Hamids is Inter-Services Intelligence, and behind the ISI, you have the CIA. That's probably how the honeybee ended up in the hands of the Hamid men.
Kaz, what about the unit that attacked us in the mist? You knew something about them.
That wasn't my first run-in with them. It happened right before I was captured by the Soviets. We were on the Zero line that day, the Afghan side, on our way back from training the Mujahideen at a mountain camp in Kunar province. There's a lot of that work in Afghanistan. Most PFs shy away from it because it draws too much attention. But for us, that was the whole point. The job itself went great. We just had to make it back to a tribal area in Pakistan. But all of a sudden, visibility got real bad. It was no sandstorm. Our point man gave the strange report. He said he could see skulls in the mist.
Skulls?
The next moment, he went silent. We scrambled into formation, right before his arms and legs came raining down on us. It was always supposed to be a dangerous mission, so I had Diamond Dog's very best with me. We were calling out to each other. But one by one, the voices just went dead. Whatever happened to me, I lost consciousness before I knew it. When I came to, I was in a Soviet camp, tied to an interrogation chair.
Could they be some new Spetsnaz unit?
No. The ones that interrogated me were just the average rank and file. Whatever group attacked us, the way they moved was just insane. And that mist, appearing out of nowhere. The Soviets don't have tech like that.
If they did, Ocelot would have heard about it.
I doubt the West does either. Otherwise, the folks at Langley would be sleeping a lot easier.
Why'd they come after you?
Wish I knew. I'm the only one who survived. Though I don't think they planned it that way. If I was their target, they wouldn't have just handed me over to the 40th Army. Whatever the case, we need to watch our step until we know who they really are. And boss, if you ever do run into them again, don't try to take them on. You just get the hell out of there. When I first started dealing with Zero, with Cypher, it was a somewhat parasitic relationship. Though, a mutually beneficial one. Cypher had no army of their own, so they wanted us. They wanted our strength. They approached me as a potential business partner.
But they had other motives.
Cypher coaxed us into Central America, into that US-Soviet proxy war, to fuel Mother Base's growth. Once we were big enough, they'd force us to join them. That was the plan.
That's why they had Paz, still Zeke.
Right. And if we refused, she would use Zeke to fire a nuke from Mother Base. The world would consider us a liability, and countries would unite to destroy us.
We stopped the launch.
And yet they still took us down.
Through that fake inspection they orchestrated to cover up their sabotage. That power Cypher wanted. We don't have it anymore. So why are they still after you? Is it just the fear of leaving you alive?
I don't know. Was Zero really... All I know is the man I knew wouldn't want this.
What do you mean?
We have to consider that it might not be Zero we're dealing with.
We know virtually nothing about Cypher anymore. How big they've gotten, what they want, or even who they really are. The new Mother Base started out as a test drilling rig operated by a mineral resources supplier, but their project fell through. The Seychelles government was happy to hand the place over to us. It was just scrap on stilts. So with a few dummy construction companies set up as fronts, we started renovating the half-finished rig. From the outside, it looked like the project was back on rails.
Kaz, you...
What?
I see what you're doing. Recreating the Mother Base we had 9 years ago. Only this time.
That's right. The Mother Base Cypher thought they destroyed will return from the grave to kill them. We'll prove to the world that we were the victors.
And if we lose again?
They can't fool us the same way twice. Now our enemies are in plain sight. And when our organization gets too big, we split it across companies. Any company that draws attention gets liquidated, and its capital is back-channeled into a new company. Most PFs are small-time operations anyway. And in this business, the minnows go bankrupt all the time. We've never aroused suspicion. Plus, we have Hewick.
Hewick?
Human Exploitation Company. It's a business specializing in intel gathering.
Bullshit.
Think of it as a civilian intelligence agency.
Kaz, that's...
Remember what they were trying to accomplish at the prison facility in Cuba? That gave me the idea. We dispatch moles into conflict zones around the world, and each sets up an intel network on site. Then they stay in place to give us stable points of contact when other nations intervene in the conflicts. Hewick's strength is that it has a cutout at each level. You get your job from one guy, then you hand it off to another. No one has direct access. It's a perfect black box. Hewick members also work their way into the superpowers intelligence agencies to make sure Diamond Dogs gets work. We have those countries by the balls. That's our deterrent when we need it.
Networking? In the intelligence community?
Sure, that's how we've grown this far. And when you go out on missions, intel from Hewick will be there to back you up. But despite all that, Cypher has its eyes on us. The only reason I'm not dead is that they needed to know where you were. Figured if you woke up, I'd go straight to you. That's what...
This is actually a pretty interesting little tie-in to Ground Zeroes. Into like some of the more obscure elements of Ground Zeroes. The side ops. The one where you have to make contact with the undercover Cypher agent. Or, you know, where you're supposed to get that tape, but then it turns out that it wasn't the real tape. And then you can spy on those two guys, one of them being the Cypher agent. And you start to learn that the base seems to be under Cypher control. And now Miller is taking inspiration from that and the agents that were used on the base.
Made that ruckus at the Zero line.
Yeah, to make their own surveillance work against them. I think it took some of the heat off Cyprus.
Kaz.
Then I just had to wait for you to save me. And I've gotten used to waiting.
Kaz.
That's not all. It was a good chance to scout the market. And with the West wanting the Soviets out of Afghanistan, their agencies are bursting at the seams with funding. Boss, let's start by building up our Afghan presence.
Why put Mother Base in the Seychelles?
We're at the center of the world here.
We're all the way out in the Indian Ocean.
Come on. Lebanon, Sri
what's up,
Lanka,
Corsair?
East Timor, and Africa. From here, our reach extends to conflict zones the world over, including Afghanistan, of course.
So it's prime real estate for a mercenary.
Exactly. Latin America isn't as close as I'd like, but we have Amanda and her people to help in that department. And besides, the Seychelles government owes us a favor.
Owes us?
The Seychelles has strong ties to the east, which the West wanted to shake up. It came to a head 3 years ago, in an attempted coup. It was a force of South African mercenaries, with U.S. backing behind the scenes. They were only platoon size, but South Africa is home to some heavy PFs. Too much for the Seychelles to handle. In the end, they accepted help from the Tanzanian army, and quelled the coup. We set up the deal and handled on-site tactical instruction. That led to some training work for the Seychelles military. And when we put down a mutiny within their forces, well, we made a lot of people happy. They don't pay us. They just let us have a piece of their offshore territory on the promise we'll come running if something else happens.
So we're bodyguards, too.
It's a good setup. We can only take Mother Base so far here. We'll have to find somewhere else when this place starts getting big.
Aren't you being a little hasty?
Nothing hasty about it. You're back with us now.
So, Kaz, the
Hey,
ship
what's
that
up,
took
Crow?
us from Cyprus, it used to be a whaler.
Yeah, a Japanese vessel. How was the voyage?
It was... stimulating.
Well, she was part of a whaling fleet up until a few years ago. Her displacement isn't anything to write home about, but she can really move. She still had plenty of life left in her, but then the work dried up. Global opposition to whaling has been mounting for years.
Is that right?
The push to ban it has been gaining traction for a little over a decade. Individual species came under protection as the years went on. And then 2 years ago, the IWC adopted a moratorium on commercial whaling. Several countries, including Japan, fought it to the bitter end. But eventually, most whaling companies had no choice but to throw in the towel. You ever tried whale snake?
Can't say that I have.
When I was a kid in Japan, practically everybody ate it.
That good, huh?
The country was poor in those days, and whale was cheap. International opinions changed since then. In any case, that's why we were able to get a bargain price on the ship. Of course, we did end up spending 5 times the purchase price in modifications. We had to really work to fit in all the ESM and communications gear while keeping the whaler look intact. Right now she's going around conducting SIGINT missions. In the future, we plan to use her as a communications relay base between you and Mother Base, and also as a chopper resupply vessel. Diamond Dogs. The word diamond originally comes from the Greek adamas. It means indomitable, unyielding. Other words for the stones often mean eternal bond, fortitude, or purity. The same is true of the Star of Bethlehem flowers you laid on the boss's grave. They represent innocence, as well as chastity, yielding to no man while maintaining one's virtue. In other words, staying loyal to something.
Hey, what's up, CJ? How's it going? It's kind of interesting to consider when that image you see at the start of the game of the flowers burning, the flowers on fire. All right, let's do another mission, and then we'll do the rest of those tapes in a bit. Yeah, let's do over the fence.
If we're going to expand Mother Base, we need more manpower. And not just for combat roles either. R&D, the support unit, intel, each demands a different set of skills. If we want to achieve what we've set out to do, Diamond Dogs has got to get stronger. There's a Soviet engineer I want to have join us. He was the one who built your prosthesis. With him on our side, who knows what sort of enhancements he'll come up with for it. He tried to defect but didn't make it, and now he's being held prisoner at Waksin Barracks. Find this engineer and get him out. Having him on our R&D team will go a long way to helping Diamond Dogs grow.
I added that emote, by the way, Crow. I added Safi's yeah to my channel as well.
Boss, the Soviet engineer is being held prisoner at the Waksin Barracks. You need to find him and get him out. He tried to defect from the base camp up north, but it didn't work out. Now they're holding him at Waksin. He's offered his technical skills to us as long as we can guarantee his safety. You have to extract the target.
think Kaz has wet dreams regarding Big Boss.
I'm sure he'll be able to modify it in all kinds of ways as well.
No, but Ocelot absolutely does.
Be careful down there, boss.
The target's an engineer. A mechanical engineer, to be precise. That prosthesis you're using is apparently one of his group. That's the Waksin barracks.
Stop interrupting yourself, Miller.
The Soviets consider him a traitor now, so he'll be treated like any other prisoner.
Tell me about this guy.
The target's an engineer. A mechanical engineer, to be precise. That prosthesis you're using is apparently one of his creations. So you know, firsthand, just how good this guy is. It'd be a damn waste to let them kill him. Get him out of there in one piece. Now I gotta say, what was a mechanics whiz doing in a place like that? It's just as we suspected. They must be developing some kind of weapon in that region. That crack would make a good foothold. You can use crack climbing to make your way up.
Hold on a second. Crow, what do you have here? Oh, nice. Okay, I'll add it. Done.
Boss, you've entered a building. Always keep an escape route in mind when you head indoors. If you get surrounded, you'll have nowhere to run. That's the target. Looks like we found him.
Протез. Я его сделал. Это протез. Его сделал. Это мой шедевр. Обычные протезы. Это скучно.
Great. If there's nothing in the way overhead, you should be able to fold them in.
Это механические гибриды. Можно сказать, что это не протез, а бионическая рука. За свою жизнь я создал тысячи таких конечностей. Они использовались спросом даже в Кремле. И вот благодарность. Сделай гигантские руки для новой боевой платформы, они мне сказали. Я ведь инженер-бионик. А они посадили меня сделать заводные игрушки. Я этого не вынес. И поэтому сбежал. И меня поймали. Теперь, может, меня ждет лагерь. Ты меня спас. Я готов тебя слушать. Могу улучшить твою бионическую. Просто дай мне продолжить свою работу.
Okay, let's call Chopper.
Roger. out of there. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by. Target extraction confirmed. Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land. Departing! Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there.
Is why you're the best, boss. The one and only. Let's see. I think next I'll get the Pashto interpreter if we want to show all the optional stuff on where do the bees sleep.
The engineer we rescued has been extremely cooperative. The guys on the R&D team are glad to have him aboard. Thing is, his specialty isn't mechanics, but something called bionics, engineering based on biology. He's already submitted a proposal for modifying your prosthetic arm. If you're interested, go ahead and give the development order.
Make the arm vibrate. You can get a vibrating prosthetic arm in Devil May Cry 5. You can get a prosthetic that also serves as a vibrator. I think the name of it is Sweet Surrender. And it's actually supposed to be a vibrator. If you read the description of it, it's not so subtle. Yeah, it's the arm that gives you health back, isn't it? If you use the Sweet Surrender, it's not very good offensively, but it'll give you health. A lot of games released around that time with characters who had prosthetic arms. First it was MGS5, then Devil May Cry 5, then Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. That was the era of protagonists with prosthetic arms. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna grab this blueprint. I always forget what side ups I actually need to do here to unlock the Pashto guy. I think maybe I only have to do one of these two. I used to think I had to do 3 side ops here, but I remember a playthrough recently where I only did 2. I think. But I can't remember which ones I actually have to do here.
Be careful down there, boss.
The security forces must know something about the targets. After you grab or hold up an enemy, try interrogating them. And material.
Now, what have I unlocked? Extract the little sheep. Do I need to extract the sheep? I think I just need to get this prisoner. And then once I get this prisoner, it unlocks. Let's see. Right.
That's the target.
Oh, really? Okay, we can just bolt in them here.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Okay, now let's see if it unlocked. Nice! Okay, it's those two. The blueprint one unlocks that one. And then that one unlocks Pashto. I'll try and remember. Is anyone going to watch the film about the bearded French lady? What's that one? I haven't heard of that one. Well, 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 well. Hey, where am I going?
There are reports of a Pashto English interpreter operating in that area. If you extract him, he could be plenty useful for us.
Help me! You're all right.
Oh damn, it's in the 1870s as well? Interesting.
Okay, subject.
Okay, we're done. Let's go back. Perfect Days, that new Wim Wenders film. I heard of that one. It has your man from Cure in it. I really like that actor. I'm a big fan of Wenders' film Paris, Texas. It's a real classic.
Ocelot said the number of private forces is increasing, and they've modeled themselves after us.
They're a far cry from the likes of us.
But why? 9 years ago we made enemies of the world as a nuclear-equipped force, independent of ideology or state.
Yes. Sooner or later, the real UN would have stepped in.
So why are they giving these PFs free rein?
That's our fault, too.
What do you mean?
What happened 9 years ago was a real problem for a lot of people. An organization as big as ours, with our facilities, was wiped off the map. Not an easy thing to hide. But if our existence came to light, so would the names of our clients. We had contracts all over, east and west, from superpowers to banana republics, the lot. Our clients denied all association with the likes of us. They had to make sure things didn't blow up on them. But at the same time, they missed us. They really missed us. The demand for armies for hire was as strong as ever. The international community turned a blind eye to what happened to us, despite still needing people who could do our jobs. History couldn't afford to lose us. As soon as we were gone, they needed a replacement. So private forces spread everywhere. And they're all just a phone call away.
But still.
I know. PFs are totally different from what we envisioned. Nation-states, revolutionaries, terrorists. They have a lot of clients, and Cypher is one of them. Cypher stays anonymous, but I know their work when I see it. In the eyes of those clients, the world's PFs are all just expendable pawns. The clients don't have to worry about losing their own men. Nobody knows they're involved, and PFs are cheap. In short, the world is chewing up soldiers and spitting them out. Even some of the old Mother Base's survivors are still working for PFs. Some guys created their own smaller forces. Others were taken on by emerging PFs. Everybody's gone their separate ways. But none of them are living their dream, because they're not fighting with you. Of course, I tried to headhunt as many of them as I could for Diamond Dogs. It was all a waste of time. They said they weren't interested without you to lead them, but now you're back. And everything's gonna change. We'll unite all private forces under you, transcending nations and economies. What is a nation? Just a patch of dirt. The bonds among us will surpass nations, and that's what'll put the world under our control. We'll establish a new kind of country, redefine the very concept of it.
This part seems to allude to MGS4 in a way. will unite all private forces under you. Makes me think of the world that the Patriots create in MGS4 and how Big Boss is the key to the whole system.
Cypher will be below us. An extraterritorial federation of military nations. The United States of Force.
They draw that parallel between Cypher and Big Boss at the end of the game. You know, and they call Cypher Big Brother and Big Boss the Big Brother of the battlefield.
Once word of Big Boss's return starts traveling, that'll be our true deterrent against Cypher. In other words, no one will dare to come gunning for you.
How do you figure?
Cypher lacks a large-scale fighting force. PFs are the perfect tool for them. But those PFs revere you. The legendary Big Boss. If Cypher killed you now, they wouldn't take it lying down. Maybe they'd even go looking for revenge, but they definitely wouldn't keep doing Cypher's dirty work, even if it put their lives at stake. That's why it's no longer a benefit to Cypher to get rid of you. The very fact that you're alive is our greatest defense against Cypher.
Nice to know. It'll buy us some time while we get back to full strength.
Just keep in mind that what I'm saying is generalizing a lot. In practice, the PFs around the world don't know your face. Just declaring that you're Big Boss won't be enough to convince them. And if they see you as an enemy, they'll come at you with everything they've got.
Some hero.
That's why you need to bring them back to Mother Base. Show them on your terms that you really are the one and only Big Boss. Once you've proven that, they won't hesitate to join us. We were lucky to get our hands on that cyborg arm developer. There's no one in Diamond Dogs who can so much as maintain that thing.
Bionic arm, not cyborg, if you go by what he calls it. But you're right, the East is light years ahead in bionics. They can even detect through the skin the slight electrical signals from the brain that order muscles to move. The Soviet Union completed their first bionic arm capable of doing that back in the 60s. Although I guess that news didn't really reach the West.
No kidding. Zadornov's was the only one I ever saw. Quite a shock to see it for the first time.
And it was no mean feat to get hold of Snake's arm. I couldn't get one for you at the time, but you know, now...
Forget it. I've no intention of relying on bionics. Right now I need to keep the pain fresh in my mind.
Well, it's your decision. But don't you find it... inconvenient?
Not a bit. But the phantom pain... it never lets up. Do you know how many men I saw die that day? There's nothing we can do to bring them back. And you expect me to care about getting a measly arm and leg back? Sorry. But my pain belongs to all our dead comrades. I'll keep living with it for their sake. It'll guide me straight and true until I've gotten them the vengeance they deserve. Snake, do you remember Amanda?
Yeah, I do.
Their revolution was a success. Somoza resigned, and Nicaragua has a new government. Amanda's really working hard for her country to be reborn.
Good for them.
She says she wishes Chico could be there.
That revolution was the dream. For Amanda, for Chico, and their father.
That chopper was no place for Chico to die. I'd like to at least think history will remember his part in the revolution.
When you pick up a gun, there's always a chance you'll die for nothing. He knew that as well as the rest. Now that he's gone, it's up to the rest of us to decide what it was all worth. If we don't, there's nothing to prove that Chico ever lived at all. We're his mark on the world.
Amanda told us that Strangelove contacted her after the revolutionaries came to power in Nicaragua. Strangelove, the AI researcher from Mother Base?
I remember her.
We'd lost touch with her, till Amanda heard from her out of the blue. She told Amanda she wanted to salvage Peace Walker's drive parts, or something from the bottom of Lake Nicaragua. Amanda passed the request on to her friends in the new administration. She's a national hero now, after all. So Strangelove got a Soviet military aircraft to transport something to somewhere. But apparently the cargo wasn't big enough to have been Peace Walker itself.
So what was it?
Who knows? We recovered Peace Walker's nuclear warhead ourselves 9 years ago. What could Strangelove have been after? Amanda said she didn't mention what her reason was or where she was headed. Nicaragua is a socialist state now. With Amanda vouching for her, the government didn't feel the need to concern itself with the details. All Strangelove told Amanda was that she was going to continue her research, and that the rest was a secret. Right before the attack, Huey was in the control tower to prepare for the inspectors. He was with them when it all went down. The control tower collapsed with the rest of it strut. His body was never recovered, but he was the one who met the inspection party when they arrived. And he was the one who showed the nuclear inspectors to the tower. You remember the way it went. First he recommends we agree to the inspection, then he gives them the okay without our permission, all the time acting as if he was doing us a favor. On top of that, he even had the guards disarmed that day. It would send the wrong message, he said. Whatever the angle, it all leads back to Huey. I curse my own stupidity for not realizing sooner. Huey escaped with that unit by chopper. I've been hunting him for 9 long years. The other reason I was operating around Afghanistan was to dig up his location.
Huey's in Afghanistan?
Yes, and I have a good idea where. Now we just wait for the right moment. This time, we'll be the ones using him. He's going to tell us who our guests really were that used a fake nuclear inspection to blast our home into the ocean.
Alright, let's do it. Where do the bees sleep?
Part of the Mujahideen's arsenal against the Soviets is secretly supplied by the CIA. But the war continues to drag on with neither side gaining the advantage. Now though, the CIA have started supplying the guerrillas with a new weapon. We don't know the details, but rumor has it that it could turn the tide of the war. The Soviets have heard about it, and it has them spooked. Now the Hamid Mujahideen were issued this weapon, but then they were wiped out in no time. There's no trace of fighting at their fort, and all their supplies are just sitting there. Naturally, that screams biochemical weapons, but the Soviets deny using anything that would violate the BWC. Whatever happened, the Soviets have invaded the area and are searching for this Western weapon tech. This is the CIA's worst nightmare. If that weapon falls into Soviet hands, it'll drastically rewrite the history that's being made here. But the company can't be seen entering the area. That's where we come in. Boss, head to the fort of Desmasi Laman. Find the weapon before the Soviets, and bring it back to base fast. The new weapon is codenamed Honeybee. To the US, it's a vital military secret.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay, let's do it.
Boss, locate and bring back the U.S. military's new weapon codenamed Honeybee. The CIA put it in the hands of the Hamid group of Mujahideen, but the Hamid fighters were wiped out. The Honeybee must still be hidden at their base, the fort at Desmasi Laman. Unfortunately, the Soviets are looking for the weapon as well. You have to get to it before they do, and bring it back here. There's a photo of the target on your iDroid. One more thing. Apparently, one of the Hamid fighters survived. He's missing, but if you can find him, he might lead us to the target. Good luck, boss.
Mr. Man, how's it going? Good to see you. Alright, let's go get this stinger. Or honeybee, as it is called. Because a bee stings. Get it?
Careful down there, boss.
Let's see. Where the hell am I? Back up this way. And the backstory for this mission is pretty in line with reality, right? From what I understand. The U.S. supplying the Mujahideen with Stingers to take down Soviet choppers back in the Cold War in Afghanistan. I think it was Stingers that they supplied them with as well, right? Like the type of weapon that was supplied. Totally different weapon in this, though. Yeah.
Soviet relay base. Think there's something in there that could lead us to the Honeybee? Is that prisoner the Hamid survivor? If he is, he has to know something about the Honeybee.
Команда, это поисковая группа. Мы перевезли пленного Вишевна Хамида на транзитный пункт. Сейчас он на допросе.
Поисковая группа, команда. Понятно. Ты расскажи его.
Эй! Эй! Он на кавычек говорит нашего? А?
No, he actually can't talk. Poor bastard.
Не умеет разговаривать.
Может, этот душман действительно не мой?
Оставьте его написать это.
Он не может. Его руки...
Понятно. Возьмите его в крепость. Заставьте его показать вам себя.
Right, Mr. Man. Kind of similar to what you see in Dismassi Laman, right? With the little, the way it's structured, with those holes in the wall, the little caves, little nests. Right, I'll try and get over before they leave. Probably gonna make a balls out of this. Usually I just reset after I play the conversation. Yeah, they're already going. Fuck it, let's just use the checkpoint.
You need to retrieve the new U.S. military weapon known as the Honeybee. It should be hidden somewhere in Smasy Fort. A Soviet relay base. Think there's something in there that could lead us to the Honeybee?
The explanation for why we don't see any of them there is that Skullface completely wiped them out, right? Then the Soviets roll in and they occupy the place afterwards. Lovely. Nope. No! Oh. At first I thought he was a fucking decoy, and then I thought to myself, wait, there are no decoys this early in the game. Hold on, let me do that one more time, because I want to get the cutscene here.
You need to retrieve the new U.S. military weapon known as the Honeybee. It should be hidden somewhere in Smasy Fort. A Soviet relay base. Think there's something in there that could lead us to the Honeybee?
It's a pretty heavily guarded little spot there. Not gonna run for cover or anything? No, just gonna stand around. Oh yeah, still this guy.
A survivor. One of the Hamid. Is he mute? He knows about it. This is our chance.
Phantom's like, now you're speaking my language. That was the smile at the end. You kindred spirit he found.
We know the location of the target. It's on your iDroid. Head on over there and retrieve it.
Okay, this better not fail at 90%.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Christ, so many of them.
Roger that.
Another one. Jesus Christ.
So your suppressor is worn out. That gun will be as loud as any other now. If you have to shoot,
No smoke
be
grenades.
careful.
Oh, they comment on the prisoner there? That's nice. I'm not sure what my plans are when it comes to the con yet. Fuck. I'm usually pretty good at this mission. I don't usually fuck it up like this. outside of the first base. I forget the name of it now.
Marseille Lamont. Now to find the honeybee.
Oh. You wait a little later. Shoo a mo. Mo, 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 mo. Mo. Mo, mo.
Its location is on your iDroid.
This guy's climbing down. What are you doing?
That's Marseille Fort. This Marseille Lamont. Now to find the honeybee.
Ah! I thought I had my night vision equipped there. I'm being really sloppy today. Okay, let's try not to get caught again. I think we get another checkpoint here. Yeah, these guys are all in a different state of alert here because they're all searching for the honeybee. Hello there. Oh, hey. I like the gusts of wind here. The kind of ghostly vibe that you get. One of the more atmospheric bases in the game, I think. Cheapest you found was $9.78. Yeah, I think maybe I'll hold off on the con this year. I was thinking of especially considering hotels and stuff. No, fuck you. Okay, we're just gonna make a mess out of this. Anyone left down here?
There. You secured the target. Now you just need to bring it back. Call the chopper from your iDroid. You are not to use the honeybee. The order was to recover it with its ammunition. Looks like the enemy's lost sight of you. They're gonna try to hunt you down.
I just wanted to listen to the end of that because I wasn't sure if I ever heard that before.
You look well rested, big boss. My, how you've changed. You became a demon for such little weapons as that? Well, I'm sure you'll see the bigger picture eventually. If you get out of here alive. Rest in peace this time. I'll see you in hell, boss.
I'm not sure, Snow. I think probably not.
What the hell was that thing? It was huge. What's he doing to that soldier?
Okay, see you later. There I go again, equipping the box. Go!
Those skulls are too fast. If you had a homing weapon.
Although now I can't remember where the fucking... Wait, I just need to climb up this way. We're good. I thought I had to look out for a crack in the wall, but there are no cracks. Go, 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 go. D-horse.
The mist is cleared, and it looks like they're gone. And bring the target back. Whoa, whoa!
Yes, no. Yeah, I don't think he knows, based off his monologue later on, you know, when he says, I've long been the other side of your coin, Selino-Yarsk, 1964, and he's describing how, you know, he's, how he relates to Big Boss. He's obviously talking about the real Big Boss there, right, back in Selino-Yarsk, and he's speaking to us as if we were that person back in Selino-Yarsk. If he knew that if we knew who we really were, why would he do that? Why would Skullface have a reason to keep up the facade of who Venom Snake is? It is interesting at the end of that scene, though, how he says boss, and it puts, and the subtitles puts boss in quotes, as if he's being sarcastic, you know, as if, right, boss, right, as that's what you're called, is it? As if to say that's not who you really are. So it seems like even if Skullface doesn't know, it feels like the scene is still trying to allude to the fact that you're not the real boss. That's kind of how I see. I think that's why he's upside down as well. You know, they're face to face, like they're the opposite, like they're two sides of the same coin. But one is upside down. You know, they're not really face to face. They're face to face, but Venom is upside down. It's kind of askew. So I wonder if that's supposed to be symbolic in some way. I don't know.
B-Quad, arriving shortly at LZ.
Whoa, whoa!
This is P-Quad.
Yeah, maybe Skullface is just mocking him, but I would imagine it's there also just for the player as a hint that it's maybe not the real boss.
Arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Kind of interesting how he's mocking like these weak ass tasks that we're doing as well. Like, you became a demon for such little weapons as that. You went down to hell and now you're back up running errands like this. Is that what he's getting at there? Well, that's the thing. The medic doesn't seem to have much desire for vengeance. You only see Mantis parasitize him once at the start of the game. That's a big burst of revenge, though. He summons a whale. But then there's nothing. And he says to Miller, you know, this isn't about the past. We're fighting for the future. So he doesn't really seem to have much desire for revenge in the first place. At least that's the impression I get.
All right, get in. Time to go.
Did you like it?
Mission complete. Great work. So this unit in the mist, their speed, the way they jump, it's not human. And those deformities.
They attacked the Soviets too.
And that Grim Reaper look-alike in charge of them. That giant thing that carried him off. What the hell are they?
Cypher.
Well, what do they want? What's their objective? Why Afghanistan? There's one more thing troubling me.
What happened to the Hamid?
Exactly. Whole squads of hardened Mujahideen killed without a fight, and no trace of BC weaponry. What does it all mean?
That's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, right. If we really need to know, the truth will reveal itself. Even if it's ugly. Boss, I'm creating a new intel team to support you in our areas of operation. Members of this team will head out into the field and conduct reconnaissance. Knowing the strength of an enemy force beforehand will help you carry out missions more smoothly. We may also learn something about the Skull-Faced Man. So boss, that brings me to assigning staff to the intel team. There might be guys already assigned to other teams who are more suited to the intel team. Go ahead and reassign them as you see fit.
Special volunteer, Silver Skull. Lovely looking gentleman, Ivory Skull.
Remember the guys you brought back from the base in Cuba 9 years ago? Believe it or not, some of them survived that hell we went through. Word reached them that Big Boss is back and they wanted in. They're good men, our brothers in fate. They'll be glad to know you've seen them here.
Yeah, so this guy should not be the finger. This is the eye. And that's the finger. Maybe they swapped them deliberately. Swapped them around because the two of them are supposed to symbolize Venom and Big Boss. If you play that mission and you do the whole mission story, it's there's some heavy foreshadowing with the eye and the finger. That one of them saved the other's life. They both ended up losing these limbs. The only reason I made it out that day alive, sir, was because of you. Him with his Miller glasses and this guy with his prosthetic hand. So part of me wondered if this was actually intentional, but maybe just a sloppy fuck up. You know, it just makes me think of how we take Big Boss's identity in this game. He takes ours. He literally takes our name, you know, with the passport and everything.
The dog you brought back. There'll come a day when he'll be ready to join you on missions. But you know, he gets lonely easily. You should come visit him every once in a while. Get back to Mother Base.
See that? Now That's discipline. Following orders like a real diamond dog. Soon it'll be... No, stay! Stay! Didi! Go!
Gross. No, maybe not yet.
But soon. Soon.
Then he disappears.
Boss, we've had some new job offers come in.
Get back here, Pequod.
I've selected the ones I'd like you to handle and added them to the list. Take a look on your iDroid. The more missions you complete, the more we can expand Mother Base. Gaining altitude.
Noid, I thank you for your 9. Thank you again. Sorry if I didn't. Egyptian, wait. So, dog, you were talking about something I'd always wanted to make a comment on, but I recently re-listened to the Peace Walker, Kaz, and Big Boss recruitment tapes, Peace and Kazuhira Blues. And, like, is that the reason or cause on his streak of revenge, because the dream he concocted with Snake basically imploded with MSF? Yeah, he lost everything that he was building with Snake. Yeah, that's why he's pissed. Kaz was always a bit of a schemer, though, and not really being truthful with Snake about his connections and his connections with Zero and everything. But yeah, Kaz was the visionary businessman who saw this new age of PMCs coming. You know, he saw the MGS4 age coming, and he wanted to be there from the ground floor, starting this new era of PMC business. And he lost everything that he was building towards. Kaz is the entrepreneurial visionary. He's defined as a privatization advocate in Ground Zeroes, which I always thought was kind of interesting. You know, when their names appear on the screen and it has their description underneath. That's how they describe Kaz. Military strategist and privatization advocate.
Members of the intel team are on the ground. Their reports will be reflected as predicted enemy fields of movement on your iDroid's map. The higher the team's level, the more accurate and frequent their reports will become. Be sure to take advantage of them.
Let's see. Although in Peace Walker, he says it's less about money, you know, and more just about making a name for himself, to put his stamp on the world. Let's see.
I had the R&D team analyze the Honeybee. How? The CIA wanted it with everything intact. They took it apart to look at it. Then they put it back together. Everything intact. That's the R&D boys, all right. Turns out the Honeybee's homing capabilities are a cut above previous manpads.
It can detect a broad range of infrared wavelengths and even ultraviolet for supplementary guidance.
Hence the name, huh?
Right. Honeybees rely on UV light to fly. With this device, flares don't do the target any good.
That's why the Soviets are losing so many gunships.
And why the CIA was so desperate to get it back. It wasn't just about preventing the Soviets from devising countermeasures. What if the likes of Iran got their hands on it?
American aircraft would be put at risk too.
We can use this tech to develop our own portable missile. That'll give us a huge advantage. It'll take a little time before the analysis results can be applied to actual implementation. But we'll keep moving with the research.
Right, Snake says it best. Even back then, you had a knack for talking business in Spanish. Kaz was ever the business merger expert, right? Let's see. I'll leave this one for the special occasion later on with the Intel team when we see their incredible disguises. Let's do Red Brass next.
This contract comes from a rebel guerrilla faction in Afghanistan. They've gotten wind of a rare meeting between 3 Soviet commanders running key units in the region. The location is Viala Village. This information comes from a mole planted within the Soviets' Arab Support Organization. The guerrillas see this as a one-of-a-kind chance to weaken the Soviet forces in one stroke. But if they act themselves, it'll expose the existence of their mole. That's why this job falls to us. The request is simple. Eliminate the 3 pigs, by any means. If these commanders are as good as they say, it'd be a shame to kill them. But I leave that decision up to you.
My biggest TPP question is if Kaz was a traitor or not. Eyes on Kazuhira. There is that detail that we don't talk about that much, but which is quite interesting. I think I mentioned it last time I played the Ground Zeroes tapes, or maybe the time before. But in those tapes where they're torturing Chico and Kaz, one of Skullface's soldiers there is voiced by Robin Atkin Downes. And he also has Miller's voice actor in Japanese. So that's a pretty big detail right there. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Yeah, it's the same in Japanese. That's what I said right after. It's during that. It's the part of the scene where they're putting the bomb inside Paz, and a couple of soldiers interject. I forget exactly what the dialogue is now. But yeah, both soldiers are played by Miller's VA in Japanese and English. And we know that Kaz is deeply connected with Cypher in Peace Walker.
The 3 Soviet commanders are meeting at Davialo Calais. The mission is to eliminate all 3. How you do it is up to you, boss. Good luck.
Yeah, it's the hold her down line twice, yeah. Or something like that, around that part of the scene, anyway.
I've sent the target's anticipated travel routes and the meeting location to your map. Take a look.
Be careful down there, boss.
Now, I think if anything, Kaz was probably led to believe that XOF was still a part of Cypher. Because when he goes on about tracking Cypher in this, when it's really XOF who has disbanded from Cypher, I don't get the sense that Kaz is bullshitting there. I think he genuinely believes that XOF is like a functioning part of Cypher at this point. Or functioning as a part of Cypher. Not that they have gone rogue. But I don't know. I haven't really put much thought into that whole thing. So I'm just kind of rambling. Okay, here we're gonna wait around for these three guys to meet up with each other, and we'll listen in. In this mission, you learn that our legend has started to spread on the battlefield. These guys talk of tales of Fulton balloons and people disappearing into the sky. And we also get mine-clearing lore in this mission. That's what you should be most excited about. Genuine mine-clearing lore. Wait for it. Ah! I use the fucking cigar and I get caught immediately. I feel like that's the game cheating there. I don't think I should have been caught.
The three Soviet commanders are meeting at Dalbialo Calais. The mission is to eliminate all three.
I think the game just registers that you're outside, so you're out in the open, so you shouldn't be able to get away with it. If I stayed up there, I wouldn't have been caught.
It is up to you, boss.
If I didn't use the Phantom Cigar, I wouldn't have been caught.
Good luck. I've sent the target's anticipated travel routes and the meeting location to your map. Take a look.
This time I'm just going to hide in here.
A dumpster. Looks big
Top
enough to
ramens
hide
with the
somebody.
93, thank you.
You could stash a downed enemy in there or hide in it yourself. Just don't stand too close to me afterward.
Okay, that should be enough. Fuck it. I'm gonna risk something here. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I wanted to get on top of the roof just so I could hear them more clearly. We can just listen inside the bin, but you can barely hear them. You just have to read the subtitles.
The 3 Soviet commanders are meeting at Davialo Calais. The mission is to eliminate all 3. How you do it is up to you, boss. Good luck. I've sent the target's anticipated travel routes and the meeting...
Okay.
The 3 Soviet commanders are meeting at Davialo Calais. The mission is to eliminate all 3. How you do it is up to you, boss. Good luck. I've sent the target's anticipated travel routes and the meeting location to your map. Take a look.
If Snake is the boss, why is he always taking orders from the radio man? But you're not the boss. Not really.
A dumpster. Looks big enough to hide somebody.
This is probably I think you play as the biggest pawn in the whole series in this game.
Downed enemy in there, or hide in it yourself. Just don't stand too close to me afterward.
This guy is just a dead man walking with absolutely no hope. Right, I hope... Oh, of course someone sees. This will probably interfere with the fucking conversation now. I should just leave them. I should just leave them and let them have their conversation. Yeah, the fucking... It was one of the commanders as well. Okay, I'm just going to sit in the thing and we'll listen to the conversation.
The 3 Soviet commanders are meeting at Davialo
Fuck
Calais.
trying to do it
The mission is to eliminate
the fancy
all 3.
way.
How you do it is up to you, boss. Good luck. I've sent the target's anticipated travel routes and the meeting location to your map. Take a look. Dumpster. Looks big enough to hide somebody. You could stash a downed enemy in there, or hide in it yourself. Just don't stand too close to me afterward.
Okay, I'm gonna be a good boy this time. Let's just sit here and listen to their talk. See, we don't get to really hear the dialogue when I sit here. That's why I wanted to get on top of the rooftop. You can only, at least we get the subtitles. You can barely hear them. Face to face with the man who sold the world. You never know who might be listening in. Me, sitting here. Keep getting reports of men disappearing into thin air. Outposts getting reinforced. I think they talk about the minefields now. I'm a ghost. That's how. A balloon? Some new Western weapon? Look! Place minefields around our more vulnerable locations. Okay, go, 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 go. I almost forgot that I had to fucking extract them now.
That's one of the targets.
Okay, I think all three of them should be here in the middle of this mess. We good? This guy.
That's the target. Looks like we found him.
Has my opinion improved on this game now after some time? This is going to be the game that you bought a PS4 for, never did. I would say in some ways, yeah, I warmed up to it. I still think it's a big mess of a game. But there are parts of it that I enjoy. I would say I enjoyed the first half of this game for the most part. I find Chapter 2 to be a really big slog. But yeah, I definitely don't hate it as much as a lot of people do.
He's at him. Take a good look at bases so we can ID the targets.
Нет, не делай этого!
We good? Someone's nearby here. Yeah. I've warmed up to MGS4 a lot as well over the years. There are things that I really dislike about it. A lot of the second half of the game. But yeah, I've warmed up to it. So you're him. I heard the rumors, but even as an enemy, I must say I'm impressed.
Spit it out.
First target extracted. Good.
Oh my
Now
god.
for the other two.
Last bullet.
Кто-нибудь снимите меня!
Speak.
I won't buy my survival with the lives of my comrades. So you're not Big Boss then. Okay.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
Снимите меня отсюда!
Target extracted. Only one left.
Talk. Talk.
Okay, I think that's all three of them, right?
Снимите меня!
You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Wow, did that guy... I guess I didn't trigger an alert there? Okay, I'll take it.
Gonna extract him.
We've drawn the whole fucking... We've drawn all the enemies to this one section.
Subject on board.
Fuck it, extract all of them. Okay, I'm gonna leave him there.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I did get all of them, didn't I? Yeah.
Alright, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss. Remember what the commanders were talking about? It seems you've been doing your job just a little too well, boss. The Soviets have begun reinforcing the 40th Army's units in Afghanistan, sending in more men and new equipment. While things haven't exactly been easy for us up till now, they're about to get even tougher. You've probably gotten used to operating in Afghanistan, but therein lies the danger. You can't let your guard down, boss. More staff from each of the teams are active in the area of operations now. That means some will be wounded, get sick, or suffer PTSD. That's where the medical team comes in. I've taken the liberty of commissioning the construction of a new medical platform. Having proper medical facilities for the men is a matter of life or death, so I put up the resources this time around. You can check on the platform's progress by selecting base facilities under the iDroid's Mother Base menu. When you're not on a mission...
Yeah. Wait, no, I was going to save that for later. Occupation forces, I guess I'll leave back down for DRK like I always do. Let's do occupation forces next.
Bismasi Laman was full of Mujahideen, the Hamid fighters. Then suddenly they disappeared overnight and the Soviets moved right in. I guess the old fort is still in good enough shape that the Soviets want to use it as is. This means that the battalion commander stationed in Sakai village, a lieutenant colonel, is moving his operations room to the fort. Word is, he's an excellent leader. With him stationed at Smasi Fort, the Soviet forces in the area will operate all the better. And according to the client's information, he'll be bringing a tank unit to the fort as well. We don't know the redeployment date or the route they'll take, but there must be some planning documentation where the colonel is. You have two objectives. Eliminate the colonel and stop the tank deployment. Counting on you, boss.
Let's see. Grenades. I want some C4. I need to develop C4, don't I? I haven't developed a single thing since starting the playthrough. Let's see. Yeah, give me the rank 2 pistol. That could come in handy, I guess. What else? Rank 1 C4s. That'll do. Smoke grenades. Yeah, they could come in handy. I completely forgot about developing anything. I'll take that. Golden Tiger. Desert Fox. Woodlands for later. And, the Africa section. Okay. I think I'm good. Can you beat the game without developing anything? Yeah, I don't see why not. What do you have to develop? Oh yeah, the Cargo 2 Fulton. Apart from the Cargo 2 Fulton, probably not, right? You need that for that one mission. So it's just one mission you need that for, right? The crates beside Code Talker's mansion. You don't need. Oh yeah, vehicle Fulton for kids. I thought you said you need the Fulton for kids. Yeah, you need the vehicle Fulton for kids. Do you? Do you need the vehicle Fulton for kids? Is there? Could you do it slowly by just extracting them all in a chopper? Yeah, if you had to, you could probably do all that via chopper. I think. Yeah, like the missions to rescue the kids, you could just bring them over to a chopper. That'd be painful and slow. Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about 100% completion. Let's do the next mission.
Dismasi Laman was full of Mujahideen, the Hamid fighters. Then suddenly they disappeared overnight, and the Soviets moved right in. I guess the old fort is still in good enough shape that the Soviets want to use it as is. This means that the battalion commander stationed in Sakai village, a lieutenant colonel, is moving his operations room to the fort. Word is, he's an excellent leader. With him stationed at Smasi Fort, the Soviet forces in the area will operate all the better. And according to the client's information, he'll be bringing a tank unit to the fort as well. We don't know the redeployment date or the route they'll take, but there must be some planning documentation where the colonel is. You have two objectives: eliminate the colonel and stop the tank deployment. Counting on you, boss.
Okay, let's do it. What's my favorite fruit? I don't eat enough fruit, but I do like fruit. I like oranges. I like apples. Kiwis are pretty good. I very rarely eat kiwis, but I remember really enjoying kiwis whenever I would have a kiwi. What are some other good banana? Yeah, I really like bananas with porridge, especially. Really good. Strawberries, yeah. I mean, I like a lot of fruit. Tomatoes have always been vegetables in my mind. I was never all that crazy about cherries. But maybe I just didn't have enough of them. Maybe I'd like them now. I think technically tomatoes are fruit, aren't they?
This mission has two objectives. Eliminate the colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakai village and search for the colonel and his deployment plans.
Peaches are good, yeah. Plums. Chocolate or crisps? Oh, Jesus. Chocolate any fucking day of the week. I really like crisps, but like the entire range of chocolate compared to the entire range of crisps, you'd have to go with chocolate.
Be careful down there, boss.
I'm gonna have to settle this tomato debate. Tomato, fruit, or vegetable? Hold on. The age-old question actually has an answer. It's both. Tomatoes are fruits that are considered vegetables. Yes, I also remember growing up and hearing people refer to tomatoes as fruit vegetables. Botanically, a fruit is a ripened flower ovary and contains seeds. Tomatoes, plums, zucchinis, and melons are all edible fruits, but things like maple helicopters and floating dandelion puffs are fruits too. For some reason, people got hung up on tomatoes, but the fruit or vegetable question could also work for any vegetable with seeds. Now, nutritionally, the term fruit is used to describe sweet and fleshy botanical fruits, and vegetable is used to indicate a wide variety of plant parts that are not so high on fructose. In many cultures, vegetables tend to be served as part of the main dish or side, whereas sweet fruits are typically snacks or desserts. Thus, roots, tubers, stems, flower buds, leaves, and certain botanical fruits, including green beans, pumpkins, and of course tomatoes, are all considered vegetables by nutritionists. There is no hard and fast rule that clearly designates a botanical fruit as a vegetable. But given that tomatoes are generally not used in deserts and are closely related to other fruit vegetables, it is not too counterintuitive for tomatoes to be classified as vegetables. So there you go.
Boss, to take out enemy combat vehicles, you'll want to use explosive weaponry. Missiles, grenades, placed explosives. If you haven't developed these yet, use your iDroid to give the order. Choose your weapon according to the situation.
Get out of my way, D-Horse. Usually I do this one during the day. More inside. Yeah. I've never heard anyone say potato. But everyone where I come from says tomato. You son of a bitch.
I've sent the tank unit's route to your iDroid.
I want to see Miller on this thing. Harness my inner DRK. Yeah, there he is. Upside down. They'll never know. They'll never see it.
Я не хочу умирать!
Oh, I'm wasting loads of fucking time. Yeah, I forgot I'm on a timer. Let's see if I can still somehow do this. Supply drop quick. There was no argument about the pronunciation of tomato, I don't think. We were talking about whether tomatoes were fruits or vegetables, though. Let me put this down here.
Out of ammo? Let the support unit.
Oh no. Oh shit.
If you need to restock.
Did I pick?
Transmit a request from your iDroid and I'll send supplies right away.
Right, let's just see if I can. Somehow do this. Oh god. What? Oh, he saw me. We all died.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
I didn't hear any alert sound or anything. Maybe that doesn't happen when they see you.
I've sent the tank unit's route to your iDroid.
Hi. Let's place this down here. Hey, what's up, Viking?
Let the support unit help out if you need to restock. Transmit a request from your iDroid and I'll send supplies right away.
I used to know the exact amount of meters between these two that it should be, but last couple of times I've just been trying to do it on the fly. Let's see. Oh, look at that guy all the way up there. What the hell? it would have been perfect if I let him go a little bit further.
Good work.
It did clip him though, so it should be okay with a few grenades. Nice.
That's the way. Now for the Colonel.
Horse. Damn, it got far ahead this time. Nice.
Roger.
Я не хочу умирать!
That's your target for elimination, the Colonel. All reports say he's a formidable soldier. Be careful.
Nice light. I didn't mean to send you over there. Over here instead, Pequod.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by. This is Pequod. There's an obstruction at the LZ preventing me from landing. Request immediate removal. This is Pequod.
D-Horse! Thank you.
Request immediate removal.
Thank you.
Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss. Good. You completed the objective. Now get out of there. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land. Departing! Nice work. Amazing mission. Boss, we're finally ready to put together a combat unit. Staff assigned to the unit will be dispatched as mercenaries to conflict zones. That should guarantee us a stable source of income. MERT deployment allows you to send combat unit staff on relatively easy missions suited to the unit's level. There's little risk, but the rewards are low too. However, there are also contracts known as dispatch missions that offer a higher risk and reward. Give your orders to undertake these missions using your iDroid.
Why am I getting this shit again, game? Yeah. Hey, it's time for everyone's favorite.
The objective is to rescue and extract a Mujahid captured by the Soviets. He's being held in the ruins of Lamar Khati Palace, as are a lot of POWs. Civilians, guerrillas, suspected guerrillas. The Soviets have turned the place into their own black site. However, we've only been asked to rescue one of the prisoners. He's known as Malak, Angel to his fellow Mujahideen. The client is none other than his father. Or rather, this was his father's dying wish.
I'm gonna leave backup back down for DRK. Let's see. We don't actually have to do all of these missions before continuing. You can leave one. It's up to you which one you leave. Okay, let's do it. Let's just go ASAP, see what happens.
Is to rescue a prisoner being held at Lamar Khati Palace. He's known as Malak, Angel to his fellow Mujahideen.
Start by checking the target's VI on your iDroid. The Soviets captured him and took him to the ruins of the palace. His family was subsequently killed in an airstrike on his village. The Soviet scorched earth operation wiped it off the map. The client is none other than his father. Or rather, this was his father's dying wish. Manage to rescue other prisoners as well. Each one will add a bonus to our pay. When you see them, I'm sure your conscience will tell you what to do.
That's the target. He was the youngest of the squad. The others called him Malak, or Angel. The Soviets captured Malak and took him to the ruins of Lamar Khati Palace. His family was subsequently killed in an airstrike on his village. The Soviet scorched earth operation wiped it off the map. The client this time is Malak's father. Well, a survivor from the village, acting on his behalf. The father's dying words were, "Before you take revenge for our people, save my son."
Of course, it didn't come from the father, but someone, the survivor acting on his behalf. Starts to become a bit of a theme, I think, with all the endless cutouts and proxies and shell companies, everyone standing in for someone else.
Lamar Khati Palace. The target should be somewhere at that outpost.
I think I often miss the start of this conversation. Oh, nice. Okay, it seems like I actually got it this time. Don't interrupt, Miller. Let me hear this fucking thing, please.
Да, в приказе все есть. Заключенного по имени Малак нужно отвезти на аванпост Яхо-Обу.
Понял. Аванпост Яху-Обу. А что с остальными?
С ними я разберусь прямо здесь. Повтори приказ.
Доставить Малака на аванпост Яху-Обу. Остальные заключенные останутся здесь.
Хорошо. Исполняй.
Вас понял.
Here he is, the
Some
legend.
targets to be transported, and the other prisoners disposed of here.
A
What do you think? Our mission is just to extract the one target, but well, there's still time before the target reaches the destination.
Эх, скучно будет ехать.
Is it ever possible to hear what he says to Malak here? Does Miller always interrupt here?
There, that's the target.
Maybe if I actually spoke Russian and I didn't have to rely on the subtitles.
Как самочувствие Малака? А мне откуда знать? Врач осмотрит его, когда приедет на место. Говорят, его отправят на вскрытие. Вскрытие? Он жив еще. Говорят, что если тело не повреждено, то вскрывают всех, и мертвых, и живых. Первый раз слышу. Мне сказали одно — доставить в Яху обувь. Ага. Только ты это... не говори никому. Это я тебе сказал. Ладно? Хорошо. Говорят, что по деревне Малака недавно прошла какая-то странная болезнь. Болезнь? Да, и судя по всему, деревня сгорела задолго до бомбежки. А? Кто идет? Что такое? Я услышал какой-то шум. Вроде сортира.
Now they think they hear someone in the toilet here. I guess to scare any player that might have hid in there while they were tailing him.
Есть тут кто? Наверное, послышалось. Не пугай меня так. Извини. Ладно, тебе пора. Погоди. Но если деревню не бомбили, то как она сгорела? Не знаю. Просто слух. Всего-навсего слухи. Про пожар, про болезнь, про вскрытие. Все, тебе пора. Ага. Будь осторожен. Противник может устроить засаду. Понял. Приступаю к выполнению.
Almost all the conversations mention rumors at some point, where everyone's just kind of drowning in a sea of misinformation. Nobody knows what's going on about anything.
Там как? Сейчас немного потрясет, не запачкай мне тут все.
I think Malak says about this guy as well later when we rescue him that he was talking to him all the time, but he couldn't understand a word he said. Like always, they talk to me in a language I can't understand. This guy trying to check up on him. Can't understand a word he's saying. I guess kind of similar to what you have in the Bee Sleep mission, where they're trying to communicate with the guy who can't even speak.
Тут не пройдешь. Сможешь разобраться?
This fucking lazy bastard calls out his boy to do it for him. Needs to assert his dominance.
Давай вернемся к машинам.
This guy seems to actually care about Malak too. And later I think he just assumes he's talking shit about him. Because he can't understand him. I think, anyway. I can't remember exactly what he says. The sheep are very sassy. Sometimes they'll bug out and one sheep will stay on the road for a bit longer too. And yeah, he's the sassiest of them all when that happens. This next bit is easy to miss because he gets out of the car again and he talks to the guy in the armored thingamajig that's following them. And it's hard to get both of them on the screen at the same time here, so you hear the voice coming out of this thing.
Сожгли? Нет, сразу после. Ходишь деревья же разбомбили, а? Нет, не было этого запаха. Запаха? Напал. Здания еще стояли. То есть это был обычный пожар? Знаешь, что произошло? Говорят, что выжил, удалось никому. Всех убили? Что за черт? Что деревня? На самом деле напал горящий человек. Горящий человек? В последнее время СМИ стали совсем экстра. Нас затянулось.
There we go. Don't worry, Malak, we have a home for you. And yeah, I was worried about these guys. Oh, I missed the last conversation between them. Fuck. I'm not resetting just for that. He tries to comfort Malak again. Tells him it'll all be okay. Fuck, I really tried to get all of the bits of dialogue there.
We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
Fuck.
Bullshit.
Nah, I think I might have interfered now. Oh, no. Can you not get away with the box here? Well, I'm in a bit of trouble here.
On the target's location.
Okay, let's try this again.
Just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving
Actually, was it these two guys that fucked me? That set off the caution? I think it might have been. No, they go up there. He goes up there. Let me just try and fuck around here.
Yana Oku Supply Outpost. We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
No! He fucking saw me, man. Ah, shit. I think I'm okay, though. I cut off the last bit of their convo, but we can live without it. Pretty tricky. You have to be really precise if you want to catch everything that they say. Oh, really? Okay, last attempt trying to do it stealthily. If I fuck up again, I'm just gonna run and gun.
On the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around the target and plan carefully. Yana Oku Supply Outpost. We have a fix.
One more attempt. One more decent attempt.
We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Yana Oku Supply Outpost. We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
Oh, one more. One more.
have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Yana Ohu supply outpost. We have a fix on the...
Really? Why is he seeing me there? I thought when I was on the other side of the horse, I'd be hidden.
We have a fix
Maybe it's when I get up ahead of him.
We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Yana Ohu supply outpost. We have a fix on the target.
Or maybe even when you just can't get too close when you're doing that. They'll still be able to see you. Hold on, let me test something here.
We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Yana Ohu supply outpost. We have a fix on the
No, you can get pretty close.
We just have to figure out how to get close and
You
pull
okay
him
there?
out. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
Yeah, the horse is back there, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna do it properly this time. Just watch.
We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Yana Ohu supply outpost. We have a fix.
Okay, this time. Watch.
We have a fix on the target's
I wanted to run straight into him, but D-Horse slowed down. I'm gonna try this again and see if D-Horse slows down. Yeah! Oh, I guess, yeah, if you come up to a wall, D-Horse will automatically slow down. Okay. Okay, this time. Watch.
We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close
Right,
and pull
let's
him
just
out.
slowly stop and
Check all
take him
around the
out this
target
time.
and plan carefully before moving in.
Oh, whatever, just go.
We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
Further.
Fuck you. I'm stuck here.
Хочу проверить, за мной!
Oh, yeah, okay. Right, I promise this time. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Blazing Guns.
We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Yana Ohu supply outpost.
Okay, no more
We
D-Horse.
have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out.
This
Check all
guy's
around
in
the
such
target
an
and
awkward
plan
starting
carefully
position.
before moving in.
Fuck's sake. Can they see while they're climbing? They can. Okay. Right, this time. Watch this.
We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Yana Ohu supply outpost. We have a fix on the target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around
Fuck
the
it.
target and plan carefully before moving in.
I guess I'll just try and leave him there if I can. Seems to be a bit of a mess if I take him out and other people see him. Okay, this is it. What? Arya, what's up? Okay, we got ourselves back into the same position. I'm scared of this other guy that saw me last time. I'm just gonna go in. Okay.
Эй, приятель, приехали. Охранник сказал, что твоя семья вышла. Представляешь? Они успели сбежать по дороге.
Oh! Right. Fuck it. That guy didn't deserve to die. He was a nice guy. I'm gonna get blown up. Oh my god. Okay, he's dead. How about we try and make a run for it? Let's go, Malak. No! Don't pick up stuff! Put him on the ground! Thank you!
Then carry the target to it.
Okay, we can take advantage of this sandstorm. Go, 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 go. I feel like I got really bad luck there. Actually, no, I didn't. I just forgot about the... When I initially got caught by that guy, I just forgot about him.
Mission failed.
We have a fix on the target's
They put me all the way back here.
We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around the target and plan carefully.
Okay, watch this. It's gonna be flawless this time.
Target's location. We just have to figure out how to get close and pull him out. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
I don't get enough practice with these missions these days. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, Jesus. Okay, last attempt. Okay, now the interrogator comes in and just kills them, I think. What happened at your village? Yeah, he doesn't wait around for long before he kills them, I don't think.
Badly wounded. We can rule out a full extraction. We'll just have to do it by chopper. Call the chopper from your iDroid, boss. Then carry the target to it.
Hey! We get the sandstorm again. Okay, easy. Thanks, game. Oh my god. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. Go!
The target's safety is your top priority.
Pick him up! Sorry, Malak.
Roger.
Outer heaven?
This is B-Quad. Понял. Обыщите каждый угол. Они где-то здесь. Конец связи. Штаб. Это КП. Looks like the enemy's lost sight of you. They're gonna try to hunt you down.
Gross.
Target extracted. Exfiltrate the hot zone, boss. Gaining altitude.
Okay, that could have been a little bit smoother. But we got the job done.
Departing. That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Yes, mission complete. Boss, that target you extracted, Malik, is saying that he's never heard of our client. What's more, he says his village was destroyed long before he was ever taken prisoner. Apparently it fell victim to some sort of disease, then was completely burned to the ground. Malik was out on a mission at the time, and that's the reason why he alone survived. But the question is, who hired us to find him? According to Malik, he saw strange soldiers snooping around the village when he got back. Turns out they were members of Cypher's strike force, XOF. My theory is they wanted to get their hands on Malik to question or silence him before the Soviets could get to him. Cypher was just using us to cover things up. All that crap about Malik's relative was a front to convince us to retrieve him. But an entire colony just wiped off the map. It sounds a lot like the Hamid during the Honeybee incident. All I know, boss, is there's no way in hell I'm handing Malik over to Cypher. I decided to bring him back to Mother Base instead. He's one of us now. We told the client through a cutout that the target was killed. For some reason, though, they still paid us everything we were owed. Cypher's obviously up to something, and this is probably just another preemptive cleanup operation to them. But to Malik, he lost his village, his family, everything, and he wants his revenge. In other words, he's one of us. We We've established a sick bay on the new medical platform. Staff who come back with wounds, diseases, or PTSD can be treated there. If we need any other platforms, feel free to issue the construction order from your iDroid.
Welcome aboard, Malik. One of us.
Boss, a certain scientist has contacted us, wanting to defect from the East. His name? He's Emmerich. That's right. The man we knew as Huey. We suspect he was complicit in the attack on Mother Base 9 years ago. He was working with Cypher. I've been waiting a long time for this. So I say, let's help Emmerich defect. Once he's here, we can sit down and catch up on old times. Emmerich is currently at Serac Power Plant. This is our chance. Boss, head for the power plant.
Let's see. What do I want for this? I think I'm good with everything. Let's do it. ASAP. Actually, no. I meant to take a sniper rifle, but that's okay. Maybe I'll just drop a couple of Fultons on top of Quiet.
Boss, this is important. We've reports of a cracked sniper at large in the Afghan wilderness. The Soviets call this sniper Tihi, Quiet. There are never any sightings, and only corpses are left behind. The Soviets have already lost a number of officers. You'd, best watch your step.
A sniper known as Quiet is lurking in the Afghan wilderness. This Quiet has performed a string of hits on Soviet officers. The attacks always occur in the same area, but sweeps of the area turn up no traces whatsoever. They've even posted guards, but they never spot a thing. And then before you know it, another body's lying on the ground. You ever heard of someone who operates like that? No matter how still and silent a person tries to be, they always create some kind of ripple. Be it breathing, a heartbeat, eating, excreting, body temperature, sweat. If this sniper can really vanish completely, that's just not human. I guess Quiet is the right name. But what is Quiet's objective? The local guerrillas wouldn't use this kind of tactic. I just can't see them hiring some superhuman mercenary. And the Soviet officers who've been killed, well, they were all opposed to or skeptical of the secret weapons development being conducted in the area. Sure, they were a problem for those supporting it, but the Soviets have nothing to gain by killing them. So we have an assassin with superhuman combat skills who isn't working for the guerrillas or the Soviets. Miller has a theory that this sniper is a hitman for Cypher. He thinks it's time we silence Quiet for good. But I'm against the lethal treatment. I say we bring the sniper back alive and break that silence. Because even if this Quiet doesn't say a word, there's still plenty we can learn. Just remember this, boss. If our hunch is right, you'll be on this sniper's hit list too. If things seem a little too quiet when you're in the field, watch out. Quiet's out there somewhere. And if possible, this
very good. I get it.
Back here breathing.
Sniper, where?
You never noticed the bullets, Zip, yeah. Here we go. So, I enjoy most of the game up until this point. I'm really not a big fan of this quiet fight. At all.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper? Quiet. Quiet. Our silent assassin. Where's the sniping point? Boss, focus on your objective. You need to make contact with Emmerich. Get out of that sniper's kill zone and head to Serac power plant.
Yeah, I can get some. Even though I'm, I agree with the common criticisms of the mission design and the repetitive extraction missions and how bite-sized they are. Oftentimes, I can still get a lot of enjoyment out of trying to do them at a high level and going for S-rank Foxhound runs and trying to do all the optional conversations and stuff like that. It can be quite challenging and fun to do that. Like with the last mission, if you want to get all those conversations with Malik and get all the info while doing it stealthily, it's pretty tricky. It can be. Especially to do it consistently, to keep it consistent. But this fight, it just feels like a generic, like, third-person shooter fight. Especially if you play it with the HUD, and you're seeing the damage directions everywhere, highlighting her position. It's like it really kills the cat and mouse game that it's supposed to be. And, like, coming from the previous sniper fights in the previous games, with all of the cool things you can do with the end. Crying Wolf wasn't as good as the end, but still better than what we have here, I think. There's just not much interesting about this fight. It's cool that you can drop stuff on her head, I guess, but that's about it.
Around outside the enemy's line of sight.
If you sneak up behind her, you can't even hold her up or do anything cool like that.
Get into position undetected and attack from behind or the side.
You just see her. You just look out for her scope, bait her shots, and then counter. There's not much to it. Yeah, I just wish you had other methods, or if there were just other things you could do during the fight, but it's just kind of... And just even as a sniper fight, as a straight sniper back and forth fight, it just feels kind of lackluster. You just look out for the flash and pop your head up, try and get your shots off. I'm gonna try and drop this shit on her head. Yeah, I'm gonna be too slow. Fuck.
The enemy sniper just disappeared. Zero visibility. If you can't mark him, you don't stand a chance. Stay sharp.
Coming from the end in MGS3, you think, oh wow, with their more open world approach, I wonder what they could do with a sniper fight. Think of what they could do back on the PS2 with those, like, 3 separate open areas. Think of the possibilities now, but it's like, it's so bare bones and just kind of generic. Like I was saying before, it really just kind of feels like boring third-person cover shooting when you're just going back and forth with Quiet. Without the HUD, it makes it a bit more interesting, because you actually have to look out for her flash. If you're playing with the HUD and you have the damage display, it shows you. The game's HUD just shows you where she is. Let me see here. Did I even create the sniper rifle? No. Oh, she's back up there. Ooh! That was close. I'm gonna try it one more time. Oh yeah, I can't. I have to wait now. Fuck. Wow. Yeah, I really should have brought the sniper with me. Should have developed it beforehand. I completely forgot. My issue is that we never see any of the interesting concepts of rising being used here. Like, maybe it's just me expecting too much, but wouldn't it have been nice to have the ability to topple the Afghan palace-looking gate to knock out Quiet? Rising. I never thought about stuff like that, I have to say. No. Slicing up buildings and shit with venom. Ah.
Look out, boss. Take cover. There's a laser sight trained on your head.
Oh, let's see if I can drop one now. Well, she is still there. Can't just mark her with the camera, can I? I guess the regen health as well just kind of deflates a lot of the tension. When you can just so easily regen. Okay, let's see if we can get it this time. If that was even Quiet that I marked there, I think it is. Don't move, you bitch. Don't fucking move. She moved! Fuck! Maybe a better strat is to, like, bait out shots while you wait. Hey, what's up, prof? Fuck it, let's just keep going with the straight sniper battle. We've come this far with lethal shots. I see you. Don't think that. I don't think that landed. Oh. Can't really see her. Hey, I think I actually got her that time.
Boss, don't overdo it. You can always settle the score some other time. Better to live and fight another day.
Where is she? She better not be photosynthesizing. Ice cold toaster with the Prime sub. Thank you. Sniper battle of the century. Just wait for her to get to her next position. Look for the lights.
Did you get her? With those abilities of hers? No doubt about it. She has to be one of the Skulls. Now move in and finish your boss. She's working for Cypher.
Quiet is a valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill her. Think carefully. This is your decision.
The female sniper. Quiet. Cypher's assassin. Finish her. She's one of the Skulls.
Shut up, Miller. She's one of the...
Fuck you, asshole!
Boom!
It's over. Good.
That was your call. I just hope you won't regret it.
I won't. I kind of spoiled what was going to happen before I shot her. When I zoomed in rapidly with the camera, that was me trying to shoot her.
You're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
When you press R2 before it cuts back to gameplay, the camera zooms in like that. You're controlling the camera with R2. Okay, maybe next time we'll do the quiet ending in the next playthrough.
Good news from the support unit. They They can now deliver support strikes to our areas of operation. Use your iDroid to designate a location for a strike. Just make sure you're not in the kill zone. I hate to tell the men they blew up the boss. After you've called in a strike, move away from the target location immediately. Also, like supply drops, strikes cost GMP. So once you don't put us in the red, remember what our real objective is.
Just do it like that every time. I would like to do the quiet ending occasionally. I'm okay with killing her most of the time, or just not doing her ending most of the time, but I feel like we should show it every now and then. I don't think we've shown it in like 10 playthroughs now, maybe more.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Let's go up this way. Ah! Okay, I'm good. Those drops are way more dangerous than they look. It's hard to know when they'll kill you and when they won't. Donation incentive? We don't want to wear out the donation incentives, you know? I feel like having them for 2 games is more than enough. But maybe we could mix it up and like do a donation incentive for 5 instead of 3 every now and then for quiet. That might be something. Nah, no lovely babies. Not yet. Maybe later. Are those even landing? Hello. Playing like fucking ass today.
You managed to surround power plant. Emmerich should be beyond the gate at the...
Now, where is this guy? He didn't respawn back in his usual position.
You managed to surround power plant. Emmerich should be beyond the gate at the northern edge of the facility. We have no idea what he's doing back there.
And he really points it all the way over here. Fuck it, let's go up this way. Hello there. Don't look over here, please. Time to get caught at the last second. Ah!
Sandstorms come in. Sandstorms effectively make you blind and deaf. But that goes for the enemy too. Use the situation to your advantage.
Changes have already been finalized.
It's not operational yet. The remote piloting and AI control haven't reached the application stage.
Who said anything about an AI? That was Coldman's mistake 10 years ago.
Be that as it may, we'll need to modify postural control to accommodate a human pilot. I share your urgency, but we need more time to finish it.
Analyze transmission. He's been in contact with boss.
Right. Planning on leaving us, Doctor?
Huh? What?
I'm taking your legs back!
So you're just gonna kill me?
Sahelanthropus is mine now. Listen, I may dwell in the dark, but I refuse to be judged by your standards, traitor. I hope your friends give you what's coming to you. Take him to the base. Yes, sir. Transporting Emmerich to the base camp and returning to base.
We're shutting down. All units, strike camp and clear out.
We still have use for him.
doubt about it, boss. That man is your extraction target, Emmerich. The weapon system that disappeared into that cave, and the man who was with it. Emmerich must know something about what's going on. He was transferred to the Soviets' base camp. I've marked it on the map. Make your way to that base camp.
Originally, there was going to be a base here to explore, I think. Remember people talking about that in the files, that there was supposed to be like an underground section here that led... an underground route that led to OKB-0 or something, and Sahelanthropus was going to be sent through there or some shit. I never really looked into that myself. I just remember people talking about it like it was in the files or something. Yeah, like did data miners find that? I'm not sure. Just remember people talking about some base that was supposed to be here initially, or like in one of the early concepts.
An enemy gunship. A single burst from its machine gun could cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Legit data mine? I'm not sure. I just remember people going on about it. Thank you. He did it. He said the thing. Come on, can you move along? Thank you.
Extract Emmerich, the scientist who wants to defect. Head for the base camp. Did you see that, boss? That giant weapon system that disappeared into the cave? I've heard it was the Kremlin's biggest secret. But to think that doctor has been working on it. And the man with the skull for a face. It's been on my mind since you encountered the skulls during the Honeybee mission. It's really him. Boss, he's the commander of Cyprus Strike Force XOF. Probably the mastermind of the attack 9 years ago. I thought he and Zero parted ways. I'll look into it. You just focus on the mission.
Good old Scully and his Metal Gear Sally. That's gonna kill me. Oh, jeez. Lucky. Very lucky.
The objective is to help Emmerich defect. The target should be somewhere at the base camp.
Please tell me I at least reached the checkpoint here. I don't think I did, actually.
Extract Emmerich, the scientist who...
Oh, nice. Okay, I did.
Head for the base camp. You're at the base camp. The target, Emmerich, should be somewhere there. Keep in mind, that's an enemy stronghold. Stay sharp.
Nice.
Who are you? Snake? It's not you, is it?
Hey! It's just a machine. you?
Dr. Emmerich.
Snake? Hey, what gives? Ah! Let me go! No! Give me back my leg!
Right on schedule.
No!
Bring it back to Mother Base.
Hold on, I gotta check out this
Okay.
AI
Send your
pod
chopper
first.
close by. Get to the LZ with Emmerich.
Hang on a second. Let's use the walker gear I developed to escape. There's a special one here at the lab. Only I can activate it, and I'll tell you how to operate.
Ignore Emmerich. We don't need his wind-up toys. It is a long way there. Why don't you use that walker gear of his? No way. We can't trust him. How do we know his crap will even work? Well, it's better than carrying the man the whole way. Boss, use the walker gear to escape. It's your call, boss.
Who's that guy in the middle? It's me. We got little Harry Potter over here. Baby Hal Emmerich. Evil big boss.
I'll start it up. Get this off me!
Here we go.
They're single pilot machines. I'll. Whoa! Hey!
Love how he just fucking manhandles them in every scene here. And we're just gonna leave this thing
I
here.
was developing a bipedal weapon.
If you want to stealth this section, the walker gear is just way more trouble than it's worth. You're just gonna get caught easily right driving around on this thing.
The Soviet Union.
So yeah,
It
that's
hasn't
good. I got my
been
cutscene.
before.
That's all I want.
I was doing mobility testing. Once the walker gear is finished, they'll have a huge advantage in close combat. And once they add my masterpiece into the equation, this war will be over. The Soviets will win.
He was developing bipedal weapons for the Soviets. If that's the case, what's Cypher's interest in it? Boss, think back. 9 years ago, we invited that nuclear inspection team to Mother Base. It was a ruse. They turned out to be Cypher's strike force. It was Emmerich who brought them there. He's been underground ever since, working with Cypher.
I had no idea. I thought the inspection was real. I swear it. If anyone's to blame, it's you, Snake. We should never have had that nuke. That's the reason Mother Base was destroyed.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Cypher threatened to kill me. Made me do research for them here. That's right. Creating bipedal weapons. 9 long years. Forced to do whatever they said.
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Hello?
Hello?
Take this bag off, will you? I can't breathe. You came to save me, right? I'm dying in this thing, Snake. Hello? Sahelanthropus? How?
So that's the Metal Gear he built for the Soviets.
Impossible! It can't be active!
Doctor! You're as useless as I thought. This is the real Sahelanthropus. You and your friend will die here. Behold! Today is the day weapons learn to walk upright!
Fucking goofball, Skullface. Alright, peace. I'm out.
Get out of there, boss. Evidence extraction comes first. Head for the LZ. If you don't get away from that thing, it'll bring down the chopper. Find the slip somehow. Stay behind cover as you move.
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
So apparently if you deal enough damage to him here, you don't have to shoot him when he's on the you're on the chopper. He'll just fall back by himself.
lost him. You need to focus, boss. Get the target to the RV. It's no good. The chopper can't get close. Boss, lose the enemy before you arrive at the LZ.
You just told me to go to the LZ, you fucking asshole.
Don't waste any time getting on board. And don't forget Emmerich. Nice work. Gaining altitude. Here it comes. Use the chopper's minigun. Shake them off.
An upright bipedal weapon. In terms of hominids, it's a Sahelanthropus. How did they complete it without me?
We'll hear the rest back at base.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. 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 Thanks. Very good. Yeah.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the...
Why do you suspect me? What did I do? I'm on your side. What about him? Miller was in contact with Cypher 9 years ago. He was working with them. He's the traitor, Snake! What's that? More truth serum?
No. Stronger truth
Oh,
serum.
please. Please keep me here. I need protection. Ah! Ah! Oh. 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 Why?
You're the odd one out.
Why me?
We all lost something.
What?
Except you.
Don't.
truth serum isn't working. Either some procedure he had done boosted his metabolic enzymes, or he's undergone special gene therapy.
Are you telling the truth?
Same as 6 hours ago. I had no idea the nuclear inspection 9 years ago was a ruse. Cypher forced me to do that research after the attack.
Do you think he had a hand in it?
I do. But there's no proof yet. Take a listen to this later.
We need proof before we can pass judgment. Keep an eye on him. And don't tell anyone he's here.
We'll have him continue his research in there. It's for his own good. The older guys will want his head. We can't guarantee his safety if we let him out.
Boss.
He mentioned something interesting. The reason why they pulled their plug on the operation in Afghanistan. He said their funding started going to Central Africa instead. Cypher is pursuing new research in Africa.
Africa? What research?
Emmerich doesn't know the details, but one thing he said does make sense. That Sahelanthropus alone isn't enough to cause an RMA. He claims that what they're doing in Africa is the missing piece. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
Meaning it's not just another nuke.
All right, I think I might take a bit of a food break here. We have a big batch of tapes to go through before the Africa section. Pequod,
boss,
get over here.
There's no doubt about it. Cypher's working on something in Central Africa. There's evidence they've been in contact with private forces operating in the region. If we follow that evidence, we should learn what Cypher is after. Diamond Dogs has gotten a lot bigger. Now's the time to take the offensive. Head back to the ACC for your next mission.
This is Pequod, on station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
Boss, I've been meaning to tell you something. Our old friend Zero hasn't been seen in public since you left the States. That was over 10 years ago now. You suspected he was responsible for the accident at your base in the Caribbean. But at that point, Zero was already bedridden. So it never felt right to me that Zero gave the order. Now that I've seen the man Emmerich was working for, I'm sure he didn't. I know that man. He was our old friend's XO. A man without a face. Not one you want to look at anyway. Skullface. He's the one who destroyed your base 9 years ago. The unit he commands, XOF, was Cypher's strike force. But he's since split from Zero and used XOF to usurp control over Cypher itself. In other words, the Cypher we're hunting isn't Zero. Beyond Zero is a void that's even darker. Skullface.
It wasn't just Cypher. Back in the Caribbean, every eye in the world was turned on us. A private army, just a bunch of guys with guns, in possession of a nuke? Why wouldn't they be uncomfortable?
And that's why you made sure the inspection happened.
Well, I thought our best move was to prove to the UN through the IAEA that we had no nuke. Of course, I was against us having it in the first place, but that was Snake's decision.
The boss wasn't responsible.
Well, don't get me wrong, I still believed in Snake. I thought I was making the best decision for all of us, that's all. I figured we should get a third party to exonerate us before proof of the nuke did get out. And who better to do that than an organization with international authority?
So the truth is, you took it upon yourself to agree to an inspection arranged by the UN. Only the inspection was a ruse, and Cypher's strike force, XOF, showed up instead.
I had no idea that would happen.
Enough bullshit!
Oh, sure, like I could have known. You know, I was just trying to prove our innocence to the world. What's wrong with that?
We're not interested in the excuses you've thought up. The truth is objective.
Just see it from my point of view.
You led XOF to the control tower. They seized it, giving them complete control over the base. Moments later, they detonated C4 on the strut legs. Anyone who'd managed to survive was hunted down by the assault force and their choppers.
You can't believe I did that on purpose.
That was the end of Mother Base. But it wasn't the end for you.
How can you... Look, think about it. I lost something too. I built Zeke and it got buried underwater. I am a victim.
That raises the big questions. Why were you the only one spared? You got away without a scratch. Why did Strangelove leave the base on the eve of the inspection? You two were close.
Strangelove?
And how did you manage to build something that surpasses Zeke in every way? Because you did everything they told you. You're the only one who didn't lose a thing. That is the truth.
I was taken away against my will. Skullface forced me to do his research these past 9 years. He used me. I lost 9 years.
9 years? We all lost 9 years. It wasn't just you.
I suppose blaming me makes you feel better, does it? But who's gonna give me back all the time I lost?
You're not getting anything back.
You're not a victim here, Emmerich. You're the perpetrator.
I didn't know anything.
Nobody can back that up.
Yeah, all the evidence is at the bottom of the ocean.
You know the hardest man to break? The type who's fooling himself. That takes time. It's easier to live a convenient lie than a painful truth. Is that the piece you've chosen, Doc?
I'm not lying.
Of course. Just let me check one or two things. On that day, you were in the control tower with them. Lucky you. That's how you got out unscathed. And you escaped on one of their choppers. Only you, right before the base went under.
They had me blindfolded the whole time. I've never been so scared. The whole flight, I thought they'd kill me. But thinking of you kept me going. My comrades, all the way.
And?
There was a plane journey, and then we traveled by road. When they finally took off the blindfold, I was in kind of a warehouse, on the floor. Afghanistan, it was that research lab. I couldn't believe they'd taken me halfway around the world. And soon enough, he came.
Skullface.
He's the one who's really behind that Mother Base attack. He forced me into that research.
What kind of research?
He told me to build a bipedal walking tank for the Soviet Union. Like Peace Walker. A system that could fire an ICBM-class nuclear weapon. That's how the Sahelanthropus project got started.
Sahelanthropus.
Those AI weapons I'd made in Costa Rica were like toys by comparison. A whole world apart from reptilian four-legged crawling and that ridiculous hunched-over bipedal waddling. My design evolved to the dawn of mankind, Sahelanthropus, the first steps towards humanity. An upright, bipedal weapon system. Originally, Sahelanthropus was going to be a manned weapons platform. I designed a cockpit in its head, and I planned to fill it with water as a buffering agent.
Like how Paz modified Zeke for human control.
Don't compare me to some amateur. I designed it for human control from the beginning. The problem was miniaturizing the posture control AI. You remember the reptile pod?
The AI that controlled your unmanned weapons.
Attaching it externally makes it vulnerable, so this time I wanted it beneath the armor. Meaning I had to make the AI smaller. I got it down to less than 1/10 the size without any loss in computation speed. But it was still too big for the cockpit. There wasn't enough room for the pilot. If I made the head bigger, its body would have to be bigger to support it. Too big to be practical. In the end, human piloting was taken off the table. I tested a remote control system too, but there was the time lag and I wasn't satisfied with its precision either. Plus, it would be useless if the enemy jammed it. So next, I went back to trying an AI-only system. To do that, I had the AI pods recovered from Nicaragua. This was a hybrid AI, a combination of Peace Walker's reptile and mammal pods. The only AIs that had ever successfully operated an unmanned nuclear weapon system.
Really? You'd need some help to get that working. Expert help.
Did you work with someone?
I worked alone.
You did that yourself?
That's the thing. The AI didn't pan out in the end either. But I did finally get Sahelanthropus walking by folding over its upper body to lower its center of gravity. The first upright bipedal locomotive weapon system in the history of mankind. I guess, technically it falls into the anthropoid ape category.
I don't see the benefit of having it stand taller.
On terrain with significant differences in elevation like Afghanistan, you need a body that's vertically adaptable. That also lets it attack from long range while using mountain ridges for cover. So, making it walk upright was the most important factor in giving it superior height capability. As the name suggests, that was the whole point of Sahelanthropus. But I was being pushed for results. Having the AI mounted externally would have been the fastest way to get it working. I just needed more data so it could maintain its balance. But Skullface refused to wait. He dismissed the idea of AI control and took Sahelanthropus away from me before I could finish it.
But it was walking when it came after you.
That's just it. I don't understand how Skullface got it to move upright, without a pilot or an AI. And walking at that speed, too. It's beyond anything I could have imagined. This is like the Wright brothers making it to the moon. I'm just as clueless as you are.
So this Sahelanthropus, where is it now?
I have no idea. All my experiments took place at that cave. I've never seen it anywhere else. Besides, it's still just an incomplete prototype at this point, and nothing but a paper tiger. Even if it can walk, it's far from being a viable weapons platform. It wouldn't be useful in actual battle.
Emmerich will remain here at Mother Base for now, but not as a member of Diamond Dogs. I still don't trust him. That work for you?
Fine by me. He can't be allowed any contact with staff either.
Yeah. A lot of the guys would love some payback for 9 years ago. We still need him alive. But we have to restrict his movements. He can only go where we tell him. And of course, the interrogations will continue. He worked for that skull bastard for nearly a decade. He still has more to tell us.
How long are we gonna press him?
If our investigation shows he really had nothing to do with the attack, we'll reconsider his place here. But I don't expect that to happen. Remember that water tank-shaped object in Emmerich's lab in the Soviet base camp? The thing that started talking to you like a possessed answering machine. That was a pod built for housing the AI used to control unmanned weapons. You remember, back in '74 in Costa Rica. It was in those machines you fought there. They were designated Pupa, Chrysalis, Cocoon, and Basilisk, and each of them was fitted with an AI unit called a reptile pod. Emmerich created it. It mainly handled the machine's posture control and autonomous behavior. But the Basilisk, aka Peace Walker, also featured a second AI pod. That one was called the Mammal Pod, and it was created by Dr. Strangelove. She tried to recreate the boss's personality through the Mammal Pod, but you pulled out its memory boards. That's when it transferred its own functions to its reptile pod. Just like a human brain compensating for damage by using the remaining healthy parts. The result was a unique entity, a hybrid of the reptile and the mammal. It sank to the bottom of Lake Nicaragua with Peace Walker. But apparently they salvaged it and transported it to that lab. Don't let it deceive you, Snake. It may sound like the boss, but it has neither a personality nor a will. Like Emmerich says, it's just a machine.
Ever since the attack on your unit 9 years ago, the name Big Boss has become known the world over.
What do you mean?
Those of your men who survived traveled far and wide. They fought throughout the world. In fact, they're part of the reason we have all these PFs now. Every one of them suffered their own phantom pain from losing you. Talking about you wherever they went helped to heal their wounds. Your actions and words, your legend, has been told on every battlefield they've set foot on. Obviously, as the tales have spread, the truth's been distorted, painted over. Big Boss sacrificed himself to show us the threat that Cypher poses. He sounded a warning, so it goes.
A warning?
Too much power destroys the hands that hold it. Apparently, you chose to be a living example of that.
I never said any of that.
The moment any truth is passed on, it starts turning into fiction. The problem is, fiction inspires people more than facts. To the world, you're now the legendary mercenary Big Boss. The lessons you've taught the PFs are the reason they're so widespread. They're the reason they've survived. And you know what they all aspire to? To one day go nuclear, just like you did, and stand up to Cypher.
Of all the stupid things you could do.
They'll never understand what you really wanted. Heroes are misunderstood. It takes a man of the same caliber to understand what drives them. Bottom line is, these guys want to be like their hero, Big Boss. And deep down, they all have their eyes on nuclear weapons. They say that a nuke is the only means of standing against Cypher. But these days, it's becoming little more than a slogan to rally the troops and survive in a cutthroat business.
Currently, there are 3 major PFs who've expanded into Central Africa. CFA, Rogue Coyote, and Zero Risk Security. HEC's investigations have shown there's almost no overlap between their areas of operation. It's not so much a turf war, more like they have a gentleman's agreement. If you do cross paths with them, you probably won't have to face more than one at a time. Still, don't expect a walk in the park. The CFA, Contract Forces of Africa. These guys are a major player. Their head office is in Pretoria, South Africa. That's also where the South African Defense Force is headquartered. We think the two are closely connected. An HEC investigation revealed that most of the CFA's operators are former SADF soldiers. South Africa has been locked in struggles with neighboring regimes for years. That means constant action, and we know better than anyone that's the best kind of training. A company drawing its recruits from hardened military vets. You can bet they know how to handle themselves. Do not underestimate them. Within the CFA is a company of soldiers made up mainly of locally hired operators. They speak Afrikaans to communicate with personnel from the CFA, but if you notice any speaking the local language, that's them. Though hired from the local population, they were originally part of a paramilitary group, so they'll have plenty of combat experience. And unlike their days shooting junkyard rifles out of beat-up pickup trucks, the CFA now supplies them with the latest gear from the West. On top of that, they've been combat trained by the South African Army. All that adds up to a much stronger fighting force. So don't brush them off. Look at the Angola-Zaire border region. The east bank of the Munene River in particular. It's a microcosm of a problem that stretches all across Africa. There's a civil war going on in Angola fought between the government MPLA and the Western-backed UNITA. Zaire is still a dictatorship under President Mobutu, but numerous uprisings have broken out in its remote regions. With all the trouble elsewhere keeping their hands full, neither government has control over their side of the border. They depend on militias and PFs, as do the rebels. Government forces, guerrillas, militants, groups of all shapes and sizes hawk whatever resources they can to hire PFs. Conflict brings PFs. PFs expand the war zone, and more conflicts erupt in a continuous chain reaction. Sounds like our kind of work. Mother Base could grow by leaps and bounds.
Alright, let's get back into it. Let's see. Oh, I still need to start up this wandering Mother Base thing. I'll wait till later. And I'll leave back down for DRK.
Boss, this contract comes out of Angola. That's right, Central Africa, where Emmerich claimed they were working on a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. There's been a massive oil spill from Mafinda oil field. It's flowing into the river and contaminating the water supply. An environmental NGO has asked us to stop the spill by destroying the facility. Environmental activism isn't exactly our line of work, but it's not that simple either. The group operating the oil facility and causing the spill is the rebel group UNITA. And word has it that UNITA is getting supplied with US military weapons. That sounds to me like Cypher's pulling their strings. Boss, it's time to give Cypher a little surprise.
It's kind of interesting how I think this is the only main mission in the game that's like this, maybe apart from the ending, where you're not allowed to select the time of day. I guess they wanted this mission to have like a specific vibe to it at night. It is called Pitch Dark as well. I always thought that was kind of interesting. Let me just see here. Let's switch to Grey Urban. Not sure if it makes a difference on the facility. I always wondered as well if they were playing off the big shell in a way with this facility. You know, the leaking oily water and the place just being a shell and a front for the Patriots, Cypher.
Is Angola's Mafinda oil field, upstream from the landing point. A spill has covered the whole area and crude. A pipeline that crosses the Muneni River failed, and now the shore's a mess. Not to mention the villages downstream have no drinking water. To the pipeline from that facility. Taking it out should end the leak. The client this time is an environmental NGO. Destroy the facility. Stop that leak. This may seem like straight-up philanthropy, but there's another reason we agreed to it. The Mafinda oil field was outdated, abandoned. Then the rebel group UNITA moved in, taking it upon themselves to kickstart operations. UNITA's been rapidly modernizing its arsenal. Rumor has it someone's been selling them U.S. military hardware. Intel's analysis suggests the broker's a front company, Cypher's. Keeping tabs on UNITA could tell us who's pulling its strings.
step one to tracking down Skullface. And Cypher with him. Good luck, boss.
Zoya Badia
First,
Bulu.
make your way to the oil facility. It's to the north, past Bwala Yamasa. The village is currently occupied by UNITA, so stay sharp.
Apparently, Bwala Yamasa translates to village of water, I think, which I think is supposed to tie in to the fact that Liquid runs that place, like a village of liquid, village of water. Nyoka ya Mpembe. Zoya Badia Bulu. Let me check the intel files here.
That's one of the targets, the oily water separator tank. It filters impurities from the oil, making it the backbone of the whole facility. Destroy this, and I'll have no way to start the facility up again. It's built pretty tough, so you'll need explosives to take it out. However, the tank is highly pressurized. There'll be quite a bang when it goes up. Make sure you keep your distance. That's one of the targets, the oil transfer pump. We don't have a precise location. You'll have to search for it on-site. Stop this pump, and you stop the flow of oil. There should be an emergency stop button next to the pump. All you have to do is hit it. The relay station from Fenda oil field. They've cranked up the old machinery despite it being much too decrepit to run. That led to the oil spill, which is contaminating the river. To stop the spill, we need to shut down the oil transfer pump and destroy the oily water separator tank. The war industry we started has taken a pretty crooked course these past 9 years. With no other options, soldiers have become dogs of war, sent to conflict zones as private forces, or PFs. Guys we fought alongside are dying all around the globe for no reason. No banner. But it's how they survive. The demand for PFs here in Africa is especially high. Cold War standoffs, resource exploitation, tribal clashes. What's big business for developed countries has only brought conflict here. That mess you're standing in is just the latest example. Village. It's been turned into a supply hub for UNITA, meaning it'll be stocked with weapons and resources. Should be a thing or two that'll come in handy. Don't be shy. They deserve to be in better hands.
This MGS Delta? Yeah, some parts of Delta probably won't look too far off. Looks like it's gonna be pretty MGS5-esque.
Though they're members of UNITA, those locals have been hired by CFA, the South African PF, and they're communicating through Afrikaans, an official language of the country. We'll need someone with the Afrikaans interpreter skill to understand what they're saying. Those are UNITA troops, but their gear is from a PF known as the CFA, the Contract Forces of Africa. So the militants hired a PF to strengthen themselves, but the PF got so big it absorbed them. How's that for irony?
Oh yeah, I'm sure the graphical fidelity will be better. I just mean, from what we've seen so far, the game does look pretty MGS5-esque. The way Snake moves and controls looks practically identical from what we've seen. And visually, it'll look much closer to this than the original MGS3. You know, it seems like it's going for that same kind of realism and high fidelity that I guess you see with a lot of Unreal 5 stuff. Take this fool out. Yeah, I can't say I have much interest in the MGS3 remake, but maybe it'll give a bit of life to the community. I'm looking forward to seeing all the reactions.
Destroy the oil facility and stop the flow of oil. Head north through the village, and you'll find the facility further on. Keep in mind that time doesn't stop while you use the iDroid. You can even move around while using it, but pay attention to your surroundings.
I just hope at least there's something significantly new and interesting about it. Like new and different. Like if they... It'd be cool if they expanded on the food system. You know, like I was saying before, if you could maybe like eat the food in game. And have like lots of different animations for all the food eating. But that's wishful thinking. What if you actually had to be strategic about eating food and finding spots to eat food? What if you had to do it outside of the menu? The cure system could be improved on as well, because curing in that game just isn't really interesting outside of a couple of things. More of a hindrance, I think, than something that's actually engaging in the original game. But yeah, after seeing the Master Collection and seeing what they've been doing with a lot of their Silent Hill stuff, it's really hard to have any confidence in Konami. I'm sure they'll want to cut as many corners as possible. Mr. Man, what were you saying here? It'd make the end boss fight in particular a lot more tactical, because as is you can just pause and refill your stamina at any moment. Yeah, I think a system like that could be interesting, but you know, it'll... Who knows if they'll do anything like that. Now in MGS3 as well, you only get to really see Snake eat a couple of things. You get to see him eat a snake once when you eat a snake for the first time. You get to see him eat a fish once when you choose to eat a fish for the first time. You get that little video. It'd be cool just to be able to see him actually eat more things, whether it was in a little menu video or if he actually ate it in the game world, like in real time. Yeah, it'd just be cool to see them do more stuff with that food system, but... But part of me just doesn't even really want to think about things that they could do. I used to, like, I used to kind of like talking about the MGS3 remake and maybe speculating about certain things that they could do, but after the release of the Master Collection and Silent Hill Ascension and all that mess, I just, it just kind of feels silly. It's just made me really cynical about Konami.
It's located upriver. The Finda oil field is the property of Saner, South African Natural Resources. Saner drills oil wells wherever they can throughout that region. When the oil dries up, they abandon the facility. Then it's only a matter of time before the aging equipment starts leaking crude. That means Unita's takeover is the perfect cover for Saner. Now they can blame the spill on a bunch of oil thieves. However you look at it, Saner's far from squeaky clean.
Hold on one sec, guys. I think I forgot to turn my volume down. Sorry if I'm getting a bit drowned out here. I turned it up for some of those tapes. Let me know how it is. Right, but like, what do we have to look at that's a good indicator, Bad Humans? Like, you might be right there, but I don't know, man.
That used to be a settlement.
The Master Collection and Silent Hill Ascension releasing so close to each other just really left a bad taste.
Now it's burned to the ground. There it is, the oil facility. To stop the leak, you need to shut down the oil transfer pump and destroy the oily water separator tank. The details are on your iDroid.
Yeah, I don't know. I just get the sense that there's still something just very wrong at that company. When it comes to the management of it, the relationships between the higher-ups and the teams. Like, because you really got a sense that there were people who actually cared working on the Master Collection with the way it was all presented, with some of the obscure things that were included and features that were included. Like tiny fixes from the HD collection that only hardcore fans would give a fuck about. Like, there was clear indicators that there were people there who really cared, but in the end it was like 1 step forward, 10 steps back with all the fucking issues that it had. It's just ridiculous. It's also a real pet peeve of mine when these remasters get released, like these 20-year-old classics being officially re-released, and they're just so rife with problems. It's like, how do you do this? Can't even re-release your old fucking games in a working state, or in a good state. And this is supposed to be like the Master Collection. I don't know, man. Seeing them get back into Metal Gear with a remake as well, another thing that's just kind of personally irks me. It just feels very anti-MGS. The next big release. A fucking remake, just capitalizing on the trend. I don't know. everything just feels so corporately driven, you know? No, but it wasn't presented as the next big MGS. This is all we have. This is their next MGS. Of course, an MGS3 remake is going to get way more attention and hype, you know? Big modernized MGS3 revamp with flashy new Unreal 5 graphics. Of course it's going to be looked at as this big thing, especially when it's not releasing next to anything else or any other new mainline entry or anything. It's par for Konami to follow Capcom. They've been doing it for decades, really, yeah. That's interesting. I'm not familiar with that trend. The boys up here. Oh my god! And this last guy too.
One of the targets. Take it out.
It's no good, boss. Attacking like that won't cut it. Aim somewhere else. Or change to
No, don't wake him up. Thank you. Master Collection still being updated. Yeah, hopefully hopefully by 2026 they'll have finished all their updates and it'll be on par with the original releases. I think it's ridiculous that you even have to wait so long for some of these fixes. For like basic things for games that are like 20 years old. You shouldn't be re-releasing your classics in that state. Makes you look so incompetent. Is the sound still broken in MGS1? I'm not sure what the deal is with the sound. I know that the audio, that the quality of the audio files are worse just across the board in MGS2. I think the bugs have been fixed, but the audio quality just isn't as good as what you have on all the other versions. But yeah, I'm not even sure if all the audio has been fixed. I'm not even sure if all the audio bugs have been fixed. Nice.
He's coming too. Roger that. Destroy that separator tank. You'll need to use it.
I was told that the audio quality is worse across the board, I thought, on all versions. Thought they all had the same issue.
Explosives.
With lower quality audio files.
C4? Alright, you planted the C4. Don't set it off until you're at a safe distance.
Someone's making a ruckus up there.
Giving up their search for you. Good. You're away from the C4. Any sign of the enemy? Be sure to time the explosion carefully. Boss, destroy the oil facility and stop the flow of oil. To prevent the machinery being turned back on again, you need to turn off the oil transfer pump and destroy the oily water separator tank. Check the details on your iDroid. You can handle the pump first or the tank. It's up to you. Just remember that destroying the tank will cause a major explosion. That'll put the enemy on alert. Choose wisely.
Hello there.
There's the transfer pump control room. The emergency stop button is probably inside it. Transfer pump shutoff confirmed. Next, destroy the oily water separator tank. That'll ensure they can never use the facility again.
All the sound effects in MGS2 were like that. Like, I think all of the sound was fucked. It was just more noticeable for higher pitched sound effects. You'd only really notice with the higher pitched stuff, like menu sounds, the ciphers. Codec beeps were all completely fucked. You would even notice that Raiden's footsteps would be a slightly higher pitch than normal. It was like everything was pitched up and distorted. Security! Where you going, man? Move it. I'm okay with that not being included, Mr. Man. You know, because they did have some nice additional things. I thought it was great that we finally got the screenplay books, which had only ever been in Japanese up until that point. You know, I think we should count ourselves lucky that we got those. It's not like people were fucking calling out for those screenplay books either. That was just a fucking gift. The Mantis save editor is also just a really nice little addition. Yeah, being able to add all of the saves so you can hear all the dialogue. That's the sad thing, man, because there are obviously people there who genuinely cared. The minor visual fixes and everything from the HD collection.
That's some thick smoke. They must be burning the impurities. That smoke is loaded with sulfides. It would certainly explain the acid rain in the region. What? Never seen a chimney before? Wait, you're not getting any ideas, are you? Don't go playing Santa Claus.
Saner logo. I was wondering last time if that was supposed to look like a whale as well. It looks kind of whale-like, the mouth there. Saner claws. I'm well aware it's South Africa. That it's a map. Did you know that the USA on the map also looks like a whale? Kojima explicitly plays around with that in Death Stranding. Whales are also pretty cool. Yep.
You destroyed the separator tank. Objectives complete. Though security will be tighter after that explosion. Get out of there ASAP. That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Amazing. Mission complete. That right? Boss, we took another look into Saner, the owner of the oil field. They were behind what happened. They hired the PF, not United. They restarted the facility all the while pretending they were the victims. One other thing. Saner's Johannesburg head office is just a room in a multi-tenant building. Company's essentially non-existent. 3 years ago, that investment fund stepped in and started gutting it through a series of mergers and sell-offs. And get this, the fund itself no longer exists either. It's a shell corporation, meaning someone is just using Saner's name from the shadows. But what about those strange corpses? Just what the hell were they doing over there? Hey! Snake, I've customized a walker gear just for you. It features a silent running system, great for infiltration missions, and you can also summon it to your location. I've taken the liberty of calling it the D-Walker. It's armed with a suppressed tranquilizer gun. If you want to add other weaponry or upgrade the chassis, give the order from your iDroid. Boss, if you got time on your hands, come spend it back at the base. The men will miss you if you're gone too long. Boss, I've updated the mission list. We received a new job offer. It doesn't seem connected to Cypher or Skullface at all, but if it goes well, we may get an Afrikaans interpreter. The details are on your iDroid.
I'm just catching up with the chat here about humans and Mr. Man and all the collection talk. You think they just pushed it out because of other delays? Bad Humans, they just said fuck it because they had all these other delays and they didn't want to delay that one as well. Hey, thank you very much for the 100 bits, Stein. Get back here, Pequod.
Roger.
Didi, stay. Didi. Fully trained and ready for action. The rest is up to you. Didi, go! He's going with you.
Let me explain what D-Dog can do as your buddy. With that nose of his, he can sniff out and mark nearby enemies and prisoners. Should come in handy for infiltrating outposts. At trained him to detect mines and medicinal plants, too. When he locates something, check your map.
You called that thing Sahelanthropus. Where does the name come from?
Well, several years ago, an excavation team discovered a hominid skull in the Sahel region.
Central Africa. The Southern Sahara.
Cypher gave the specimen the name Sahelanthropus, Man of Sahel. And then they covered the whole thing up.
Why?
They probably wanted to monopolize information about human evolution to have a head start in their genetic research. At least, until they had an idea of what they'd found.
It was that big of a discovery, huh?
Sahelanthropus was a gracile hominid, estimated to have lived about 7 million years ago. What's significant about it is how its skull's foramen magnum faces down. In other words, its spinal column supported its head from underneath.
It stood upright.
Right. Which would mean Sahelanthropus walked upright 3 million years before Australopithecus, making it the world's oldest human species.
Walking upright. I get it. Hence the name Sahelanthropus for your machine.
Walking upright was the decisive difference between our ancestors and other anthropoids. Our brains could get heavier once they were supported by the spinal column. That led to the use of tools and the development of complex communication through language. Only man is capable of this. My creation will be the progenitor of all bipedal weapon platforms.
And you did this for Cypher?
No, not at all. Sahelanthropus is the best proof that I never betrayed you guys.
What do you mean?
The reconstructed Sahelanthropus skull looked exactly like the skull we used as our logo 9 years ago in the Caribbean.
An army without a nation. Outside the world order.
The design was based on Pangaea, the supercontinent that existed 250 million years ago, right?
Yeah. When the world was a single landmass. That concept's at the source of our strength.
I felt the same way about Sahelanthropus. Sure, I was forced to build it under their orders, but I always wanted to put its technology back in our hands someday. That's the reason I incorporated the old insignia into Sahelanthropus's name. Don't you see? That's how much I was thinking about you guys.
Oh, I see, all right. I see someone desperate to cover his ass. You can say whatever you want after the fact. But that skull also symbolizes somebody else. Skullface.
What a load of bullshit.
Snake, you finally came. Just don't record this, okay?
Not recording anything. What's this about?
What I'm about to say stays between you and me. It's about the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. You know a researcher by the name of Clark? He works in the biotech industry, real advanced stuff. His area is bioengineering, but lately he's also gotten into genetic research.
Never heard of him.
Well then, what do you know about cloning?
I think I've heard enough.
Hold on, this is important. Cloning lets you create a genetic copy of an organism. You take the nucleus of one of its cells, and you swap it with the nucleus of an unfertilized egg from another member of the same species. They started out working with plants, but since then they've had success with other organisms, including mammals. It's a hot area for a lot of places right now. Corporations, universities, research groups. There's no shortage of scientists out to get famous and patent their work, with morality taking a back seat.
Isn't that a little outside your field?
It's got nothing to do with my research. But I thought it might be of interest to you. Cloning, and Dr. Clark, I mean.
Go on.
Now, this is really highly classified stuff. But I've heard that an American biotech company has successfully cloned a human being. What's more, it happened over 10 years ago. And the researcher behind it was Dr. Clark. You've really never heard of him?
I don't meet many doctors.
This Dr. Clark is a complete ghost, even to others in his field. His age, where he comes from, that might not be his real name. And I can't even say for sure he's a he. Clark's employer, ATGC, its company motto is embracing your hopes, preserving talent.
What does this have to do with me?
Cypher. Dr. Clark works for ATGC, and they have connections to DARPA. Cypher couldn't function without the communications network DARPA's built. Meaning, Cypher has to be a part of the Pentagon. Or at least, the two are joined at the hip. DARPA is a driving force behind human cloning. It's a pretty high priority project for them. And this Dr. Clark, some say he's a pivotal player in Cypher. But that's not all. Every cell nucleus in an organism contains the genetic information for that organism. Think of it as a blueprint for life. Clark appears to be working on how to decode this information and rearrange it at will. If you could do that, it would mean being able to custom design human beings for specific purposes. Can you believe that? Suppose for a moment that this is all fact. A man of your talents, if your genetic information died with you, that would be a terrible loss for mankind. But what if mankind could preserve you for future generations by cloning you?
All right, enough. I get the idea.
Look, I know it's inductive reasoning, but this weapon to surpass Metal Gear they're developing in Africa, I believe it's something that uses this new technology. Speaking as a fellow scientist, it chills me to the bone.
That's rich coming from you.
If genes serve as our blueprint, then I wonder if they include an impulse that drives us to tweak the design. Can you imagine that? Genes, encoded with information that wants its children to decode it. Is life itself putting the direction of our next evolution in the hands of scientists? I guess it would take some real arrogance to believe that. And yet, it could be what Cypher's after.
I think you're barking up the wrong tree. But that was an interesting story. It'd make a good movie.
You have to believe me.
Where'd you hear all this anyway?
Where? I just overheard it in bits and pieces while I was forced to do that research for them.
Right.
Wait a minute. Look, I want to help you. I want to be of service here. I'm risking my life with this.
Is that so? Maybe it's time we brought someone else into the conversation.
No, not him. Not Ocelot. You can't do this.
Fuck you, Huey. Alright, let's get back to these missions, shall we? What's next? Lingua Franca? Let's do it.
There's a violent power struggle going on within the contract forces of Africa, the PF that ran security for the Muffinda oil field. Most of their key people are Afrikaners, but naturally for a South African organization, some of its founders are British. Details are sketchy, but apparently the Afrikaners are holding these British personnel for interrogation near Kaziba camp. We've been asked to rescue one of them, a man known as the Viscount. We don't have the Viscount's exact location, but he doesn't speak the Afrikaners' language, Afrikaans. They'll need an interpreter who speaks English in order to interrogate him. Meaning if we tail the interpreter, he'll lead us right to the target. By the way, the contract specifies that it's all right to ignore the other British prisoners. But the final decision is yours, boss.
Actually, hold on. The Viscount. Oh yeah, no, of course. The fucking interpreter is in the mission. Just making sure I was up to date with the interpreters. I want to try and get all the conversations here. Although if I fuck up, I'm just going to go straight to the Viscount and extract him. Sorry, DD, but you're kind of useless.
Several high-level British CFA officials are being held by their Afrikaner colleagues. One of these prisoners is the rescue target, a guy known as the Viscount. The target's location is unknown. They're bound to have an interpreter present when they interrogate him. We've used info from the intel unit to predict the interpreter's location. It's on your iDroid. Follow the interpreter and extract the target when you find him.
I'm not sure, Mr. Man. I'll probably be back later for like the second half of chapter 2, so you might get some dog talker later. I guess we'll see.
Be careful down there, boss.
I'm not sure. I doubt this will be my last session. I definitely won't. I'll have to finish off 5. I'm just not sure when I'll be taking over.
Whoa, whoa! Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Like baker's yeast.
That's not the target. Orders are only the Viscount gets rescued. Can't understand why he'd receive special treatment, but I don't imagine it'll be a problem to save the other prisoners too.
Meld aan met gevangenen.
Goeie werk, troep.
Wel, wat maak ik met hom?
Sit hom saam met die vrou. Ek sal hulle saam ondervra.
Ja, meneer. Beweeg.
They're working for one of the bigger PFs, the Contract Forces of Africa, CFA for short. These guys are all business. Mercenary work is strictly about the money to them. Either way, they're no threat to us.
This is where I start to struggle when it comes to following the individual mission stories. I just drown in the amount of acronyms and the amount of PFs. And then all of the twists within twists and within missions, and no, this came through a cutout, but no, it came through this, and then it's tied to Saner and the MPLA and CFA, and you just sort of drown in it all.
They are all business. Hard to believe they're interrogating their own. Situation must be worse than we thought. Make a wrong move, and they could kill the target without warning. Afrikaans is the lingua franca for mercs in that area. If you're going to get any information from interrogations, you'll need an interpreter. But don't extract the interpreter just yet. If he doesn't turn up, they won't be able to do the interrogation. If they then decide the target's no longer any use to them, they won't hesitate to kill him. The target's location is unknown, but they're bound to have an interpreter present when they interrogate him. Follow the interpreter and extract the target when you find him. The interpreter will be present for the rescue target's interrogation. He's a CFA Merc too, but he serves as a language specialist. His job is English Afrikaans simultaneous interpreting. Tail him to find out where they're keeping the target. That's the rescue target known as the Viscount. But don't let that fool you. He's no aristocrat. He started out in the British Army's Scots Guards, moved on to the SAS, then became a mercenary and helped create the CFA. How he earned the moniker is unclear.
This is your last chance.
Die MPLA se olieveldregte. Waar het die inligting vandaan gekom?
The MPLA's oilfield rights. Where did you get this information?
I told you. I only know it was an anonymous source.
Dit was 'n anonieme bron.
Moenie my vir 'n poepel vat nie.
You're not fooling anybody.
Ask any of the others. Nobody knows anything.
Hy sê jy moet die ander probeer vra.
O, so hulle het saam 'n storie opgemaak. Dit is hoekom jy nie die Britte kan vertrou nie. Weet jy hoeveel Afrikaners sit onder 'n hele gelei tydens die Boereoorlog?
You made up a story with the others. You British are all liars. You know how much the Afrikaners suffered because of you in the Boer War.
That wasn't me.
Hy sê dit was nie hy nie.
Maar dit was julle wat ons verraai het.
But it was you that betrayed us.
It wasn't me. It was the Viscount.
Genoeg! As jy niks weet nie, is ons seker klaar nie.
That man was speaking English. You see the interpreter? Take a good look at his face.
You found the interpreter. Now follow him to the target.
So, our rescue target was behind some kind of plot.
Okay, now we wait for these two to leave. Grab this guy.
Boss, I did some digging, and it seems the target himself gave us this mission through a representative. Obviously, he couldn't contact us directly due to his predicament, but still, something about this Viscount doesn't add up.
Oh yeah, Silent Hill 2 trailer is coming out, like, what, now? In an hour or some shit?
That prisoner you extracted wasn't the target, but we did get some information. Seems the prisoners aren't held together, and the cells and interrogation rooms are separate places.
Playing now? Okay. Unfortunately, I don't give any fucks. Fuck, where is this gonna send me back?
The target's location is unknown, but they're bound to have an interpreter present when they interrogate him.
Let's watch it. No, no. Sorry. I don't think I even watched the last
That prisoner
trailer.
you extracted wasn't the target, but we did get some information. Seems the prisoners aren't held together.
But even when it comes to games that I'm really interested in now, you know, I don't watch trailers. I just don't really watch trailers at all anymore.
And the cells and interrogation rooms are separate places.
I'm gonna get caught in the same way again. Let's take it easy here. Oh, are we seeing some character reveals that we haven't seen before? Angela and Eddie. The only reason I'm going to be playing the Silent Hill 2 remake is for you guys. For all the people that will want to watch me play it. I don't really have much interest. Although I'm sure I will be morbidly curious when the time comes. When the release date hits. God damn it.
The target's location is unknown, but they're bound to have an interpreter present when they interrogate him.
Oh, I got another No, I didn't get another, Oh, I did get another checkpoint. But this guy's still here. Okay. Oh, no way. I thought he was staring off in the opposite fucking direction there.
Follow the interpreter and extract the target when you find him.
Don't want this guy waking up and fucking with the scripts. Want to make sure he gets Fultoned. Right, I'm going over this way. I think this is what I always used to do. I don't know why I went right through the path. Mr. Mac. This doesn't look good. James enters the indoor graveyard. Ah, fuck.
If you're going to use a weapon, be careful not to draw the enemy's attention.
I want to listen to the interrogation. Fucking take him out. Oh, they killed him! Oh, I missed the interrogation. What the fuck? The checkpoint screwed me there. The time fast forwarded.
Boss, one of the prisoners has been killed. We don't know if it was a target or not. Hurry up and ID the target.
Oh. Fuck it. Let's go see if we can at least catch the interrogation with the Viscount then. I think all you need is to listen in on the final interrogation to get the goal. Not that I care about getting the goals, but just out of curiosity, I don't think you actually have to listen to all of them, do you? What are they called again? Tasks, mission tasks. Did you enjoy the trailer, Bad Humans? Were you impressed? You hate Donna Burke's Angela. Wow, sacrilege.
ek nie.
You like her as Claudia? I like her as Angela. I think she has a few wonky line deliveries, but I like her overall. Okay, I'm gonna leave those two there. Are these guys in their position? What's going on here? They're not. I wonder, did those guys shoot the hostages before they even got there? Did they shoot them early before they even arrived to interrogate them? Because they usually come here pretty quickly after that interrogation. Slopes. Really bad humans. Even like the staircase scene. Man, I think some of her line deliveries are great in that scene. Just the complete loss and exasperation. Having given up. Angela ate too many donuts? Is she fat? Is she fat in the remake? She looks her age in the remake. She looks younger. She looks a lot younger. That's interesting.
If you run into trouble, give us a call. We may be able to offer some advice.
Hey, here he comes. Now I actually am kind of curious to see it, given that they've revealed some of these new characters. I might take a look at it after the stream. Let's see it on stream? Nah. I don't want to feel pressured to have an interesting reaction. I'll just look at it after the stream.
Sorry we kept you waiting.
I don't want to feel like I have to say something about any of that shit. Oh, what's your opinion on this, dog? What do you think? What do you think of her face and how she looks and how she sounds? Give us all your in-depth opinions on it. I don't want any fucking opinions on this shit. I don't know if I don't even know if I want to play this game. I'm just gonna be playing it for you, chat.
Kill me anyway. Hy sê jy gaan hom in elk geval dood.
Miskien nie. Afhangende van wat jy met vertel.
Maybe not, depending on what you tell me.
We don't know the informant's identity.
Hy sê hulle weet nie wie die informant is.
Ek vind dit baie moeilik om te glo.
He does not believe you.
Maar as jy so graag die Emerald wil skoon, dis ek onbest.
If you want to die, we will make it happen.
Nooit vir die Britte gewerk het.
We never support nationalist.
Apartheid on its last legs already. Get with the times.
Apartheid is besig om tot 'n einde te kom.
Dis 'n arrogansie van 'n verraaier.
That is some attitude from a traitor.
What am I supposed to say? Trust me.
This guy's supposed to be a Brit?
How about we make a deal?
Hy sê hy wil probeer om 'n ooreenkoms te sluit.
Daardie is die ekste.
That door is closed already.
Wait.
Back.
Rain. Sound of rainfall should help to mask your footsteps.
Oh, fuck. Usually the interpreter comes up this way and then I grab him. Where did he go? Oh, fuck. They're going sprinting down that way. Fuck it. Go. Is this him? Where the fuck is he going? Is that him? that the guy that he was with?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Challenge task achieved. I don't know what I achieved there. Did I identify the interpreter there? Thought I did that way earlier. Maybe it's just late coming in. Okay, see you later.
Target extraction confirmed. Get yourself out of the hot zone. By chopper or by land. It's your choice.
Where's the hot zone? Yeah, let's fucking ride out of here.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete, boss. Boss, one of the other British prisoners filled us in about the Viscount. It turns out he's a real two-faced son of a bitch. He was planning to secure the MPLA's oil field rights for himself in exchange for swapping the CFA's alliance from the anti-government United rebels to the state-backed MPLA. He hid this from the Afrikaners, but once he thought the jig was up, he tried to pin it on the other British personnel and take off. The Afrikaners captured him, and that was when he asked us to rescue him, and only him. I'll throw him in the brig for now, but we may have to be extra persuasive with this one. By the way, boss, we got some interesting news out of our friend the Viscount. He mentioned that more than a few PFs in the region have purchased walker gears. The CFA's the same. That's Soviet Army technology, and it's still a prototype. Only Cypher could be leaking it to the PFs. But the question is, why?
Sorry, Miller, I got distracted by chat there, and then I was completely lost when I went back to you. Could you say that again? What's going on with this Viscount? Let's go back to the ACC. The discount.
Boss, one of the latest missions to come in is connected to the walker gears. This could be our chance to close in on Cypher. Take a look at your mission list.
Hard to believe how many of those bipedal weapons have popped up around Africa. When did that start? No more than 6 months ago.
Didn't really hit me until I came here.
They're not supposed to be in use yet. Emmerich says they were still doing the last round of fine-tuning.
The doctor has no idea. His research has already hit the black market. Both sides of the Iron Curtain will have it by now. Even so, they're spreading much too fast. Sure, the Walker Gears can operate in any terrain. Their mobility's just as good in the jungle as it is in the desert. That would come in handy in a place like Africa. They are modules that can one day be used as nuclear weapon systems. And with that in mind, the numbers are way too large. There must be another reason they're so widespread.
Like what?
It's all about needs. To small-time outfits like most of these private forces, this product is a dream come true. Hell, it goes beyond PFs. This is the ultimate weapon, the forbidden fruit, for anyone with an enemy to fight and people to defend.
A nuclear deterrent.
Exactly. Sounds familiar, huh? PFs are all operating off your playbook. You created these times. But could this be the new weapon in Africa that Emmerich talked about? If it is, why is Cypher letting everyone and his brother get their hands on one? What comes next? Selling nuclear weapons in the open? Making them public property?
Why don't they give that a try? Then the next war really will be fought with sticks.
Right. The man we're dealing with isn't foolish enough to make a suicide pact with the world.
So, what is Cypher really up to?
Did they reveal anything else at this thing? Was it just a Silent Hill 2 trailer? I think people said that Sony was doing like a state of play thing. I'm not keeping up to date with any of this stuff. Daddy? They revealed Abstract Daddy? Let's see here.
Boss, this contract comes from the MPLA, the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola. Apparently, new Western bipedal weapons have been deployed to Ditadi Abandoned Village and are a threat to their troops. Our job is to eliminate them. The bipedal weapons they're talking about are, of course, Walker Gears. As I previously reported, they're already in active service with PFs in Africa. But don't you find it strange? A PF employed by the West obtains a prototype developed by the Soviets, yet the Russia-backed MPLA don't know the details. Eastern weapons technology developed in Afghanistan is being supplied to the West in Africa. Only Cypher would be capable of making something like that happen. So, boss, eliminate the Walker Gears at Ditadi Abandoned Village, just like the MPLA have asked. Once you do, the PF will need to contact its supplier, giving us a chance to close in on that supplier, Cypher.
The Konami Silent Hill transmission starts in a few minutes. Oh, why did you post Daddy, though? Were you just referring to me as Daddy? As in, Daddy, the Konami Silent Hill transmission starts in a few minutes. Just in case you want to watch. Is that what you're referring to me as Daddy there? Or why did you say Daddy? Maybe you meant to type that to someone else. Maybe that wasn't supposed to be typed in here. Oh. They showed Daddy in the trailer? Abstract? Abstract or regular? I hope they didn't show regular. He's not you're not allowed to see him. Okay, I hope he was looking suitably disgusting.
Boss, this contract comes from the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, also known as the MPLA. The PF at Ditadi Abandoned Village has been supplied with Walker Gears. Your job is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see fit. This just might get us closer to the Walker Gears supplier, Cypher. Good luck, boss.
Maybe I'll try and avoid watching trailers, actually. Just so I can be blind for the playthrough. So even character designs are a surprise to me when I see them in the game. Although it'd probably be hard to avoid on social media.
Be careful down there, boss.
Hey, what's up, man who sold the world? I'm going off in the wrong direction. Maybe I'll take a different approach this time. I always go up on the right side. Let's go up on the left side here.
The targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Yeah, the left side doesn't look too welcoming, really. No rocks to climb up here, huh? No cracks. I think you can go all the way up on top of this rock and snipe everyone from up here. And now we can oversee the whole camp here. Ah! There's this guy. There's usually two of them over there.
Is he okay?
Is he okay? No.
Wat gaan aan?
Okay, let's do this shit.
You gotta extract him.
Help me!
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Who do you think you're fooling here, man who sold the world?
Target Great.
Come on, man.
No targets remaining. Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land. That's it. You've made it out
Beautiful.
of the hot zone.
That was pretty
No sign
clean.
of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete and how? Boss, we were right. Once you'd eliminated those walker gears, a resupply call was made from Ditadi to CFA headquarters. The CFA then contacted none other than Saner. That's right, the shell company that owned Mvinda Oilfield. So Saner was just a front for Cypher. The resupply won't be happening just yet. But we did learn that the walker gears are transported out of Nova Braga Airport. Apparently there's a distribution network on the Savannah that links all the PF outposts. I'll have the intel team investigate this network. If Cypher is supplying PFs with walker gears, the PFs have to be offering them something in return. We follow the money trail. We might just find ourselves on Cypher's doorstep. Boss, we have an emergency. Get back to Mother Base right now. I mean it. Hurry.
Oh, it's time. Yeah, it is officially the 31st of May here. The smile.
Happy birthday, may your sky stay blue.
Huey.
Happy birthday to you.
I love you, Huey.
Happy birthday, boss.
A real cigar. Damn, I actually kind of wish I recruited Quiet now just to get the scene.
Happy birthday, Snake.
Happy birthday, Snake.
Happy birthday, boss.
That thumbs up.
The intel team has come
He
back
looks so
with its
smug.
report following its investigation into PF logistics. Cypher has to be involved with this distribution network somehow. One thing in particular caught my eye. A convoy that regularly crosses the Savannah. On paper, it's just mined resources going to the government, but the security's much too heavy. At the very least, it's worth checking out. Take a look at the mission.
Happy birthday birthday, Blue. Happy birthday to you.
I know you're an expert when it comes to solo infiltrations, but now you have buddies who will fight alongside you. Use your iDroid to deploy them whenever you like. The role of your buddies is to support you during missions. There's more than one way for them to do that. To get the most out of a buddy's abilities, you need to give the right order for the situation.
Let's go get some yellow cake.
Boss, about those walker gears deployed by the CFA. It appears that it's not just the CFA. PFs all along the Angola-Zaire border are also getting equipped with them. The bipedal technology was developed by the Soviets, but Cypher's the one supplying it to the PFs. The question is why? What's in it for them? The answer may lie in the compensation being traded to Cypher by the PFs. Many outfits operating in Africa get locally mined resources as spoils of war. Diamonds, nuggets of gold, and rare metals. According to the intel team, there's a PF convoy that regularly transports the goods, escorted by armored vehicles, no less. Pretty heavy security for crossing the remote Angolan savannah. I can't imagine Cypher would be so interested in minerals alone. Those convoys have to be transporting something else. Something that holds the key to Cypher's plans. Boss, I want you to extract the truck, cargo and all, from the PF convoy. Let's find out what Cypher's real goals are.
They should have added a Marilyn Monroe-esque scene where Kaz comes out of a big cake. That would have been amazing. It should have been Ocelot, though. Ocelot coming out of a big cake. Because he is the one who is actually in love with Big Boss. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm just thinking if I want to try the DRK method. No, I think I'm going to go for my classic method. Let's go for Splitter. Does what camo you choose make a huge difference? I think it makes a significant difference. I wouldn't say huge, but pretty significant.
Boss, your objective is to steal an entire truck from a PF convoy. We don't have a fix on the truck we want, but the intel team has spotted the unit that's been tasked with escorting it. They're stationed at the guard post to the north of Nova Braga Airport on the Savannah. The rendezvous with our target will be any time now. Start by heading to that guard post. Then follow the escort unit. It should lead you right to the target truck. Boss, extract them from the mission area. You can check the target details on your iDroid.
The sneaking suit has really bad camo in this game. It's very easy to notice how good the camo is by equipping the sneaking suit, seeing how bad it is, and then equipping actual camo. With the sneaking suit, you get silent footsteps, but it's really not worth it. because the trade-off is really bad. You get seen at a really long range compared to if you were wearing proper camo.
Be careful down there, boss.
Is it possible to unlock the Skull's armor? You do get the parasite suit. Which is like the Skull's armor. I forget how the parasite suit even functions. I know, Splitter is for vehicles. I know what it's for. With my slow-ass method for this mission, I noticed a difference when I wore the Splitter outfit when driving the vehicle away from the skulls. Ah! I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I use it for the truck.
Throw a wrench into Cyber's plans. See any clues in the guard post that will lead us to the target. Have a look around.
At least I thought I was noticing a difference when I started using the Splitter for the truck. Felt like I was able to drive out earlier than usual. Didn't have to lure them as much. Happy birthday, may your skies stay blue. Where are the other ones?
Sure as the sun will cross the sky, the lion's over. Gone, like the tears that used to tide me over.
No, I'm not going to play The Man Who Sold the World. And I'm probably not ever going to do anything you ask me to do.
There's no disguising it. It really comes as no surprise to find that you planned it all along.
Why? Just based off all of the things you've told me to do so far. The odds aren't looking good. Go back into that tent. You missed something. No, I'm not going to do that because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I don't need to get this shit that you want me to get for no reason. I already decided I was going to play this song. I'm not going to play the fucking song you want me to play after I've chosen to play a song. You're just like, you're really bad at asking me to do things. It seems, anyway. I'm getting the sense that I'm never going to want to do anything you ask me to do, based off the brief amount of time you've spent in this chat so far.
Your insincerity and me all starry-eyed. You think that I would have known by now.
And is that a fucking skull? This skull decided he would come around the other way. I knew this was going to happen. This has actually never happened to me before.
Not funny.
I did this strat. Maybe I moved up a bit too quickly. I've never had this happen. I've always gotten them to reliably go around that corner. Shit! Okay, hold on. Fuck!
Fuck you, asshole!
Where is he? Hold on. This could be a good thing, actually, if we get him over here. Whoa! Okay, hold up, hold up.
Good. You're in the target truck.
Oh, no. It's over. Yeah, no, we're not getting out. Fuck. It's poetry in motion. Bop, bop.
Extract the PF transport truck. Throw a wrench into Cypher's plans. See any clues in the guard post that will lead us to the target. Have a look around.
Maybe the song choice distracted me. Yeah, maybe I should play The Man Who Sold the World this time. I think I might try the DRK method again this time. I pulled it off last time, but it was a bit janky. Let's have another crack at it. Poetry in motion. Let me see if I can develop any better C4. Rank 2 would be nice. Yeah, let's get a supply drop here and have a crack at this. Yeah, I think I more or less had it figured out last time, DRK. I just wasn't able to get all of them up to the gate. So I killed 3 of them, I think. And then I just drove away with the last 2 chasing me, and I was able to get away with the last 2.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper.
Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought I was safe to just wander around there.
Extract the PF transport truck. Throw a wrench into Cypher's plans. See any clues in the guard post that will lead us to the target. Have a look around.
No. Thank you. Do I need to develop that again? That undo? No. Okay. Oh yeah, rank 2. Let's see. I'm probably gonna have to call in another supply drop if I really want to go ham here. Yeah, hold on, let's wait. Let's wait here. Call in another supply. We're going to be stacking a whole load of C4 on this gate. Enough to hopefully kill all of the skulls. But we'll probably make a mess out of it. Old fucking convoy is here. Hold up. Right, let's just trigger it now. Let's trigger it now. Oh shit, now all these other dudes are gonna be here as well. Okay, watch this.
Skulls. If these bastards are pulling guard duty, that proves the cargo is headed to Cypher.
Hold on. There we go. Hopefully that'll be okay. Now we just wanna... lure them over to the gate. Come on, Scullies. Maybe I'm better off just sitting beside the gate until they get up to it instead of coming around here. Oh, did they show a trailer for the Silent Hill 2 movie? I hope that I get to play Douglas in the Silent Hill 3 movie. Oh wait, there already is a Silent Hill 3 movie. Never mind. When they do another Silent Hill 3 movie, I hope I get to play Douglas. Oh, this is way faster than last time. I don't know what happened last time when we tried to do this. Remember, it took them like an age to walk up to the gate. Okay, we go for it? Let's go for it.
You defeated the Skulls.
Sick.
I can't believe you took those things out. Now you just have to extract the target.
Woo!
Good.
Oh, God, I was scared there for a second. I thought one was still alive. Nice.
Amazing. Mission complete. Boss, we searched the truck you recovered. There were two primary types of cargo. First, drums of malachite, a copper ore. That took up most of the truck bed. But malachite isn't valuable enough to warrant an escort. The real cargo was likely the second item, a shielding container. The contents, yellow cake. That's right, the raw material for a nuclear weapon. That might point to the weapon to surpass Metal Gear Emmerich told us about. But who can say? Thing is, there isn't a lot of it. Not enough to make a nuclear warhead. Give us some time. We'll look into it. Try to figure out why they had this under such close guard.
No, he got banned. I knew that guy was a blatant troll as soon as he came in the chat. But I thought he might have been a bit of fun to play around with. And we got some fun out of him. Yeah, I don't think he was going to last for much longer anyway. I just wanted to keep him around for just a little bit longer. Let's see. Back to the ACC.
Boss, this is an emergency. We had two intel team agents undercover at the PF, Contract Forces of Africa. The CFA have captured them both. They don't have long to live. You've got to get them out of there ASAP. This means Cypher might be getting wind of our existence. We may need to move more cautiously from now on. I just hope this incident has nothing to do with them. I've added the details to your mission list. Don't let them down, boss.
Boss, I have the report on that cargo we stole from Cypher's truck. The PF was transporting two things. The analysis of that malachite has come back first. Naturally, the main compound is copper. There's also a small amount of cobalt. Nothing unusual so far. Southern Zaire is a well-known copper belt. However, in addition to these, we also detected a trace amount of uranium. The content percentage, though, is too low for nuclear development. It most likely came from Shinkalobwe mine. That's where the uranium in that area comes from. The mine's closed, as all the high-purity uranium ore dried up a long time ago. But you could probably still find it there in small quantities. That said, there are plenty of other uranium mines that are in operation, like in Niger, Namibia, South Africa. Why go to an abandoned mine to scrape up whatever's left and ship it out in mass quantities without refining it? They were transporting that yellow cake too, which would suggest they have the technology to refine uranium. Anyway, that about sums it up. Unfortunately, the analysis of that yellow cake is taking a little longer. I'll let you know when it's done. Zero-risk security aren't as hardcore a military outfit compared to the other two PFs in this region. The company sends operators to conflict regions around the world, not just Africa. They have decades of combined experience. They're also based out of South Africa. Their headquarters is in Johannesburg. A lot of their work involves corporate security for South African companies, but a good number of their operators are retired South African military. So don't mistake them for a bunch of security guards.
Okay, let's see what's next. Ah, the Intel agents, classic.
Boss, this is an emergency. We had two Intel team agents undercover at the PF Contract Forces of Africa. The CFA have captured them both. They don't have long to live. You've got to get them out of there ASAP. Since our mission at the oil field, we're no longer just business rivals to the CFA. We're enemies, and they want revenge. Our men will be killed the moment the interrogation's complete. And then it won't just be a matter of two dead soldiers. Their execution will be a catalyst, sparking resentment within Diamond Dogs against the CFA. Our men will push us to retaliate. Then things will cease to be about business. We'll be starting a personal war. That's not what we set out to do. The two men are being held in Kaziba camp. Hurry, boss. They're counting on you. Don't let them down.
When he came into the chat at first, the first thing he said was, "Hi, I'm new to Twitch." You know, so he could get away with his account only being created just now. And then he immediately started backseating. But I thought it'd be fun to maybe keep him around for a bit before banning him, and it was. But in the end, he had to go. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle. Ba-doo. You'll take over after this mission. You're not due to take over for another, like, 40 minutes, DRK. Classic DRK. Always, you just can't wait to get back to Phantom Pain. He wants to take over an hour early just so he can play more of the Phantom Pain. He gets giddy with the Phantom Pain. It's his favorite.
Two of our intel team members are being held captive by the PF in that area, the CFA. Your job is to rescue them. They don't have long to live.
You'll be back in 40 minutes?
Out of the encampment and is on the run. He contacted us to say he was surrounded.
So you don't want to take over after this?
Your map is marked with a predicted field of movement based on where his transmissions cut off. The
I'm
other
confused.
man is still captive inside the encampment. Boss, rescue our men. Extract them both and get them back to Mother Base.
Be careful down there, boss.
Lighting makes me want to eat a peach. Doesn't this lighting make you want to eat a peach? Look at how peachy it is. And we were talking about fruit earlier too.
Our staff member on the run last contacted us from that forest. The enemy PF already has troops spread out in a manhunt to find him. Keep your eyes open.
Extract our man before their search team can find him. Check his location on your iDroid. You've reached the target's predicted field of movement. If he's gone to ground, he'll have hidden himself somewhere in that area. Find him. All right, that's the target. Quickly, extract him while you can.
Boss, our other man is here. I never told them the thing.
It's our boy from Ground Zero.
I swallowed it.
Okay, it's time to learn about the intel team. Where is it?
Diamond Dog's intel team specializes in information gathering, mainly HUMINT and SIGINT. They plant scouts and moles in the field. These operatives will blend into the local populace and work under the guise of a resident, or disguise themselves as travelers and ask around for information. They observe targets using various hidden bugs, cameras, and transmitters, and by tapping their satellite and phone communications. Analyzing all this information creates a clear picture of how wars and the PFs fighting them are changing. This data can also be used for threat assessment when deciding whether to accept contracts from certain clients. And during missions, the intel team keeps track of target locations and produces FOM predictions, reporting mission-critical information based on real-time remote observation of changes in the AO. What you hear from us over the radio is based on how we interpret the data gathered at the command platform. However, intel team operatives go unarmed in almost all situations to avoid revealing themselves to the enemy. Some will carry a knife, but most have nothing at all. As such, don't expect them to help you take on heavily armed adversaries like PF soldiers. Think of them as entirely passive in the hot zone. Plus, they use all manner of techniques to remain inconspicuous in the field. If you ever spot one, you'll have some serious explaining to do.
That's for
So
sure.
remember, their specialty is espionage. They may not be of use in a firefight, but when it comes to intel, they're pros.
This guy definitely has some explaining to do. What the fuck are you doing wearing this?
That guy's from our intel team. Get him home safe. That's the target. Get him out of there.
Alright, let's bolt him this fool. Maybe they both had their Diamond Dogs outfit in like in a spare bag. Maybe they were originally dressed up and blending in.
Target. Head for Kaziba.
And maybe their captors found their spare clothes and forced them to wear it so they could mock them and make fun of them. And, you know, spit on their outfits and stuff. Maybe that's what happened.
Boss, our man you extracted gave us all the intel he could. You got a lead on what's happening with the CFA. Check it on your iDroid.
Maybe the local population are all Diamond Dogs cosplayers. A whole village full of Diamond Dogs fanatics. You fucking... I don't believe that. I thought I would have enough time to and go on the side of the horse before he turned around. No fucking way. Alright, let's get this guy out of here.
The other target is inside the encampment. Boss, he doesn't have much time. Boss, our man you extracted gave us all the intel he could. Now we know exactly where our other agent is being held captive. And he brought back intel on the CFA. Guy deserves a raise. Check it on your iDroid.
Oh, fuck it. Let's just keep going.
Gazebo camp.
Let me call the chopper.
It's got good visibility and not many places to hide. Use the landscape wherever possible.
Yeah, cover me, D-Horse. Pick him up!
That's him. That's the target.
Okay, it's fucking late here. I can't be screaming. It's almost 1 a.m. Jesus Christ.
Injured. Looks half starved too. There's no way he can stand the shock of a full extraction. Get him out by chopper.
Fuck's sake, I hope I didn't wake up my housemates there. That was pretty loud. Fuck. Pick him up!
They kept saying the disease was her fault. Just shouting at me. Over and over.
This is B-Squad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
The poor bastards from Massa Village will bleed you all dry for this.
This is B-Squad. On station at LZ. Cover fire. In hot.
Okay, now we'll stick him on.
Target acquired. In hot. P1 is in hot. Find cover.
Get him, P-Quad. Oh, fuck, I thought this was the LT.
Stand by.
Confirmed extraction of both targets. Boss, on behalf of all the Diamond Dogs, thank you.
Departing.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
I never got the impression that Pequod was supposed to be one single person.
Mission complete, then.
Same with Morpho. I always just thought that whoever drove the chopper had that call sign. But maybe I'm wrong. I always figured that like loads of different people flew the choppers and they were all just given that name. But maybe Pequod is supposed to be one specific guy. I don't know.
Boss, one of the job offers we received concerns me. There's a PF commander who's been talking big about getting into the nuclear arms trade. This could be connected to that yellow cake. And there's another contract I'd like you to handle. It's a wet job, but we need to divert Cypher's attention. Check the mission list for the details.
Boss, sorry to keep you waiting. We finally finished analyzing that yellow cake Cypher was moving. There was nothing unusual about the composition of the yellow cake itself. Most of it was oxidized uranium, with the rest being impurities, various metals as well as traces of organic matter. What's interesting is the composition of these impurities. When we checked them against the impurities found in the copper ore, it was clear the yellow cake didn't come from Shinkolobwe, meaning they went to the trouble of mining two sources of uranium, then transported them together in different states. Another thing, we detected a very thin layer of highly enriched uranium in the middle of the yellow cake. Now that is very interesting. It may not be a lot, but it points to the existence of uranium-enriching technology. After all, yellow cake can't naturally produce highly enriched uranium. If they could mass-produce this, they'd be just one step away from a gun barrel-type nuclear bomb. But uranium enrichment requires advanced technology and a large-scale facility. If that kind of place existed in Zaire, the Soviet Union wouldn't sit idly by. And there's another question. Where were they transporting the yellow cake and malachite uranium? The first place that comes to mind is South Africa. The government was supposed to have abandoned nuclear weapons development after caving to international pressure. But rumors persist that it's continued in secret. Plus, ZRS were escorting the truck, and they're based out of South Africa. And then South Africa does have an abandoned test site. If Cypher's involved with nuclear development in South Africa. But how would that fit with their weapon to surpass Metal Gear? We need more information.
Shinkolobwe. There's a name I haven't heard in a while.
The U.S. bought a lot of uranium from Shinkolobwe mine during World War II for the Manhattan Project. They even sent a squad from the Army Corps of Engineers to reopen the mine after it was flooded. That's how good its uranium must have been. With that, the world's first nuclear test was a success. Shinkolobwe uranium might have been used in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs too. Just hearing its name is like seeing all the phantoms of the war rise up to haunt us. But all the uranium's dried up, and the mine's been closed for years.
So someone reopened it?
Right. Zero Risk Security seized control of the area and were forcing locals to work in it. And the Zairean government was getting a slice of what they took in exchange for looking the other way. Mobutu has to finance his tastes somehow. He'll gladly sell the rights to some old mine. The question is, why would Zero Risk Security do this kind of thing?
Or rather, why were their employers, Cypher, interested in an abandoned mine? Maybe getting trace amounts of uranium, and to the naked eye it appears to be ordinary malachite. meaning security would be lax. Not a very efficient way of obtaining it, but easier to move.
But how would they enrich it at its destination?
Did the Yellow Cake really have a layer of highly enriched uranium in it?
Having trouble believing it?
No. If they say it's real, then it's real. In which case, they might have some enrichment method that we don't know about.
And this was to test it out?
It's possible. And that would mean it's almost complete.
Rogue Coyote operates mainly out of Africa these days. Of the 3 PFs, they're the smallest. However, they scooped up most of the Rhodesian SAS after the country collapsed 4 years ago. Picture their entire organization as one big special forces unit. With Rhodesia a British colony, the Rhodesian SAS had its origins in 22 SAS Sea Squadron. They started out as a group known as the Southern Rhodesia Volunteers. But in '51 they were incorporated into 22 SAS as members of the British Commonwealth and deployed to fight guerrillas in the Malayan emergency. Even now, 22 SAS keeps the Sea Squadron designation empty in recognition of their service. In a way, you could say the SAS almost makes up the core of Rogue Coyote. Later on, they were bolstered by other talent, including former Celis Scouts and 32 Battalion. These guys are direct descendants of the best special forces in the world. They won't go down without a fight. Don't get careless. Kunganga Mine. A civil war's been going on in that region for the last 20 years. It's being fought by what are now 2 ethnic groups, the Buta and the Mbele. Originally, you could barely tell them apart, but the reason for the current armed conflict goes back to World War I. After the war, their land was colonized by a European power, and it decided to give local control to the Buta. That split the 2 groups into rulers and subjects, laying the foundations for an inevitable civil war. The friction between them remained even after they won independence from Europe. The Buta are holding on to power to this day, and the Mbele rebels continue to fight back. The conflict is funded by locally mined gold, rare metals, diamonds. They've used the money from those to arm themselves, buy oil, and even hire PFs. The Buta administration owns the mining rights to Kunganga Mine. But most of the laborers are Mbele, who they've taken prisoner. The product they've gouged out of their land is bought up by cheap Western corporations. And the civil war is fueled by the profits. That's how it goes. One country's people is split apart by another country. Then the 2 groups tear up their own land for money in order to fight each other. Now this civil war started by a foreign power is the norm, and it's sucking up all the country's resources. PFs are just the same. They follow the money, taking war with them wherever they go. That goes for us too. It's an endless river of bloody retaliation, and we're standing downstream. Should we make a stand and staunch the flow? Or wade in amongst the corpses and make a bigger splash than the rest? We'll follow your lead, boss.
Pretty grim. Okay, let's do it. Probably my last mission before I hand it over to DRK. Yeah, let's go get these kids. And hopefully it won't take me 20 retries like it sometimes does. Okay. I'll leave 10 minutes. It can go over 10 minutes. 20 minutes.
There's 6 targets. Our contract is to kill them all. And the client is the general they serve.
I might be here for an hour. Things go bad.
Keep them from talking.
No.
Check a VI on your iDroid for more information.
I'm gonna really focus on the final section. I'm gonna get it first try, just one. No cheese method. We're gonna escort them all the way out.
targets are 6 former members of Enton Valley Rebel Platoon. That's one of them. He was the platoon leader. Then he turned his back on the others and joined up with the local PF. Now he's part of the security detail at the Bompevi plantation. He's not so different from the general. They get plenty worked up for rebellion and revenge, but don't give a damn about their own men.
Whoa, whoa! Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I enjoy a decent amount of Phantom Pain. It's only really Chapter 2 that I really struggle with.
The targets are mixed in with the soldiers in that base. Use the VI to identify them.
The Chapter 2 grind is really nasty.
That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from his machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Deep S6, thank you very much for the 47. Yeah, DRK, I figured I'd have to come back to do a little bit of Chapter 2. Hopefully, not too much of it. DRK, I was saying that maybe in the future we could alternate the donation war between MGS 3 and 5 and have a donation war for Quiet, whether we do Quiet's full story or not. Kill Quiet or do her full story. One or the other.
So you've spotted the target.
Oh no! Does this guy come back? Oh no, he parks up. Go, 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 go. Ah! He does come back. Jesus Christ, man. It's fucking 1 a.m. I can't be screaming. No, someone mentioned a Peace Walker clip that sounded like me. Right, can this fucking guy get out of here? Security! I'm coming over to investigate. I thought I heard that guy. Now this guy is coming up, alright. And another one. Yeah, they keep piling up. Christ. Walter boy!
What are you planning on doing, boss? Putting the target to sleep doesn't count as eliminating them. Neither does knocking them out.
Jesus Christ. Okay, get this guy out of here.
Extracting the target. Our contract was to kill the target, but I'll go with your decision. 5 targets remaining. Head for the Kurgenga mine.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What sounds like the medic? What, the call? The Peace Walker thing?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What's the DRK say there? I hope Dog listens to it on stream. I have my... Right now I have my chat up on a laptop here, not on my streaming PC. So I'll have to switch over to my streaming PC.
Yeah.
You've reached the mine. 5 targets are being held captive at that outpost. The VI on your iDroid will show you where they are.
Okay, hold on. Let me see this clip. Hold on 1 second. You might hear some shit here. Okay, could someone post the link again? Actually, I can probably scroll up. I have it.
It's a 3 Dog game over. That was 3 Dog. You can't tell me that wasn't 3 Dog.
Yeah. Sometimes I really do cry out in extreme agony. Where I'm really not in that much agony, but it kind of feels like I am. It's the only way I can express how I feel. Even though I'm not in that much pain, it kind of sounds like it. Well, I have to hear that again one more time. I've never heard that before, by the way.
It's
one more time. That's Miller? Is that Kaz?
It's a 3 Dog.
It's a 3 Dog. That's Kaz? Wow. Okay, hold on. Back to the game. How do you get that, by the way? How does that happen? I wasn't even paying attention to the gameplay scenario. Where am I? Mother base missile defense. He has some unique dialogue for that one. Wow, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that before. Oh shit, I need another supply drop.
Ik wil niet, prik niet.
Civilis Delta 2. Ons vat 4. Begin positie op je vijand. Over. Er is hier weer begrijp. Alleen hier gewaarschuwd. Die vijand kruipt weg eerst. Vind hulle. Uit.
And the most important part of this mission is picking up True. Although I'm not sure if DRK plays that during the Skullface Jeep ride. Yeah, fuck it, whatever, just do what you want with him. Ba-da-doo. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-doo.
Hier Pierre, Zulu 4. Onderzoek voltooid. Geen teken van die vijand. Over. Hey! Er is hier weer begrijp. Wees paraat. Meneer Lefting hygiënie. Uit.
Bingo. You know what to do. Their lives for a fistful of diamonds, huh? And what happens after that? They can't go home. They've only got two options. Heaven or hell.
No, there's another.
Utter heaven. Tape's rolling, boss.
How about it, Cos? Looks like our client just got outbid.
We got the recording. Objective accomplished.
Let's go.
We'll bring him back to Mother Base. Now, for the RV.
I like that guy's tracksuit top.
There's some high ground downriver. I'll have
I
the
bet that's
chopper
Ralph.
set down there. Lead the kids to safety.
Ralph has the swagger.
Listen, the kids don't get hurt. No matter what, you bring him back alive. Exit the cave and turn left, then pass through the swamp and follow the river downstream. Doesn't look like he can walk. You still gonna help him? Those are rock.
What are their names? And I mean all their names. Shabani is the guy we rescue. Then there's Ralph, who is the guy I just pointed out, with the cool tracksuit top. And then there's Edward, Billy, Michael, and Tom. I think that's all of them.
GMP. Boss, if even one of those kids die, the mission's a failure. Be careful.
Who? No, but really, I think we only learn two of their names, don't we? We only learn of Shabani and Ralph.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
You're those kids' only
First
support
try.
out there. You need to give them orders. Lead them to the objective area. But they won't hear you if you're too far away from them. Keep that in mind.
Ooh. Hopefully we can just bypass this guy. Sometimes you can just cruise straight through here. Nice, nice. It's looking good.
They won't hear you if you're too far away from them.
Deme vaca. Fuck. Hey, nice.
Ik wil niet, ik niet. Wacht, hoe is het?
JJ with the 26. Thank you very much. Oh! I didn't do it in one try. Okay. Don't worry though, we're gonna do it this time.
Get the targets to the RV.
Oh, I didn't even get the checkpoint there. What?
Doesn't look like he can walk. You still gonna help him?
I'm blaming that one on you, JJ.
Boss,
I was distracted.
even one of those kids
I haven't seen JJ in a while, and
Be careful.
took me out of the zone. Gwenda! What does Demi Baka mean? Does anyone know?
You need to give them orders. Lead them to the objective area. But they won't hear you if you're too far away from them. Keep that in mind.
Demibaka means half idiot. Is that actually what it means? Are the kids talk shit about you? Oh, I've been bamboozled. Oh, I see. Well, I get the demi part. I don't get the baka part. Does baka mean idiot in another language? I didn't even think about it. Demi baka. Baka means fool in Japanese, right? Yeah. I think I'm familiar with that. I think I've heard that before.
Hey, you okay?
Now I feel like playing some Final Fantasy VIII. How did that happen?
They won't hear you if you're too far away from them.
Go. Oh, shit. We need more tranks. We need more suppressor. Come on. Really?
Looks like they found out the kids escaped. The enemy's gonna tighten security. They'll be coming after you. Watch your back.
No. Come on. Nice, we're looking good.
The chopper will be arriving any minute.
We're looking good.
Hurry to the RV. Boss, get down. That's an enemy gunship. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
circling me.
This is Pequod.
Oh, Pequod. Pequod's gonna get into trouble here. Possibly. Yeah. Get him, Pequod. Pequod!
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Pequod, are you not gonna... You're not gonna fire back? Okay, we'll call another Pequod. I just thought sending him off, he might auto-target.
Already a backup chopper. Call it from your iDroid. Reinforcements from the south. They're moving to surround you.
Oh,
Roger.
no.
Put the target on the chopper.
I think if I was a little bit further away from Pequod, he would have fought back. I think once you get in within a certain range, he won't. He'll just wait there for you, even if he's being shot at.
Back, hold him off.
I'm not really sure how it works. Right, yeah, I forgot about these guys.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him. The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Christ!
He's coming too.
Pequod, are you...
On station at LZ.
Hold on. I just want to take Ralph. Let's just take Ralph.
Boss, you're just leaving the target.
Can I just take Ralph? Yeah, it seems like you can take whoever you want. I thought maybe it mattered which one you took. You don't have to take all of the kids, and the next scene will change.
The enemy spotted
depending on how many you bring back. But then they all teleport to the base later anyway.
Target. Take care of him. Yes, mission complete. Boss, that was exceptional.
Wait a second. When I chose support helicopter, did I call in a completely different helicopter? And then Pequod just tried to fly away because I was calling in another one? I don't know. Ralph! Get him, Ralph.
What you thinking, boss?
I'm thinking that he's tougher than he looks. A little training, he'll make himself useful.
Never like kids. Especially ones with guns.
See, kid's a natural.
No. He's no natural. Far from it.
Look at the walk on
Probably
Ralph.
noticed on the way in we've expanded housing.
They don't all walk with such confidence. That is a unique Ralph walk. Did you see that?
They'll have their own quarters, separate from ours. Won't be counted as staff.
So what, we're running a daycare now?
They'll learn how to read and write. Do basic jobs.
Chance at a real life. Just not from behind a gun.
Being behind a gun's what we do, boss. There's no room for angels in our heaven.
All right, you degenerates. I'm gonna hand it over to Dr. K. I'm assuming we got a save there. Yeah, I can just hand it over. I don't need to go back to the ACC. I don't think. Fuck it, I'll go back to the ACC anyway.
This is Pequod, on station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Okay. Guys, just give me a few minutes while I get this save sent over to DRK. You know the drill. I'm going to play some tunes for a few minutes while you wait, and then I'll be right back to sign off for good and hand this over. Just give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right, fools. Oh, excuse me. We are ready to switch. Hold on, let me just check my dashboard one more time. Yeah, I think we're good. Guys, thanks for watching. Don't go anywhere. The stream is going to go down for like 10 seconds, but DRK will be right back up with more Phantom Pain, and I'll be back later on to finish it off. Yeah. Don't go anywhere. The stream will be back, and I'll see you later.